Welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, back from the penitentiary. Joining me tonight, Reese2753.
A long time ago, I can still remember when I didn't know that FDDNM fished dogs.
I can remember that time as well. Back in
That is a two-layer joke, by the way. The second layer we will not mention on podcast.
Do I know
For the sake of FDDNM's dignity.
I seemingly don't understand either layer now.
Well, Dan is back.
Yeah, I'm back. Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
And Random 11 is with us.
Hey, it's happening. It's the Canadian Vote Day.
Vote Day?
Dan, were you trying to say something before I...
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to say anything.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I don't know. I don't know the joke. I'm completely as lost as
I'm...
else.
See, I thought you were passing it off to Dan, Reese, because I heard
Dan
fist dogs,
fist
not
dogs.
fist dogs. I was telling
that
Dan,
would be a mistake.
I was telling Dan the other day. So my wife has been walking our dog where my wife has balls for the dog. You know,
whoa!
Like toys.
Oh God!
It's one of those kind of dogs.
Anyway, no, my wife has these squeeze them and they squeak.
I'm sure you will.
She has a pink one and a green one, so she calls them Cosmo and Wanda. And my dog, when she walks the dog now carries it in the dog's mouth to the park where they then throw it and stuff. But the problem is when my dog needs to take a shit, she drops the ball first and then continues to walk a couple extra steps and narrowly misses crapping right on the chew toy. So the other day, after we have established this was a thing, I was walking around the neighborhood for our nightly, like right before we go to bed, got to take the dog out one more time. And in California, I don't know if you guys get these in Canada or Iowa, but in California, people's lawns, occasionally a mushroom will just pop up, right? And somebody's lawn had a mushroom pop up that was really big, and I would say it's about that big, right? And it was really flat, like a plate. Like I imagine like a video game where you jump from platform to platform. Like it's so flat.
It's the Mario Kart mushrooms.
Yeah.
Not quite the Mario Kart mushrooms. You're talking about the ones that you use to go faster?
No. You bounced off them.
Oh, okay.
No,
Mario
Kart.
Them.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, so my dog steps over to this lawn, and she like sniffs the mushroom for a second. And then proceeds to do the exact thing she does with dropping the chew toy and then walking a little bit forward. And I grab my wife. I'm like, she's going to shit right on the mushroom. And I shit you not. Like 7 full turds come out of my dog's butt. And every single one of them lands perfectly on the cap of the mushroom.
Yeah.
That's a lovely story.
It was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Because you're just like, okay, the first one lands on it and it almost falls off, but it manages to stay on. And the dog's moving while going. And it's just like 1, 2, 3. You're just like each one. It's one of those things like where that meme of what's the guy from the wrestling days? He's like, oh, yeah, just every single one that lands on it, you're just like, oh my God, yes! Anyway,
What?
it was so fucking funny. Anyway, welcome. I like how a viewer came in during that story and then left. Oh, Well, there's a lot of
It's a
chat
good
here.
story. It goes to show you how smart that dog is.
No, that was dumb luck. Let's not pretend that dog was like, yeah, I'm gonna make it easier for you to pick up my shit by putting it on a pedestal for you. No digging around in the grass for this one. How you doing, Legendary Anime JP Fan 2? I saw you've been putting up Tsukihime stuff. I believe.
Playthrough.
Yes. Anyway, now that I've realized I haven't even started loading up a. First of all, I'm gonna close Dropbox. Let me just go ahead and not let the internet be terrible because of torrents and things.
FDDM, did you vote today?
I voted that day that I mentioned.
Oh, back then?
Well, yeah, Foodnum. Yeah, the day that I mentioned that it was available, I voted because my mom's like, "Hey, there's the pre-voting thing," and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm ready."
Big old election in Canada.
Yeah, I have an I voted sticker in the car from the California recall. I stuck it on my work boots as symbolic voting for the government boot.
We don't get stickers for voting.
And
you don't get perks.
No.
You don't get a hand job in the back alley. That's how it works. That's how it works.
Wow.
No, they only give you one of those if you vote for the politically correct one.
Right, yeah. Okay. Anyway, now that I've
That's just a homeless guy in the alley, man.
All right, so let me go to. Luckily, it's so easy now. I just go to ocapodcast.com/OCA- and then the episode title. Whew. Okay. By the way, while I'm thinking about it, Random Limit, is there any way to make it so that when you go to the live page on the website, if we're live, it's got a video there, but if we don't, it puts the most recent video, perhaps like a playlist in reverse order?
It's potentially
as you said before, anything is possible. So how much time do you want to waste on it?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I can look into it.
We can talk about that later. I was amazed that you were able to do it in the first place with the live thing. All right, so here we go. Jumping in because we've got 2 weeks worth. Yes, now back from the penitentiary. So,
Did you say hi to Tyrone for me?
Oh, Tyrone.
Yes, his name was Kimbo. Actually, I don't know if that was a picture of Kimbo Slice on the last. Actually, let me just in case anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Oh man, Kimbo Slice. That's high school, man.
Yeah, this was the thumbnail we developed for the last podcast. Yeah, Daniel. So a lot happened.
I can tell.
AC got out of jail.
Yes.
Welcome, new face.
Yeah. So I was in jail for the crime of making terrible merch. All right. Anyway, yeah.
I thought you went to jail because you're a serial mouse fingerer.
A serial. Oh, because of my. Yeah. Yes, it was that. They threw the full extent of the law at me. Okay. So here we go. Let's get started. If you guys would like to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can support us through our Patreon. We are trying to reach $36 a month. $36 a month will pay for StreamYard. And that's kind of important because we're working at a deficit here. So, also, if you'd like to support the Anime Collector channel, which I'll be real with you, would be like the most liberal way to support us because you could donate like $1,000, but I'm never going to charge you because I'm never fucking going to have time to get back to working on videos. So you can look really good and feel really good about yourself without actually having me take
and then all of a sudden, like 3 years down the road,
all donate.
you get out of this rut and you just start doing videos.
Yeah. No, I'm working on content. I'm working on some great content. It's just that it's OCA podcast related, so I'm not charging for it. So There's also Stealth Weeb, which apparently I'm logged into. I don't know how this happened with the price increase here, but so I do need to tell you guys that the fulfillment center that I use for Stealth Weeb, due to the industry-wide supply shortage for apparel, they are having to raise the prices because it's becoming more difficult to obtain. Supply and demand, as you know. So I have had to increase the prices on Stealth Weeb. Now, what the fuck? I really got to go through this. How is this $54?
Jesus Christ.
Fuck me. I'm gonna have to go through this. I hope you guys have pickups because I'm gonna need to fix some of these. Anyway, so so I've had to increase the prices. They're not. I don't know what's going on here. That's really weird. But from now until the end of September, if you use coupon code OCA podcast, capital O, capital C, capital A, capital P, lowercase ODCAST, right? OCA podcast. It will give you $2 off per item in your cart. Okay, so that will negate the increases that are coming. Because the increases don't start for me from the fulfillment center until October 1st. So I'm gonna extend that to you guys if you're interested in buying any merch. Moving on. In coronavirus news, a Japanese university is developing a coronavirus vaccine in the form of a nasal spray. So I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna just give you what I can remember from reading it like 7 days ago. Basically, they are actually claiming that it is, I believe, more effective than the jab, but that they are having trouble bringing it to market because it's going to cost them something like $9.1 million to commercialize the vaccine. They said we need to think about how to use that budget if possible. I'd like to see this spray used not only in Japan but worldwide as soon as possible, and especially in developing countries. So anyway, that's a thing. I thought you guys might find that somewhat interesting. I definitely am not going to talk about that 8-hour FDA broadcast where that data got dropped that I won't be talking about on a show on YouTube. Moving on from there, in Kickstarter crowdfunding news, you know, the one where they said that for every person we save, we're killing 2 people. That one. Anyway, Cody Beyer from Anime Outsiders.
Clarifying.
What's that about?
I fucking sent it to you guys days ago. Anyway, so you guys remember we covered Cody was doing a Indiegogo for Imp story a while ago that failed. Now he's doing Cloudscratcher, which looks to be getting much closer to the goal. It's got 11 days left. Do you know why? Because fucking Nick Rekieta finally shouted him out. Jesus, you guys remember when Imp Story was going on, and I had to super chat Nick to remind him to even bring it up? What a loser. Anyway, so it
wasn't just a shout out; it was a whole show. Yeah,
exactly. Finally, he's got to feel real guilty. So Cloudscratcher, the idea behind it, as he put here, is feel like a kid again in this classic cartoon adventure above the clouds in glorious hardcover. So it's going to be a hardcover version of the webcomic. So it says here, Cloudscratcher is a webcomic throwback to 90s cartoons, emulating the look and feel of animated series and films of the time, featuring big adventure stories with a colorful cast of characters and an engaging story for readers both young and old, likable heroes, over-the-top villains, and plenty of toyetic designs.
I like the likable villains and over-the-top heroes.
No, hey.
So having been a
furry bait right there.
Yeah, well, having been a labor of love for the past 6 years, Cloudscratcher has grown exponentially in readership and is now nearing the finale of its 4th major story arc. What did he say here? So he said, basically the idea was that Cody wanted to create a series that you could feel like would have been made in the 90s without outright taking from anything, like where you look at it and go like, that's a design reference to this or whatever, right? And the story is actually pretty nuts. Like I would not expect this in a 90s kids cartoon. But let me see if I can find where's the freaking story. Okay.
Is this something you're backing?
I did back it. I'm a friend of Cody, or at least I look at him as a mutual. I don't want to support him. What the fuck? Where is the goddamn... I backed this one. Oh, you know what it is? It's in his video. That's why I don't... That's why it's not in there. Let me screen share it with audio. We'll let him tell you.
This is an Indiegogo campaign?
Yeah. So, share screen...
Well, you can get a copyright claim on it?
No. And if I did, I would be able to get in touch with Cody and get him to undo it. Okay. Here, I'll play it with the audio.
Hey everyone.
Can you hear that?
Writer, artist, and creator of
Yep.
Cloudscratcher. For 6 years, I've been making this webcomic as a love letter to the cartoons and animated movies I grew up with. Based on the art style and storytelling conventions of 90s animated features and series, without directly copying or referencing any of them, I wanted to create something that looked and felt like what I grew up with, something you could have easily watched as a kid if you grew up back then. The story follows a group of rebels aboard the airship Cloudscratcher in their fight against the tyrannical, theocratic Margoth Empire. For years, the Cloudscratcher crew has successfully fought off Imperial aggression in their territory, and now a new threat looms over the horizon. The Empire has transferred one of their most brutal and bloodthirsty commanders to the region, Warcraft, and he's got his sights set on conquest. Luckily, Ixia, a young super soldier from the Empire, has defected and is determined to put a stop to Warzax's gruesome plan to conquer the capital city of the feline nation. In her search for someone to help her, Ixia crash lands aboard the Cloudscratcher, taking off the adventure. What seems like a simple mission to stop the bad guy's evil plan quickly grows more complicated, as Ixia must face the consequences of betraying the Empire, and Warzax is revealed to be a mere pawn in a much larger conspiracy. Cloudscratcher Volume 1 contains the first 2 story arcs, or episodes, of the comic, along with additional content exclusive to the book, and some remastered artwork not seen on the online version. You can read the comic right now at cloudscratcher.com, and if you like what you see, consider supporting Volume 1 here on Indiegogo.
All right, so there you go. If you guys are interested, you can check it out on his website. That's weird. Pregnant lady. Why the... This is the weirdest selection of things. Whose account am I logged into right now? Anyway, so there you go. If you guys are interested, you guys can check it out on his website. And if you like it, go ahead and support the print run. He's looking to get these things not just distributed to the backers, but also into actual comic stores and whatnot. So I don't know. If you guys like the guy like I do, then you go for that. Moving on from here. And I'm no longer screen sharing.
Interesting.
I
do like me some independent comics. That's what I've been sinking a lot of my money into lately. So
yeah, you're gonna have to forgive me while I figure out why this is not. I think I didn't update my. Some of these articles are in the wrong order. There we go. Now we're in the right order. I'm just gonna open them again. All right. Back to screen share. Oh, do you guys want to do pickups before I jump into this?
I got nothing.
yeah, I don't have
If
anything.
my internet was good enough.
Well,
You
then I
wanna-
guess we
wanna
are
try
to.
I mean, I got the thing you got, so I guess that's a pickup.
Yeah, Dan. Dan has had the top 10 anime betrayals because while doing the show one night, you guys will remember I talked about getting cucked on Cautious Hero, and so I was talking about that. Dan was talking about Uzaki at one point, And because I was talking about that and completely not listening to Dan, I sent him a link like, oh, there's one left in stock, get it. So he did. And as you guys know, it was the UK version. So Dan has been mega cucked by his good friend me. Now, I got, you guys saw, I sent you the thing. I got a full refund on it and didn't have to send it back because
It was damaged.
they've got way too many people in the complaints department for the Amazon store that I bought that from. Because every time I talked to somebody, it was a different person, and they weren't even skimming the previous messages. So miscommunications happened, and all of a sudden I look and it says my amount of money has been refunded, and I didn't have to send it back, so whatever. Anyway, also, Dan, I don't know if you noticed, but Reese sent us a link because it's back in stock on Right Stuff.
Yeah, I placed my order already.
Yeah,
I got
literally.
that and, the Blu-ray of Icon, because why not?
Oh, for Aiken?
Aiken,
literally yesterday, Dan was over here, and I was looking at the eBay listings, $200 opened, $160 opened, motherfucker. And then I go on Rights or on Funimation, and I sign up for the mailing list to be notified when it's back in stock. Literally the next day, Reese is like, "Hey, it's back in stock on Right Stuff."
Which is why I usually look at the newly added items page on Right Stuff, because they always add in
Did
stuff
they show it there?
the old stuff, and yeah, like when the thing at the bottom of the main page instead of how you go through it for the Right Stuff links and stuff. But yeah, like everything that has been added, even if it was an old item that has come back in stock, because they added a whole bunch of different Funimation titles and stuff.
So I'm drinking a G Fuel. Good old G Fuel. The 7-Eleven guy I bought 2, and he rang it up, and it came up to 3, and I don't know if he was trying to jip me, but I called him out on it, and he's like, "Oh shit, I'm so sorry." So I just ran and grabbed a third one.
He was trying to get you to pay for his.
Right? That's what I think was going on. And he, it's funny because the guy, I think I don't watch The Simpsons, but there's a character, I think he works at a video store or something. Maybe no, because Apu works at the convenience store. But there's a guy who's a neckbeard, right?
The comic book store guy?
Yeah, comic book store guy. The guy that works at the 7-Eleven next to me is 100% a caricature of that caricature. He looks exactly like that Simpsons character, except for the yellow skin.
Actually.
Yeah.
Actually.
He's got the ponytail hair and everything. Anyway. All right, so into this. Let's go into live action news here.
Before we go into this, I have an announcement. It's not really important, but I have a question after the announcement.
Go for it.
The announcement is, I know it's super important. I ordered Lodoss of War of Lodoss. Fucking what's it called?
Lodoss War?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So that's the announcement. Now my question is, I ordered the old version. That looks way better. Should have I got the essentials?
No.
Or should I keep my original order?
The LE, the Funimation LE.
The black box,
the Blu-ray DVD combo one.
Yeah.
So the only problem,
one of the old,
it's like 4 times as much money.
Was
it looks
one
way
of the
better.
older series only on DVD and thus
where
not
did you buy
in
it?
that Blu-ray
Amazon.
only?
okay, from Amazon?
Yeah, Amazon.com. They had
Okay.
they had the. Now that's the thing. So because it's old, I've seen before where I was looking for a Wii U Pro controller, and it randomly popped up on Amazon.ca as shipped and sold by Amazon. So I was like, and this is years later, and so they're sold out everywhere. I was like, okay, I'll buy it, and sure enough, comes in. It's the cheapest knockoff thing you've ever seen. So somehow
the reason I ask is because that particular Lodoss set, there is a 1-to-1 bootleg of it.
Yeah.
So I can help you determine whether yours is, and if it is, get your money back from Amazon.
Yeah. So it was on Amazon.com as shipped and sold by Amazon in the black box with like the golden trim, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's 66 American versus the Essentials, which is like $25.
Yeah. So the one issue with that set in general is that only the original OVA is actually on Blu-ray. Is that correct, Reese?
I think. I mean, I don't have it, but I want to say like they had like the 26 episode series or whatever, and like the 13 episode series.
Well, let me put it this way: when we discussed it for our watch club, FDDNM, may he rest in peace, was very critical of the fact that it says on the back of the box, it says like certain number of episodes HD, certain number of episodes SD or something, because it's Blu-ray DVD combo, and not all of them got a Blu-ray. Some anyway. So that's the only thing about that set. Now it's still the best way to watch it. Probably is that set, and it looks way better.
What I was trying to figure out was whether that essential set yeeted out those DVDs.
Right, that was the question. I think we talked about this. Because I think it. Oh yeah. Okay. So what it probably did is it left in the DVDs that needed to be DVD because they didn't put them on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
And then it had Blu-ray for the Blu-ray ones.
All right.
Welcome back, Neckload.
Well, that one might be showing up on a future podcast of things I bought.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as you didn't cut it up.
She won't cut it.
So I can still use it to bring water in from the car. Okay.
Do you want tacos?
Sure. Okay. Yes, tacos. All right. Anyway,
Taco Tuesday is tomorrow, not today.
Yeah. Well,
sounds good.
You know, my entire life. It's funny. I go to Del Taco almost every day before work because this is what's open, and I always find that I always get a quesadilla, right? And it's like every time. What? Is that
okay? The Essentials does have both series, so, but it's the DVD copy of whatever had both versions.
Well, what is this comment from me? The comment on Twitter. That's for you. Okay. Okay. So, Necklord is telling us that he can't hear us. Well, I'm sorry about that. Watch the broadcast.
Hey, you're playing back in real time now.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's good.
Good. Okay. Anyway, fuck, I'm totally out of it now. All right. So let me address. Legendary Anime JP Fan 2 says it took me about 63 hours to beat Tsukihime Remake. Wow, that's a good amount of time for a game. Good Go High. Naruto Shippuden DVD 38. Anime DVD Save Box 30. Oh, these are your pickups. Gotcha. Anime, God Love You Good, God Love You Good, God Love You Good. Well, truer
Whatever
words have never been
endeavor
spoken.
you have, I hope you're successful.
All right. So,
Random 11, it says 4 DVDs, 2 Blu-ray discs. So they yeeted the 2 DVDs that matched those 2 Blu-ray discs, but they kept the long TV series DVD. So everything is there, but they don't have only one version of each instead of 2 versions of the one.
I think I got cucked too. Shit. So my order that I did, I placed the order for that and the Black Lagoon Complete Series Classics Edition because I don't have the
Reverse Blood Trail?
Yeah, I don't have those OVAs. And now I'm just looking on Amazon.com for that order, and it's saying Playback Region 2. This will not play on most DVD players in the US. So
I just read the private chat on the doxing. I hate it when jokes get made on the podcast that we can't share with the class. All right. So I've completely lost reins of this show entirely. Let's rope it back to the topics at hand here. So, Cowboy Bebop team aims to go deeper than a simple anime remake. So I highlighted some stuff here. I also love how the picture they had of Ayn, the only picture is the one in the alleyway, so they had to zoom in real hard. So it's like blurry as all fuck compared to the rest.
Well, hey, he's the only character that looks realistic.
Yeah, the only character that looks accurate, and they only got one picture of him. Fuck you guys.
Hey, at least
He's
they got a
played by
corgi. It
two
would be
different
hilarious if they
corgis.
replaced him with like a basset hound or something.
That would be so fucking funny.
Cowboy Bebop, not Ghost in the
we
Shell. God damn it,
We felt
Mohammed.
this Pomeranian exuded the spirit of the Data Dog character. Oh. All right, so I'm going to skip
Keep
through this.
him away from that set.
So
Oh god.
this is a long form interview with Andre Nemec, the showrunner. So they said, so why remake the beginning here is largely just talking about the legacy of the original series and all that to varying degrees of accuracy. So why remake Cowboy Bebop? Nemec says he wouldn't dare try. Instead, to bring Cowboy Bebop to Netflix, the showrunner's writing team studied the stars that perfectly aligned to make the original version what it was, and then dared to realign them. So they mean obviously they mean that metaphorically, like the stars aligned, not so much the stars that were involved, like Shinichiro Watanabe and
They
Yoko
turned into
Kanno
a
and-
pentagram in the sky instead of a straight line.
Wouldn't that be something? So they said here, if Nemec and his team could draw out the core elements of the anime, in theory, they could tell a new set of stories in the show's exciting known universe. The chance to cast John Cho, Mustafa Shakir, and Daniela Pineda only made the high-risk, high-reward prospects more alluring. Now, a big theme with this article is going to be that I'm kind of hopeful for this series from the perspective of that's what I want them to do with a live-action remake or a live-action adaptation. I don't want them to paint by number like they did with Ghost in the Shell largely. I want them to tell new stories set in the same universe. That's my thing. Now, continuing, I think some of my highlights are missing. Fuck it, I'm just going to read it. So the original Cowboy Bebop brimmed with spirit worth siphoning off. But for Nemec, translating Cowboy Bebop meant considering how a live-action treatment could take advantage of live action. There are obviously things that we cannot achieve with real people that an anime can, he admits. So Nemec and his writing staff looked beyond the source material to the movies that influenced Watanabe when he began developing the anime with Studio Sunrise back in the 1990s. You know what happened here? This article has been updated. That's why this is different. That's why my highlights disappeared. They updated something in this article because the text wrapping on this changed from when I highlighted it. Anyway, so the Netflix Bebop team looked at Howard Hawks' Raymond Chandler adaptation, The Big Sleep, the classic Sergio Leone spaghetti western, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, the new Hollywood classic Bonnie and Clyde, Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey, the cop with a gun thriller Dirty Harry, Richard Donner's defining buddy comedy Lethal Weapon, and even the macabre action drama The Crow, to divine the soul of Bebop through the reality of cinema. Now, I got to ask you guys, have you seen any of those things? I'm sure most of you guys have probably seen The Crow. Probably
I've seen
Good, Bad, and the
Big
Ugly.
Sleep actually fairly recently.
Oh, yeah? Do you
Blu-ray.
feel that any of these things, like, you go like, yeah, that's Bebop?
No, not
I-
the Crow, that's for sure.
I
Not The Crow, not Dirty Harry.
I could maybe link the dialogue kind of aspects for the Big Sleep, like the kind of like the witty back and forth in a way. But I mean, and the noirish feel to it.
Yeah. So, real quick, FDM, I'm looking at your tweet that you're linking there in the private chat. and I'm going to hope that your internet connection. I want you to be here to talk about that. So, anyway, yeah. So they go on to say, we put a pretty extensive and expansive list together, and we spent a lot of time really looking at the inspirations. Nemec says. So I feel. Hold on. Old man says, it reminds me of this quote from Batwoman. Luke Fox, the suit, Cowboy Bebop, is literal perfection. Kane, it will be when it fits a woman. Netflix, right? Okay. So I get where you're coming from here, but real quick, going back to my point, I feel like taking on a live action adaptation of Cowboy Bebop is such a tall order that I think it's really easy to panic and start looking at everything and trying to just immerse yourself in, the Big Sleep and Dirty Harry and Bonnie and Clyde and all that, and really miss the mark. So I don't know. It says here, in charge of coalescing those desperate tones is a staff who, previous to being recruited for the job, dedicated hours of previous free time to watching and rewatching the anime. So there's all these different people here. And Nemec said, people would come in for interviews and for meetings with their old school Cowboy Bebop t-shirts on. Everybody who worked on this show got the job because they were talented and they deserved it. But everyone brought a certain level of fandom and reverence for the anime to the material that we did. The showrunner is careful not to spoil any specific beats plotted out for season 1, but suggests that the original show's blend of one-off missions and overarching plots carries over to the Netflix series, even in the current every story is serialized era. I don't know why you'd have to just assume that. They're bounty hunters, so they're going to chase bounties, he cheekily notes. And while no one episode of the anime may get a direct adaptation, thank fucking God, Nemec and his team spent time drawing up lists of their favorites, then considering how they could build out the continuing stories of Spike Spiegel and Jet Black and Faye Valentine, while also mining their past stories from the anime. He says every episode of the Netflix series will nod to the anime in subtle ways, be it through props, names, or visual references to Sunrise's original animation. I would challenge almost any superfan on this show to see if they can find all the references in the frame, Nemec says. He adds that the original Japanese and English voice actors will also be properly homaged. How do you think they're going to do that? You think they're just going to have them in an alien costume in the background or something?
Didn't they have the Steve Blum, Wendy Lee, and Bo Billingsley in the opening credits sequence of the movie? I want to say that was the
opening credits. Are you talking about the part
of the anime movie? The
part that was animated. Remember, we talked about that. That was animated. Weirdly, I pulled it out perfectly in that one watch club, and we're like, oh, that was animated by that guy. I'm like, no, called it, right? Do you remember that? We talked about that. Was it Perfect Blue? I forget what it was. But yeah, I think it was Perfect Blue. The character designer from Perfect Blue, I think, worked on that part. Anyway, so you're talking about the Ask DNA part, right?
Yeah. The opening credits music video type
if
thing.
you can find a reference that we can pull up and show, that would be stellar. Yeah, Green Line says, I know the perfect reference for Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop. Yeah. And also, hello, Neko Volts. All right. So, but for Nemec, whose own credits include Alias, Life on Mars, Zoo, and the only one I've heard of, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. That's not true. I've heard of Alias, but whatever. And Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Emulation of the anime took a back seat to extrapolation. Bringing the series to live action in 2021 meant rethinking Watanabe's vision of the year 2071 and a set of characters who may have a more complicated place in the cosmos. Not sure why they need to be more complicated, but I think anybody who's a fan of Cowboy Bebop knows that Cowboy Bebop presents a multicultural view of the future, he says, and so you will see elements of all cultures. It's not a dystopian world presented in the anime. It's a very beautiful imagining of a future. I mean, minus the crime, the organized crime elements and all people living in squalor and all that shit. Yeah, I guess. So I'll say I think anybody who's a fan of Cowboy Bebop knows that Cowboy Bebop presents a multicultural view of the future. Yeah, I would say that it's multicultural in the sense that culture still exists, right, from different, varying aspects. There's a very Middle Eastern culture vibe in the movie.
The Moroccan street.
The Moroccan street, right? I would argue it's multicultural in the sense that you don't see strictly one specific culture. But the fact that this is the thing that is being fixated on is a little troubling. Could be handled well. Could also get real preachy. Not sure. I again will reserve my judgment on it until we see how it comes out. People are more bonded. It's a cowboy show, so they're a little violent, and people kill each other, and life is a little cheap. But the multiculturalism of the anime is what we translated to the screen as well. Weird phrasing. And, again, that's why they're like, oh, yeah, Spike is Asian and Jet is black in their deciding. So when conversation turns to reintroducing Spike, Jet, and Faye, Nemec becomes visibly excited. The characters are why he took the job. After years of a Bebop adaptation sitting in development limbo with no producer or writer seemingly able to crack an approach, while the anime can feel I don't know what this okay, so the anime can feel archetypal in their poetry. The showrunner believes Cho, Shakir, and Pineda bring even greater dimension to the trio. Ouch. Cho, who says he abandoned expectations of what acting meant to him to train like a madman and own the physicality of the role, plays what Nemec calls a cowboy with a broken heart and a character with endless potential. Dan, do you remember Andrew Odell?
Yeah.
So we went to school with this guy who was born in Japan because his parents were missionaries. He's a white guy, and so he had this weird, quirky aspect of he spoke Japanese to a degree, but he was very remember. Well, he's not here. FDM's not here to recall this, but at one point on the podcast, FDM described homeschool kids as ascended beings. But there's also those homeschool kids that didn't quite turn out right. Oh, look who's here. What do you have to say for yourself?
My internet's better on my phone.
Oh.
Anyway, this guy that we knew, he had like this very Japanese upbringing, weirdly, like just in the sense that like, he grew up with Midwest style parents, but he grew up in Japan for a portion of it. And the thing is that his identity in high school is that he wore a cowboy hat and cowboy boots. That was his shtick. And that's kind of the feeling I'm getting from the cowboy with a broken heart idea. I just expect John Cho to just start singing some really shitty country music, about his baby took the four-wheeler, and I don't know. I can't recall any off the top of my head because I don't live in the country. But you know what I mean. Anyway, I think that the telling of that story was exciting to me because there were things in the anime that were alluded to and hinted at, and I think that there's a deep soul to Spike Spiegel, despite his laconic and sort of laissez-faire, brush-it-off presentation. To be able to tell a story about who you are, what made you who you are, why you got a la carded, and where you go from there was very dynamic to sit around and figure out. I think that they're going to a la carte these characters, which is our verb for having them get sodomized. I always forget that that's from podcast 94, which not everybody saw because it got yeeted off of, it got copyright claimed. So carrying out a story for Spike also meant building up a sturdier arc for Julia, his object of affection in the anime, who one day disappears, driving the bounty hunter's never-ending search for answers. Played by Elena Satine, Julia will have a meatier role in the Netflix show. See, I told you it's going to be meaty. Never mind. I'm not gonna finish that joke. Out of necessity. In the anime, she's almost more of an idea than a character. So we mined what we could from the information that we had, and we built out who these people were. Jet Black, as a black ex-cop in 2021, may have broader socio-political implications in the show. I'm sorry, is the show taking place in 2021 and not 2071?
What the fuck? They're definitely gonna run that angle into the ground.
Yeah, right. But instead of getting into specifics of the character's new arc, why? Nemec homes into why they found the perfect match. See, again, I want to be hopeful for this adaptation, but when I read lines like that and the fixation on the multiculturalism and the thing about him saying, like, for me, the reason I was excited to do this is because of the characters. And it's like, because I can inject my women are just as strong as men angle, and I can inject my black people were slaves angle, and I can inject my police brutality angle. That's what it kind of feels like to me. You know,
that's exactly what it is.
Like, it just seems like I'm really. It's either going to be mind-blowingly good as its own thing, not as an adaptation of Cowboy Bebop, but as its own thing, or it is going to catastrophically just blow up everything and be a train wreck to watch, which Death Note's live action simultaneously for me was both of those things. So I'm kind of looking forward to it either way, but I don't know. I'm apprehensive. So anyway, he says that I don't care about what they have to say about the actor. After rewatching Cowboy Bebop, Nemec and the staff's big takeaway on Faye Valentine, and the thing they wanted to mine from the animated portrayal was that she, quote, is a survivor.
More like animated betrayal.
What?
I said more like animated betrayal to the source material.
The whole series is a betrayal of the source material. Let's be honest here.
I mean, very few live actions. I think I can probably say that the only live action that actually had the characters from the original work that actually worked as a Hollywood live action, Speed Racer.
Speed Racer. Oh, I haven't seen it still.
Right? It's the only one that captures the original feeling, and it went cartoony as fuck to do it, right? The only problem, like the only thing that I would have taken out is the fact that in the original series, people died when the cars crashed, but in the Wachowski siblings version, they have like a bubble thing that ejects them as their car wreck happens. So anyway, but again, they made it a kids movie, right? Which was the right choice in order to get butts in the seat. You know, unfortunately, it didn't work enough because it didn't actually become good enough for. Yeah, well, it didn't take away enough to become to get a sequel. Damn, that's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, so they say that she is a survivor. Pineda brought the entire dimensional attitude to the table in her audition. it became undeniable that she was this incredible, that she has this incredible effervescence, a quick wit, a wonderful charm, but she also has a kind of take no prisoners, kick 'em in the teeth underbelly to her. Nemec says, she has a strength and power, even though she doesn't lead with that power. To me, that was what it meant to capture Faye Valentine. Now, I will say again, I think that they are missing the mark on Faye. But, and I said this with her little like snappy like straw manning of the fans' arguments. I feel like the personality she'll bring to this character will probably be enjoyable to watch.
That is strong woman. I mean, straw woman. Straw woman.
Anyway, so the Cowboy Bebop production team took extreme measures to develop the perfect practical costumes. Nemec says nearly 20 different cuts of Spike's suit were produced with variations of his shirt collar, and tie, all with
Someone
varying
needs
lengths
to pee
and
on
widths.
that dog.
So the problem, I feel, is that they should have done at least 21.
Where's
Anyway,
this ASMR?
And so they nailed down a practical version of his cartoon. Oh, fuck this word.
Got the dog to shut up, though.
We probably went through 50 different blues to find the blue of that suit that was the right fabric. And we did that with every single character. We figured out Jet's costume and what was going to feel right on Mustafa to figure out that arm, to figure out how that arm would work. We did it with Daniela. We put her in a dozen different designs, tweaked them a dozen different times until we landed on the one outfit that felt like it was telling the story of that character in the best way possible for us.
So in other words, the one outfit she didn't look fat in.
Fail. As for why Faye's extremely anime hot pants were swapped out for full body leather suit, Nemec is frank. If I never saw Cowboy Bebop, this tells me the story that this woman is a survivor.
What?
See, and this is the problem, because it misses the mark of Faye being a femme fatale. I would argue that she is a survivor in the sense that she's not dead and she's got shit that she's dealt with, right?
So I have questions.
I'm a survivor.
This does that look like a full body leather suit to you? Like
no. They're talking about the lower body has the leather boots that go up to the knees or whatever.
She's still wearing like stockings, no? Like I don't think those are her boots.
I am not a fan of the outfit. She's wearing stockings that have like these diamond patterns on them. She's wearing shorts, which honestly, if you had just made the shorts match the color of the top, I think a lot of people would have given it the okay. What do you guys think?
Yeah, probably.
They definitely give it more of an okay.
Like, legitimately, I'm kind of disappointed that they went with the black, because I feel like yellow on the bottom too could have actually salvaged all the criticism. Anyway.
As weird as it would have looked. Yeah.
Yeah, Women's Survivor. Okay. So Nemec is striving to bring the bespoke quality of Bebop to each character and set piece, working with directors. Martial arts. I don't care about this. Keep moving. Here we go. So the spirit of Cowboy Bebop was in the details, but the real soul of the show came when the Netflix show's crew handed over the footage to Yoko Kanno, who returned to score the series. Nemec recalls hearing Bebop's iconic brassy music cues before ever seeing an episode of the show, and Yoko's involvement in this show, to me, was paramount to almost everything else. Bringing the composer on board for the live-action series was not just for show. Kanno has completely reimagined the music of Bebop, hitting some of your old favorites in Cowboy Bebop and really digging deep and into the skin of our telling of Cowboy Bebop and the characters as presented. Nemec can barely contain himself in setting expectations for the show's soundtrack. Now, I would like to say the optimist in me looks at these statements and says, at least he realizes that the music is that fucking important to this show. You know, like at least they're not wrong on the majority of the things that they're focusing on. Also, Neko Volt says, that outfit is sinful. She is dressed like she was in her 40s back in 2005. Also, I predict now that they will have them herding cattle because they are cowboys. Yeah, that statement was kind of like, wow. Regarding, it's a cowboy show, so, you know, they're violent. Just like, feel like you're missing the mark there. But then I can't wait to see, oh man. What's the name of the show where they have the bounties, the black guy and the girl?
Big Shot.
Big Shot. Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do with Big Shot. Is the character going to have the outfit without the top underneath?
Don't cowboys like typically not, you know, interact with actual cows?
Cowboys are the cattle thieves.
All you see are guys on
Those
horses,
are
and it's like,
bandits?
I'm a cowboy.
Well, no, they are. That's where the cowboys term comes from. Cattle thieves.
Does it really?
Yeah.
So Dan, I just want to say I'm drinking this drink Dan suggested. We went to Bevmo yesterday, and it's not bad. You said it was $20 at Total Wine and More. Oh wait, I think he's muted. Anyway, I'll just say, mixing this with this is so damn good.
With Sonic.
Are you gonna Christian this universe? The dimensional merge is happening because you mixed two
Sonic
drinks.
Raspberry and peaches. That does sound very good.
Raspberry and having sex
Brad,
with your elderly mom.
Brad. What?
I hope people understood that.
Brad.
Yes.
In Facebook chat, remove my docs before I send you the thing. This thing.
Okay. Send it to me. I'm going to open it on another tab here where it's not showing the...
1 sec. I have to actually find it.
Okay.
My PC internet's probably going to take 7 years. I'm just giving you the heads up.
All right.
I'll fix it.
All right. Anyway, it was Paramount. We had to get the composer. What about the writer? Well, you know what? I think for an adaptation that it is appropriate to get your own writer for an English adaptation sort of thing. But yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Well, also you'd be paying twice because you'd be paying the Japanese writer and then a translator. And it's like,
didn't Shinichiro Watanabe actually write it too originally? Neko Volt says, man, if only I was not going to work in 2 hours, I would totally join AC and getting wasted.
I guess you're welcome, but you're not in the Discord.
That's a different kind of wasted where it has an I in it.
Oh, he sent that to the other. Wow, I just wasted my time doing all that.
Okay, my dog stopped.
I was saying
the other chat.
I was saying for preliminary measures, so he doesn't just open the Facebook tab and just see. Oh,
and then you sent it to the other. You sent it to the other.
You could have had the other chat open, and suddenly I send it, and then you open it, and it's like,
y'all ready for this?
Your expression was too Asian for me to not include the hat.
Okay. You forgot.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
I forgot the mushroom, unfortunately, but.
Oh, that's true.
You need to have the one from Mario Kart. Anyway.
Well, to be fair, you saw the image resolution of the dog picture is like 240p.
It's okay. So. We'll get it real tiny in the backdrop. Anyway, all right. So anybody who loves the music from Cowboy Bebop is going to love beyond what Yoko has done for us in this show. I think that's a weird way to phrase that. It is really sensational. I will hear music pieces come in. We will talk about character and theme. And then when I get those pieces there, there have been more times than I can remember that I hear something and I'm like, a smile comes to my face. When I ask, so this is the article writer, and this is the part that I feel like, look, in order for this show to stick the landing, this is crucial to me. When I ask Nemec if we'll hear Tank, easily Kano's most recognizable cues, the opening, right? Play out across the show's opening credits. That smile comes to his face. You'll be thrilled when you watch the show, he says. Okay, I will tell you right now, I will immediately hate this show if they recreate the opening to the anime with green screened live action characters mimicking the stuff from the anime. That is going to make me cringe so hard I will die on the spot, because it is always awful. It never looks good, and they need to do something else. Dear God.
Dude, it would be great if they did that and at 60 FPS. Like,
I would just like to keep your expectations in check here. Okay, we did have Kevin Smith promising us that the He-Man show had He-Man in it, and He-Man fans would love it, and that didn't turn out so well.
He's like, I'm a He-Man fan.
We will get to some lies in a moment. So in still images, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop looks like a best case scenario for this is the article writer saying this, for the generally ill-fated genre of live action anime adaptations. Frozen-like cells of animation, the actors exude the parts, and Nemec's enthusiasm for the show and the alchemy of its key elements is infectious. But some big questions remain, like, where is Ed? Watch him dodge this question so hard.
Oh. Ed, a classic. Good old Ed. Now, about the show. No.
It looks like Vlad the Impaler was here.
Yeah. She says it's a magic wand for Halloween.
So my daughter made this magic wand using a finger puppet. I don't know why she had to color it blood red. But my daughter's very creative, as you can see.
Oh, she made a little
morbid.
She made a little Alucard cat.
Yeah, Cat the Impaler. That was bad. Okay, all right. So where's Ed? Ed. Everyone wants to know about Ed. Clearly, I am not the first person to ask Nemec about Ed. So he has a mostly concrete answer. Here's that concrete answer. People will be very delighted when they watch the season.
That means it's going to be a trans.
Yeah, exactly.
Nemec promises surprises. But one thing the showrunner is more than happy to brag about is their production's dog. Or rather, dogs. There were two.
There's Ein's,
is played by a pair of corgis, and the writer described a pair of corgis. The writer describes as big meaty sausages. And rethinking, isn't that what he called Julia?
Why is there two?
Because they use two dogs so that they don't, stress one out too much.
Right.
And rethinking
they could
the
just
Bebop's,
shoot half the time.
Guys,
and when they finally do that Mushroom Samba episode, that one's gonna be tripping balls so hard, and you need the other one to be able to act.
So, guys, it's been a few years since I last watched Cowboy Bebop, but I don't remember there being anything special about Ein other than look how cute that corgi is. So,
at best,
the data dog does smart things.
Well, does it though? Ein is definitely in our show. Oh, hold on. Big meaty sausages, and rethinking the Bebop's super intelligent pup was every bit as essential to the fabric of the series as the treatment of any other character.
Like
I would
Ed.
I would just like to point out this paragraph right here is about Ed, and these are about Ein. Right?
Ein is cute. Everyone likes a cute corgi. That's why he's talking about Ein.
I'm
Ein is
indifferent to
definitely-
Ein.
Look, every person who owns a corgi today, besides the fucking queen, only owns one because of Cowboy Bebop. Let's be real.
Oh my
That's probably
god.
true.
Ein is definitely in our show and is definitely part of the team, Nemec says. As always, there was something to talk about with each one of the characters. What is the real soul of this character? We did that work for Ein as well.
We cast 600
That's-
dogs for this role.
This is why,
and only
the joke
last
about the
two made the cut.
Pomeranian. Like I was joking before, it's like we felt that this Pomeranian better exuded the data dog aesthetic, right? Anyway, so this is the point where Nemec stresses over and over. He wanted his entire team on the Netflix show to do the work. The show, he promises, will come to life in the details. There is a version of the live-action adaptation made by people unfamiliar with Cowboy Bebop who just see an unadapted IP full of Star Cruisers. I'm sorry. There is a version of the live-action adaptation made by people unfamiliar with Cowboy Bebop who just see an unadapted IP full of Star Cruisers, crime syndicates, and a suave-as-hell movie star type in a perfect suit. Then there's the version made by people who see Watanabe's work as a playful remix of pop culture, and in the case of an adaptation, a license to try anything. Nemec believes they've interpreted the assignment to remake Cowboy Bebop as the anime director would have in the 1990s. The greatest part about being able to work on this was that we knew we were being invited to play in somebody else's sandbox, Nemec says, referring to Watanabe, who acts as a consultant on the series. And that sandbox was very generous in saying to us, you tell your story. So once again, I'd just like to point out the lines from Watanabe, who said, well, I can only hope and pray that it doesn't suck. Right? Anyway, all 10 episodes of Cowboy Bebop are going to premiere on Netflix on November 19th. Find out what fucking day that is. Real quick. November 19th.
That's a Friday.
November 19th. Do we have enough time from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to watch 10 episodes? Probably. If we wanted to do that for the Watch Club on the 22nd of November. I think we should do...
It basically comes down to you.
Yeah, well, of course. I think we should do the original first, obviously, and then work our way through the live
And
action.
I would almost say, yeah, watch. Okay, I was gonna say watch the new series first, and then watch the original just to get the bad taste out of our mouths.
Right.
Maybe. Well, maybe we'll just go on to the comics.
Yeah.
The new
The
Cowboy
first
Bebop
comic
Netflix comics have stunning cover art. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a typo here. Should say stunningly bad cover art. So these are the, we've seen this one. But have you seen, well, that's that one.
That's the
Have
same.
you seen-
What the fuck? What? Oh, actually, that one's not bad. Let's be honest. That one's not that bad.
It's okay.
Well, compared to the others,
It at
that
least
one's
has
not bad.
artistic value.
Dude, Jet's holding a dildo gun.
Well, yeah.
And freaking Faye is like, I'm Gambit, bitch.
I didn't say it was a masterpiece. I'm just saying, compared to those other ones, that one wasn't bad.
They got rid of her stockings or whatever in the right one.
That one looks like it's from the creators of 16.
Hold on.
If anyone remembers that show.
They changed this gun! It's not a 1911 Colt anymore.
Didn't
They
you
watched
already complain
our
about this?
stream.
Holy shit!
They changed it
They
to the right gun
actually
now?
changed it.
We accidentally podcast magicked.
I single-handedly saved this entire franchise.
Yeah, single-handedly.
Now the question is it going to be the correct gun in the show?
They're gonna
No,
see-
they're gonna Oh yeah, it's like the was it The Walking Dead where they literally just pasted over their characters and you can still see the gun behind it.
Oh God, I can't believe it. So, Faye is still not holding a Glock, but that's all right. I'll let that slide because Glocks suck. I'm too happy about the fact that they changed that to say anything mean about the rest of this.
Whoa. Go back too. There was like you could see Faye. They changed it so her legs weren't covered up with blackness.
It's just not as it's whatever, you know, the degree of opacity. And
I see what you mean with the shorts. If they were yellow, that would look way more Faye than the black shorts. It's like, who the hell is this?
Guys, Ein is wanted.
No. Well, yeah, he's wanted because he's cute. Everybody wants to pet him.
Oh.
He's wanted.
Yeah. So these are going to be awful, I'm sure. Probably collector's items at some point.
All right, so have we beat the dead horse yet?
Yes, we have. Let's move on to. Does anybody else want to say anything about the live action Cowboy Bebop?
It's gonna be terrible.
You got AIDS, kid.
Old man says, I saw a clip from Bleach, and one of the characters looked like he had the head of a corgi with a giant humanoid body. It was strange. I guess it's Komura versus Soiho.
Well, there was one of the characters.
Sajin Komura? I don't know. Komamura. I haven't watched far enough in Bleach.
Wasn't there one that was like an anthropomorphic dog or something like that? One of the characters?
Perhaps. So now that we're done talking about the Netflix train wreck for Cowboy Bebop, let's talk about the Netflix train wreck for One Piece. As the Netflix live-action One Piece head writer compares Luffy to Kamala Harris and St. Carlos to Trump.
Wait, what?
I thought we already covered this.
Nope.
Sadly, no.
Oh no, I watched a video on this. That's why it's familiar.
So one of the Netflix live-action One Piece head writers has caused controversy by comparing Luffy to Kamala Harris. No. I am convinced there is not a single person, even her husband, who actually likes this bitch outside of the political statement. Not one. She was the least popular Democratic candidate. She has all that baggage surrounding her role in California, throwing people behind bars and then bragging about smoking weed while listening to an album in college that didn't come out till long after she graduated. Unlikable cunt syndrome. Now,
oh wow.
Twitter user Tactical Fiend highlighted Instagram and Twitter posts made by Stephen Maeda in January of this year. Therein, Maeda had compared Monkey D. Luffy to U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. Maeda also compares Harris to the Will of D, a trait within One Piece where characters with the initial D as their middle name are fearless
initial D.
A strong desire for freedom
That's why
desire for freedom to fulfill their desires. I mean, she had a strong desire for D. If the stories are true.
Oh.
Maeda had also compared St. Carlos with 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. The comparison was used to retort those who think One Piece posts shouldn't be political or anti-fascist. St. Carlos is one of the world nobles, also known as the Celestial Dragons, aristocrats descended from 19 of the 20 kings who formed the Great Kingdom, later the world government. Yeah, that's Trump, if I've ever heard one. Definitely a proponent of world government. Didn't stand against globalism or anything like that. Great job, guys. So due to their authority, they are practically above the law and are able to summon marine admirals to deal with their issues. They also own slaves. Carlos is shown as being particularly sadistic and cruel for a world noble, not only openly abusing his slaves and commoners, but taking great delight in causing misery. He intended to buy a mermaid purely to put her in a tank with piranhas and watch them chase her, likely until her death. So One Piece has tackled themes of prejudice, injustice, despots, and how people can come to perform or support such actions and beliefs. Nonetheless, fans are worried what this will mean for the live-action adaptation, based on the reactions to Tactical Fiends and Maeda's posts. Netflix has some infamy with their anime adaptations. This includes the stereotypes of them changing character races for diversity, while coming across as patronizing or token, along with ham-fisted attempts to address modern Western politics, typically with a left-leaning bias. The latter point has somewhat been a criticism of most mainstream Western media for the past few decades. For the last few years. Jesus. The character.
You're right.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes the truth just pours out of me. The character descriptions for the series were recently uncovered, hinting at what the series might do. Most of the characters recommended the nationalities match what creator Eiichiro Oda had proposed when fans asked what real-life races the Straw Hat Pirates would be. For Nami and Sanji, however, the leaked notes list them as open to any race, which he had previously said they would be Swedish or French. And all this is pretty much just the same thing that we've already covered. So there you go. Remember all that hope I still held on to for the Cowboy Bebop one? Literal zero hope for the One Piece one.
Yeah.
Can't wait to not watch One Piece for the Watch Club.
Yeah.
Right? Any thoughts here you guys want to share?
It's gonna be terrible.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. In other news, Amazon is developing a live-action She-Ra, which is infuriating.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, you know what? If she looks like that, I'll fucking watch the show.
That's not produced by Amazon. That's produced by Pornhub.
Even better. I trust them. Actually, no, I don't. But
because they'll make it a tranny.
See?
Well then.
Never mind.
So basically, when She-Ra got when they did this one, when they made the DreamWorks version, the original fans of the series, of which real quick I am not one of, never watched the original series, don't care about it at all. They were upset that Netflix turned her into a 10-year-old boy, clearly, and made her gay. Also, and all these other things, right? Just because it destroyed the established character that the fans already liked, right? Now, this show has a pocket of fans who are, college age-ish kids who are into the whole LGBTQ representation. But beyond that, it didn't actually do very well because they can't. Well, they can't. No, people like that don't buy anything. They don't buy merch, right? Whereas the original series,
capitalism.
Well, that too. The original series was made to sell toys, just like the He-Man and the Masters of the Universe series was, right? And so it looks like they are perhaps returning to that fan base. And so the fan base of the gay version is really upset. They are saying things such as, "Love did not win today. They better not make the entire cast white."
Oh, they won't. It's Amazon.
Yeah, yes. Well, considering that She-Ra and the Princess of Power ditched everything that the fans of the original She-Ra Princess of Power loved about not only, but the characters loved about. Okay. I guess it's only fair you guys now. Expectation: a live-action-based animation with Catradora. That's the ship title, right?
Yes.
The ship, as in like they ship the characters.
Catra and She-Ra. Yes.
Yeah. Reality: a live-action that no one asked for, and it's bound to go wrong, especially if there's this crap heteronormative romance.
I don't think you have to worry about that. It's Amazon.
Yeah, I don't. Why does Amazon hate gay people? Anyway, yeah. So it's funny to me that
this is hilarious.
Straight people,
right?
This is what I find to be really hilarious. Everyone's shitting on Amazon, and a lot of the reasons they're shitting on Amazon is because of Jeff Bezos and him, flying into space and no, he's like the big corporate fat cat and whatnot. And it's just kind of like, and yet these people, they love Twitter, they love Facebook. I mean, they love the companies that make the vaccines, you know. These people love big corporations, but not Amazon. Oh no, Amazon, for whatever reason,
Buy
Jeff
every
Bezos
version
is
of
like
Apple
the
iPhone that comes
sacrificial
out.
lamb.
Right. Well, that's the champagne.
That's you.
socialist. How dare you? I haven't bought a new iPhone in 69 years.
Oh yeah, Apple.
Last time I bought a new iPhone was when I started the channel and lost my wallet in those first couple videos, and I bought a new iPhone and a wallet case and have never lost it since.
But you know,
All right there, buddy.
Hey, you know, and on top of all of that, Amazon and Bezos in particular have bent over backwards trying to cash in and all that, you know, prove their wokeness and cash in all the woke points and whatnot. And they're still getting shitted on.
Well, that's the thing about woke culture is that you're never woke enough.
Yeah. I lied. This isn't that same
They're
phone.
complaining about this when it's like they don't. Amazon is going to make the show they want them. Okay, it's not going to be the exact in that universe of the Netflix cartoon, which is what they want, which is why they're upset. But it's going to have all the same themes. I'd be willing to bet money.
Well, I would be willing to bet money as well, as evidenced by their what do they call it? More diverse Lord of the Rings. So yes. Anyway,
that's what I'm saying. It's like they're going to get the show they want, even though it's not set in the universe they want to.
Well, this is the thing I find the funniest about this is that they are creating, I think, a live action adaptation of She-Ra that the fans of the original probably aren't going to want, and the fans of the stupid DreamWorks one aren't going to want. Literally, but that's the funny thing about Amazon. They sink like hundreds of millions of dollars into things that nobody fucking watches. They try so hard. Guys, you bought an Amazon package? Look at the tape on the box. It's an ad for Jack Ryan. Watch the Jack Ryan show. Nobody gives a shit about their shows. You forget you even have. You buy Amazon Prime, so you get the free shipping. You totally forget that they're streaming on Amazon. Right? It's like not even a thing. And then, of course, there was the whole anime strike, double paywall, and all that too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Anyway, any more thoughts before I move on?
Well, I have a thought about the One Piece thing that I forgot. It was do you think they just don't they erase all the redheads because I don't know. It's hard to find redhead actors for the gig, you know? So let's just use their natural hair color of the person that can act for some reason.
I don't know why they can't just like
dye their hair
or put a wig on or something.
Look, I will just say
that's red face, blondes, okay?
Redheads make great blondes, I've noticed. But blondes make terrible blondes. Well, like, have you ever seen a fucking, what's her name? Donna in that 70s show? Was way better looking in the final season when she bleached her hair. I was going somewhere with this and I've lost it, so I'm going to move on.
It's like Scarlett Johansson and Black Widow. She looked great as a redhead, but not so good as a blonde.
So that's Scarlett Johansson in general. Actually, no, that's not what I meant to say because she's just ugly all around. All right, so Kyohei Ishiguro directed Netflix anime Bright Samurai Soul posts. These are Crunchyroll's words. Stunningly bad trailer for October 12th premiere. So everything you didn't want, except for the weird thing I alluded to about Izo and the gay sex thing. I don't see that in the trailer. It's full CG, and God, is it awful. It is the most awful style of CG ever, where the characters can't fucking stop moving, and the goddamn camera has to be animated for every fucking shot. It is so terrible. But I still think it would be funny if... also, Will Smith apparently didn't get a call back.
When does this come out? October 12th?
Yeah.
I know what.
By the way, I watched the original movie at your recommendation. My wife did not like it.
I know what I'm watching on October 13th. the Violet Evergarden movie that goes up.
Yeah. All right, so a women's right group got a VTuber PSA removed. So basically, this VTuber, the town that she lives in, commissioned her to do a PSA, like a public service announcement about like traffic safety, like something incredibly benign and like simple, like remember, don't try to drink water while you're riding your bike or something like that, you know, just really simple stuff. And some feminist group got them to take it down because they didn't want anime girls in PSAs.
Okay.
Even though
Wow.
the anime girl, there's no upskirts, there's nothing like that. Just for they're threatened by the fact that they'll never be this cute. You can't compete
Wow.
with drawings, I guess. So what's funny about this is that
It's
there's
unrealistic expectations for
How
women.
did they, whoever was in get like? Oh, yes, you're right. I'll have them take it down. Like how did?
well, what's funny is it got taken down on the VTubers thing, but not the Vase, which is the I guess like the network of the VTuber. It's still up on theirs, but what's funny
You
is
think it would be
that
the
there's
opposite.
yeah, there's a what do you call it? There's a change.org petition written in all Japanese, basically saying go pound sand to the feminist group. Anyway, in other news I want to get through quickly. Playism kowtows to China by banning China-despised VTuber Curio Coco's successor.
What?
So
What?
here's the thing.
Wait, the successor is banned?
Yes.
Just because?
Let me ask you this. The only reason I'm sharing this is because this was news to me because I don't follow this stuff. Do you know why China hates Kiryu
Yes,
Coco?
I know exactly why. Because
Why?
there was a stream where, from my understanding, she was listing like the nationalities of where all her like fans are from. So she's like showing like the statistics, and she accidentally, or well, I don't know if it's accident or
She
not.
said Taiwan
She
was a
dared-
country.
Yes,
She
basically.
dared to display her Google Analytics page for her YouTube channel,
Yeah.
which listed Taiwan as a country.
Yep. Yep. That's it. That's all
How
you have to do to piss off the Chinese.
fucked are the Chinese that they're like, well, I mean, we all deep down know that was YouTube, not the VTuber, but we still need to be mad. Get rid of the VTuber. Like, you know, like,
Oh my!
I
Yes.
can't boycott YouTube, China. Come on.
No, that's
It's
not how it
YouTube that listed it as a country, not
I
the
mean-
VTuber.
Yeah, is Taiwan not a place to like identify
Is
that?
it
Oh, people
not a
are from
country?
No,
here.
that's
To
part
them-
of that's
to
part
them-
of communist China.
To them, Taiwan
according to
is
them.
a rebel breakaway province that is legally theirs. So any kind of reference to Taiwan being completely independent of mainland China is
So basically, just
I hate it.
referencing Taiwan as a country rather than referencing Taiwan as part of China. Like on a map, the fact that there's a border drawn around it and it's labeled Taiwan versus just being a bigger picture of the full China.
China.
That's their they have such a stick up their butt over this, and it's pathetic and it's kind of funny to watch, but also really, really just sad how many places capitulate. So anyway, Playism, the game show, announced that they're going to ban her for God knows why, just because they
China
wanted to
won't
make sure
pay
that
them.
because China wouldn't watch it if she's on our shit list for being the successor to that other VTuber that we wrongfully terminated for that thing that wasn't even their fault.
Dude, in like 2 weeks, they're gonna limit your your time being able to watch streams of games to an hour every 3 months or something. So what do they
Yeah.
care?
So it doesn't. Yeah, so it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, well, there you go. Now in
I don't
theater
care.
news, Lupin the Third 50th anniversary special. So to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the legendary Lupin the Third anime franchise, Sentai and TMS Entertainment, who you know that they're releasing Part 6, Sentai is, not Discotheque, are proud to host the world premiere of the English dub of Lupin the Third, Part 1, Episode 1. Now, is it possible that they fucked up and they meant to say Part 6?
No, it did say Part 6 previously.
Presented alongside the first 2 subtitled episodes of the eagerly awaited series Lupin the Third, Part 6.
When I said it was updated, when this originally went up, it said the English dub of Episode 1 and then Episode 2 and 3 of Part 6. All of Part 6.
Yeah, but now it says the first 2 subtitle episodes of Part 6.
Yeah, subtitled episodes of Part 6 and
English dub of Part 1.
Now,
So,
when you said that you thought Sentai getting Lupin would be a good thing, I don't think Sentai has Part 1. I think TMS is paying for the dub, and Discotheque will eventually release a Blu-ray dub of Part 1.
hey, I'm fine with whichever result.
Look, man,
if that gets us the dub to Part 1.
Hopefully it has all the special features.
As long as I do not have to pay for a Umaru-chan Garfield set of Lupin's head in the little bean,
peanut,
with the arm sticking out. Yeah. As long as I'm not buying a cancer set for Lupin Part 6, I don't give a fuck. Okay? As long as the Blu-rays have a good bit rate and they don't have the stuttery panning shots, I'm cool. All right?
Well, since it's going to be native, it won't have the stutter, but what is it? So I'm curious. I guess this means that
hold on. It says here in the image, Part 1, Episode 1, world premiere English dub.
Ooh. Yeah, so damn, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I'm curious if this means that I guess they must have located some masters with separated audio tracks or something at Part 1.
Or maybe they just still have the sound.
I don't think that was the issue. I don't think that was the issue for Part 1.
For Part 1?
It was for Part 2, I guess, but
no, it was just too much.
No, Part 2. Oh,
They specifically said for Part 2 that 76 episodes was too much.
76. I thought they said it would be too much work.
Yeah, 76 episodes that they still have to do.
I'm pretty sure. I swear they said something about they didn't have the raw audio tracks for Part 2.
I think that TMS has seen all the Lupin I've bought, and they said, yeah, this is a successful show. Let's dub the rest of it. And you guys can thank me again for that.
Well,
So
I'm happy
really
that I'll be
pleased.
able to start it dubbed.
Yes.
I
Part 1.
hope to God that TMS is the one who is bankrolling this, and they're picking. Okay,
The cast.
This cast has been doing it for the last 5 years or whatever, and plus all the stuff from Part 2. We'll keep them. You guys are good, great. Keep you.
They're
and then they'll still the dub to Sentai.
Yes, I'm very much hoping that that's the case.
Unless something happens in Sentai, nah, fam, we don't want that. We'll have a new dub, just like with all the Netflix stuff. Fuck.
Sunny Straight, you available?
Yeah.
Richard Epcar, we want you to play Zenigata again. All right. Well, I am stoked. I think this is going to be great. October 22nd to 28th. That's a whole week.
This, as far as I know, this is only going to be shown in the Midwest.
No. God damn it.
And they're
God damn it, Reese.
I'm happy that
there is. When I first checked it, there was one showing in my state,
Okay.
but it was 2 hours away.
So I'm just happy in general
Long
that
drive for me.
this means that the Blu-ray, there's going to be a Blu-ray set of Part 1 in general because it was stuck on DVD for the longest time.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe?
Maybe.
They're just going to dub it and then not release it on anything?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, people don't do that. And look at all the crap that's on Netflix.
Yeah, but that's Netflix. This is like TMS, Discotheque, and/or Sentai.
They can put it on high dive.
Have a good night, Nick Volts. Or you're going to work, man. All right.
Okay, I will be sure to tell. I will deliver your message to Lance. All right.
By the way, I guess my connection's stable enough so we can get to my pickup.
You want to do that now?
Might as well, otherwise we'll forget.
We're already done with the theater news, so.
Do you want to screen share, or do you want me to pull it up?
You can pull it up. I'm on my phone, whore.
All right.
Well, you can turn your camera on, whore.
I don't have my pickups with me. I have better pictures on Twitter than I do my webcam in 280p, right?
Here you go.
So I've officially started a thread, so I can just like throw all of the new art boxes on there. And to start off, if you go to Infinite Stratos, so Infinite Stratos has that Cancerade size box for season 2, and that's the only way they released it on Blu-ray. They did release a standard edition DVD, but I think that one's actually out of print now. So they're basically trying to sell, like on the Sentai sale, they're selling the cancer size box because no one wants it.
Yeah.
So I had to make both a slip insert for season 2 and put it in a normal size case, and I made it match season 1 just by using like season 2's the DVD artwork and stuff.
You really should have put a picture of it next to the cancer sized one.
I should have.
And then added Sentai. Hey, look at this.
Huh.
I mean, I'm wary about whether or not I should tag Sentai and stuff if they'll give me like a cease and desist.
You're just selling it. You make it for yourself. You can't do it.
Well,
they can't do shit.
Other people are more than welcome to at them in the replies. Be like, at Sentai, bitches. Look at this.
At Sentai, why haven't you hired Footnum yet?
Like,
is it because he's Canadian?
I can work remote, Sentai, if you're hired. At 2 frames a second, I can manage. But yeah, so that was a very much needed art box, and I also like Infinite Stratos. And I put I decided for Infinite Stratos I'm gonna do a less one size fits all type deal. By that I mean I put my personal waifu of choice on the side, and for Lance's that I eventually will make, I'll put his waifu of choice.
Your waifu sure looks masculine.
She's literally a trap, like as you might know. Like she's
That's
literally.
Why you like her.
Well, she's like what is it, Charles or whatever? And then later on in the change room or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, sorry, I want to like sneak into this academy and get publicity that I was the second only male student in this academy. Teehee. Or whatever, right?
It's just a reverse trap, right?
Yeah, sorry, reverse trap. Whatever. It's the same genre. Whatever.
Wait, so she pretends to be a guy to get into a school that is mostly girls, but gets the notoriety
publicity
of being a guy in this school of mostly girls?
So she's a trans athlete.
Oh God!
It seems very complicated.
Watch the show, you'll get it.
I see. She's just your type, a reverse trap and a retard.
Yes.
The mental hoops here, guys.
Hey. We'll get Lance on here later on, and he can vouch that she's one on the top of the list. Okay, you haven't seen the show. Anyway, so the next box.
I'll address that in a minute, Greenline.
Who are you?
Hello.
Oh.
How am I?
Who the hell is that? Oh, Lance, just in time.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
What?
That's from Neko Volts.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. How do I sound,
all right.
by the way?
You sound sexy with the new mic.
Sounds a little low.
So, Lance, you have
I'm
to
still
confirm.
working on some issues here.
Now you sound ASMR-y in a good way.
How do I sound now?
ASMR-y. Is in
Okay,
really close to the mic and better.
I'm still working on
and
levels.
I know it.
Important question. Lance, important question.
Okay.
On the waifu list of Infinite Strauss, where does Charlotte rank?
In my opinion, third from the top.
See? There's like 50 girls. Number 3?
Can I?
I mean, Shifuya Orimura is, of course, number 1.
His number 1 is always the milfy type character. Is she
The one
like the
who's
only
undeniably a woman?
Is she the only non-milf that's on the top of the list?
So
basically,
then number 2, in my opinion, is God. What's her name? She's the one that has the water. Imp IS. I forget her name. And then
is
Charlotte.
she like an older lady? And by older lady, I mean like 25.
She's the one that's about to graduate, from what I understand, or something. She's like the head of the school.
Okay, so she's a more grown up character
than the rest of the
MILF
cast.
type.
Yes. But I'm just like in the whole show. There's only like one legit like waifu in that entire show. But that's
So
just
exactly.
me being what people say. So yeah, Charlotte rates pretty high.
There you go.
I hate to say it for anyone who likes Infinite Stratos. Charlotte is literally like, if you like any other character, good on you. But mine is the least favorite, and Charlotte is the most liked. So which team are you on?
Exactly, bitches. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Okay.
She's literally the favorite character. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
The next box.
So Charlotte is that character.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is. I'm guessing you're on the blonde that pretends to be a dude for like half the first season. How the hell does she get away with that? A friend of mine showed me a meme of like.
I'm pretty sure it was literally like 2 episodes. I don't think it was half the series.
Didn't she only come in like episode 3 or 4 though? So, oh whatever.
Yeah, we'll just so
Either
the
way.
next box. Detroit Metro City.
I do not understand why you made it 2 discs wide.
Because it will look stupid at 1 disc wide.
So, are you going to buy the Japanese Blu-ray and throw it in
I
there?
actually do have the DVD copy, so I can
That
make a
would be
combo
kinda
pack
awesome.
like Reese suggested. Right?
I guess. I mean, but you could just do that with it since it's only
Why
one.
don't you get a steelbook made?
What do you mean? How do
Oh, get the live-action movie.
I mean, I could. Well, all I'm saying is any show
That does make better sense. To make it get a 2-disc Vivo case, get the DVD and the Blu-ray in that, and then get the live-action movie and have that be its own case.
Yeah,
There you go.
Footnum, you know how Sentai has what I consider my preferred of the Fate Stay Night series? I wanted to bring that up to you because it's got 3 Blu-ray cases, and I'm like, there was never a limited for that, so that's a good idea.
I made that one. Do you remember?
No, I don't.
The one that was like really poorly aligned on the spine, so you see this like blue strip on the side. I can make a mark too with my materials. Oh, jeez.
Could I get some feedback on how my mic is sounding? Am I?
That person looks like
loud?
You
You sound good right now.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay.
That shot of the side view of that person look like fuck the Canadian guy, Dumb and Dumber.
Jim Carrey.
Jimmy Carrey.
Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
It's Asian Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
It's funny because he looks Asian except for everything past this line.
The one on the right or the one on the left?
The one on the left.
Oh, I can't see from where I'm at. I've got my
Pop
mic.
music.
Oh crap! I'm so sorry to whoever this girl is. I am so sorry.
So continuing with your
Now hold up. I gotta defend my stance on this. So there's all these shows like damn it, I'm trying to think of one that doesn't have multiple seasons, but let's say Mock and Key, Devil's a Part-Timer, and all this stuff. It's 12 episodes. It's 12 episodes, okay? So they have an art box though that's 2 spaces wide. So I basically just want to make my own version of that. That's why Detroit Metal City is like 1 case, but I made it bigger so it looks sexier. Is that too much to ask?
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
don't
just
take me
make it
wrong when it comes to.
one size? I don't think it looked that bad.
It would look way too thin, and it wouldn't really get the point across that it's an art box.
I mean,
if you
at that point
if
it'd
you
just be a sleeve.
if you go to the right and see it in the collection, you'll see there's.
Why don't you print off a whole art book and shove it in there?
Jesus Christ, man! I don't have that much ink. Devil's Line. That's the closest thing I could think of that would be like still an art box that you can identify and
Yeah, just
like.
make it. So I can understand that because of the logo, because the logo's not written in a way that it would fit on a spine in a readable manner unless you use this logo.
Yep.
But what would be the point of making it that thin? It's already that thin. Like, you want the box to stick out as if like it has substance.
As God intended.
But like you're sitting here complaining about like space.
Shelf space.
Oh,
I'm fully aware of that. I am fully aware. It's
contradictions everywhere.
Okay, let's just remember that freaking all he has to do is actually buy the live action movie, which will also kill him.
I have the DVD. I can throw it in the other case. And like Reese, I don't have to buy a new case just to like make the single case a combo if I have two spaces. But theoretically I could put the live action too. But so the Devil's Line one, the problem with that one is it has art cards and crap in it. And I don't just have spare things that aren't a DVD case thick to just throw in there. So I might as well just throw in another case and have it match the Funimation dimensions.
Get that symmetry going up in there.
Do you want to move on to the next one?
Yeah. Now this one, there was a lot of issues.
I'm actually surprised that this didn't get a
Blu-ray LE. Yeah. It got 2 LEs for the DVDs, but
did, okay. So the issue you're talking about is, I assume, this part right here.
No, that's just one of the issues.
Hey, look, it's Astolfo before it was Astolfo. Larry will get it.
If you keep going.
Oh, the classics. That's the issue.
So the issue was that I basically Karossed them into there, right? You know how you said that you took your Karosses and you're like, oh, I have 2 slipcases and I put in the bigger slipcase and now I can't get them out.
That's what Dan gave me that, by the way.
Is that a weird way of saying caressed?
No,
I thought Karossed means you backed your car into it.
Yeah, I put my car's ass into it. No,
that's called the boot.
So
this in there. Damn.
The sheet I had was like bowing in slightly. It wasn't like perfectly flat. So when I put the sheets in or whatever, or when I put the cases in, it would be like pinching it, I guess, slightly. But I also tried sealing the.
Shit.
What?
This is $80 fucking on goddamn eBay right now.
Which one?
He's talking about this. So this is Karos, and it got released in a format that had one of these. But Dan gave me the art box because he's a total bro, and mine because I bought them as they came out. So mine had the slip covers, and I jammed those slip covers in this tiny little box that, as you can see, is already at its limit. Just holding Karos on DVD form. So that's what he's referring to. I did eventually get it out of there, by the way, and I put other DVDs in there.
So you said fuck the hymen. I'm going for the womb.
Well then.
Yes.
So the idea is that I jammed them in there, and it like I also sealed. I sealed the chipboard with some gloss, whatever, something sealer, and I feel like that adds some sort of stickiness to it, even though it's not supposed to be sticky.
It does.
So I'm like,
who's painted a guitar.
So I'm like, okay, that didn't work too great.
You're telling me you jammed it in and it got all sticky?
No.
You actually have to wait out. You have to watch out for that kind of thing, like glosses and stuff, because even if they don't feel sticky, like
They
even
don't
if you
work
leave
as
it out,
lube.
even if you leave it out for like, I don't know, a couple days, and it's like to the touch, it's fine. I made a no face mask, like I 3D printed a no face mask, and I painted it white, and I painted like a clear coat on it to seal it in. And I
To the
wore it
clear coat about a
around.
week to dry, didn't it?
I wore it around for a few days and whatever, and then I went and put it away after like a few days of wearing around and everything. I put it in my closet next to something else that was happened to be plastic.
Uh-oh.
And like, yeah, like it like glued itself to the plastic. And it completely wrecked the paint job. I basically have to sand it down and repaint it.
Yep. Dude, I feel your pain, man. I won't go into it, but I feel your pain.
Well, that sucks.
yeah, putting them glosses and stuff like that. Like, usually people use a heat gun or something to dry them, and then they'll still give it some time.
So then it like cures it.
It pretty much has to cure, and it becomes like almost a layer rather than a actual like embedding paint.
So do you basically have to let it sit out for like literal weeks or something to actually cure?
Yeah, when I made a custom gobo for my recording studio, and when we painted that thing and covered it, like it's when I learned the hard way that stuff like this has to cure. That was sticky and touch, of course, for a day or so, but then for it to actually dry took upwards of 2 weeks because I couldn't like heat up my studio because it would destroy my equipment. So it literally took about 2 weeks for that to not be a problem, sticking to the fabric and stuff that was in the booth.
Well,
boom.
Good to know, I guess. And
I can't wait to find out how badly I fucked up my anime collection with that. When I put them in those freezer bags before I stuck them in the storage unit.
I've never had I've got a lot of my stuff in freezer bags because
are the freezer bags acid free?
God knows, probably not.
All I want to ask is for my peace of mind, because is that a storage unit temperature controlled?
No, but
Okay,
it also hasn't been. I mean, it's air conditioned to the point where like people going in there are relatively comfortable.
Does it reach over 85 degrees?
I don't know. God knows.
Well, if it goes over 85 degrees, I am personally concerned. But I mean, you might be able to help yourself by getting some of those packing peanuts and those silicone gel packs from like any shipping store.
Silica gel. I put silica gel in every box.
Smart man. All right. Well, that's all I can think of.
Yeah.
So to continue this abomination, no, you're still on the other. You still gotta be on the other thing. So as you can see, I took off the slipcases because the slipcases also add some thickness, which I think I was literally like a millimeter too tight, if not just the stickiness of the finish. But you won't see it from this angle, but you see how it wraps around, how the paper wraps around. That's like it. It's what you see. It doesn't really go deep enough. I didn't account for that.
So
apparently.
it stops right at the edge here. I see it.
Yeah,
it's like this little tiny strip is the only part that can fold under into that. And so it's because it doesn't have enough to grab on, it kind of sticks out that little tiny.
Yes. And in addition to that, the box didn't come out as square. I say as square, but it didn't really come out square because like the left and right were like one was going up, one was slightly going down. I'm like,
it looks bigger on the top than it does on the bottom. That could just be the angle.
So anyway, we're not even done yet. As you can see on the spine at the very bottom, I didn't. What is that?
It says Studio D.
Yeah, because it's Studio D and it looks great actually. For being Studio Dean, I'm like, really?
Hey,
Wait, this?
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey.
Sorry,
You're coming in hot.
I am very hot.
So on the
Game
right.
mic is supercharged. Nice.
If you go to the right photo,
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought you meant on the right of that image.
you see at the bottom how the overlay I had for the skull pattern, which you can barely even tell, wasn't extended enough.
Yes,
'Cause
I do see this actually.
Because I extended the dimensions after I made the box so it would fit it properly, right? And I didn't account for that. Good job, me.
Good job.
I feel like your choice of size for these different logos is
Questionable.
random.
It kind of is, honestly.
I feel like the Sentai ones, they're always the same size.
That's because I use the same document, and I'm like, whatever, it's got a logo.
No. I'm talking about Sentai in general. When they make box sets, no matter how thick the box is, the little Sentai logo, I don't think it changes size.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I'm just remembering them that way.
Anyway, so this one is serviceable. Like, I can throw it in a shelf, but at least because it's made of the sexy hard material, you can like rip it off and then replace it easily enough.
Sexy hard. Never would have put those words together.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So with that said, I was thinking you guys brought something up. You brought up the waifu tier list, and it made me remember while I was working on the Guess Who thing, I was thinking it would be funny if we made waifu Guess Who. Like remember when we did the anime distributor tier list?
Yeah.
I feel like we could play a game where we could set it up on the website where we have our boards, right?
Oh.
And we could play it on the show. Like and it would be funny because you'd be like, is your character a whore? You know, like
you could just have a penis.
Yeah. So you could just like you could go really in depth to the lore of the show in order to ask the questions. I thought that could be funny. Anyway, back
I
to the actual
to have a
podcast
game like that.
Wait, so we're done with pickups? Oh, I see how it is.
Oh.
Do you want to go?
I would if I'm allowed.
You are definitely allowed.
Oh, thank you.
As long as there's like some hot bunny girl, then you're allowed. If there isn't, you're not allowed. Next week.
Give me like another month, and maybe I've got. Let's see.
He will take you up on that challenge.
Right. So I got Mightiest Disciple.
Can I see the spine of that?
Yeah, it's ugly. It's the nasty spine.
Awful.
No, the other side.
Oh.
Well, at least it doesn't have
doesn't
the.
look that bad.
At least
we
it
were
doesn't
discussing
say
earlier that
Blu-ray
they have a Blu-ray logo band on some of
underneath
them.
it.
Oh.
So you have the
You're
little
like,
dip,
why?
and then it says Blu-ray.
Why do they feel the need to put the Blu-ray logo when it's clearly a Blu-ray because you can goddamn see the Blu-ray case?
Yeah.
Right?
The blue case.
Yeah.
And then Black
Rock Shooter, right
Black
on.
Rock Shooter. For my disco pickups, and then I've got. Hang on, you'll have to forgive me. I've got a mess over here. So I was trying to scramble and grab these and put them on the couch.
He's
Black
Marduk
Clover.
scrambling.
Black Clover Season 3, Part 3, the box set.
First of all, Legendary Anime JP Fan 2 says, Green Line, you love Code Geass.
I do.
Yes.
I very much do.
He imposed that will on you.
Also, awesome figure. So I want to say real quick about the Black Clover. I wanted to get that really badly when it was one box. Yeah. What is it, 3, 4 now?
There's 4 seasons, so there's going to be a 4th box.
There's going to be another one, but it's going to be small.
Dude,
third one now.
Those boxes look so bad next to each other in a collection of...
Thank you for pointing that out. I had the first...
They're identical.
Like, with facing this way, so you'd see the picture, but now I don't have enough room, and so they look like this.
Yeah, and it's like, what were they thinking? Like, it's such a great look. It's such a great look as one set.
Yeah.
But when you've got 3 or 4 of those identical looking right next to each other...
It needs to have, like, a face on the background or
something. A different logo, something else.
And then I've got pardon the. This is season 2, part 5, with the Wizard King, and then the limited edition booklet that it comes.
I
with.
learned the hard way that don't even try for the booklets because they're just gonna hose you.
Yeah, they do. They're a bit hosed.
Well, for season 1, I got every single part because I thought, okay, yeah, I didn't know they were gonna put out a complete season like a few months after, but
Right.
I got the art book, whatever edition, and it doesn't even tightly fit. It still like slides out loose as insert thing here, and
Yeah.
and I'm just like, screw you guys.
Well, I wouldn't
You
have a
released
problem if it
complete
was a
season
little
1.
loose, but it's like super loose. Like she's been used a couple times. Loose.
Yeah.
And
More than a couple times.
more than a couple times. So it's a bit clunky.
So I'm just gonna cheat with the complete season things that cost less.
Kiss him, not me. It came with all of this time.
Is that a Funimation?
Yeah.
It's release.
It kind of looks like a Viz set.
Why? You can tell by the header that it says DVD Blu-ray combo pack. I don't think.
Yeah,
any...
but like the side paneling and the logo and stuff just kind of looks like a Viz set to me.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm not like angling these correctly. I can't really see with the camera too well sometimes. And
They're
then
in shot.
Gleipnir? I can't pronounce this. Reese, you know the name of it, right?
Gleipnir.
Or Gleipnir.
However you want to pronounce the E and the I.
And then it's got like a foiling on the.
Yeah, foil slipcovers are always awesome.
But mine got a little bit damaged on the way here. I guess.
Oh.
I can't. I don't know if you can tell. I have to really angle it. There's like a dent in the, like a scratch, but it's barely noticeable really on camera.
Yeah, we can imagine what it looks like because we've all experienced it.
Legendary Anime JP fan says, Greenline, do you have season 1 defrag?
Season 1 defrag?
The only season
of defrag.
I have the safe edition of defrag. Why?
I don't know. He wanted to know.
I have defrag. Why? I mean, I feel like that's
an odd question. No, we haven't watched it.
Oh, and then
I have.
I forgot. I got Yamada in the back.
Yes, I was gonna point out that you were scrambling as your waifu scrambling to put on her dress.
Right.
I was wondering as well if I just never noticed that poster, or
before it was Naruto,
or if it was new.
It was Naruto in a bikini.
Because the poster kind of stands out.
Oh, does it? Oh, does it stand out
the
that
transformation
bad?
jutsu.
I really should be more careful what type of posters I put up there from now on. Now that I realize that. That's it.
Well, I thought that black patch that's her skirt was a giant like sensor blur or whatever black bar.
Oh no, it's just her. I don't even know how it's floating like that. To be honest with you. Like I thought about it the other day, and I was like, how in the world does her skirt like float with her sweater that she's got?
Well, hey man, it's apparently better than that Yu-Gi-Oh card that I played the one time that Brad's like, dude.
It sounded exactly like that, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah, that was it. That was spot on me. So, are we cool to move on?
Yes, we are. Sorry about that. I just wanted.
No worries. Actually, we
mess
didn't
up.
really do pickups before, so that was just the pickup segment right there. That's perfect. So, Ufotable founder Hikaru Kondo admits to evading taxes, thinking the anime studio would not get in trouble.
Oh.
I committed tax evasion thinking that it would not cause any trouble to the company. I love this thing. I think.
What other reason would it be?
Laughing.
So the trial of anime studio Ufotable founder and former president Hikaru Kondo, who is indicted for violating the Corporation Tax Act and the Consumption Tax Act, has started at the Tokyo District Court today, with the first trial letting the defendant, Kondo, make an opening statement in regards to the charges laid on him. In the opening statement, he admitted to the charges laid out and apologized to fans and other stakeholders. It is alleged that Kondo moved income from the Tokyo-based cafes run by Ufotable to a safe in his home, and made false income tax statements in 2015, 2017, and 2018 concealing about 441 million yen, or $4 million US, from the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau, who filed a complaint against Kondo and Ufotable in April 2019. This let Kondo allegedly evade paying around 109 million yen in corporate tax and 28 million yen in consumption tax, totaling more than 138 million, or US 1.25 million. The amount of tax owed at today's total is higher than the indictment in July 2021, but lower than the initial charges in June 2020. In the prosecutor's opening statement, they claim that the concealed 441 million yen in income for Ufotable, who are most well known inside and outside of Japan for the Fate series and Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, was to go towards future projects, as well as help the studio in case of any business downturns. I like to think that it's like, well, you see, I didn't have any faith in my company, so I was embezzling all the funds into my safe. But then Mugen Train broke all those records, and it just kind of got out of hand. then all of a sudden, those future projects that I wanted to do, we had the funding for them. So I tried to come clean, but the IRS in Japan was still pissed. So
we had to finish Fate. Was it Heaven's Feel before we came clean?
So after Kondo's opening statement had the former president admitted to the charges. Saying he committed tax evasion, thinking that it would not cause any trouble to the company, and for that, I apologize. Kondo bowed deeply as he apologized. Yeah, they have a thing in Japan where when you give your contrition apology, you have to bow for, like, the longer the better. So it's like 38, 39 minutes maybe. Like, you just got to keep staying bowed down. My wife just texted me, just this very moment.
Sorry,
saying,
I didn't mean to text you the wrong time.
Tim Pool was talking to Alex Jones tonight about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Well, that's a show I'll watch on the way to work tomorrow.
But you haven't watched Brotherhood yet.
Have in common. They both like to avoid paying taxes. Well, you couldn't have said it better myself. Tax evasion anywhere is pretty serious. Taxation is theft, though. So if you can get away with it, go for it.
Oh, God.
I feel like his lawyer's got to be like, what the fuck? Like, we were going to plead not guilty.
Hey, man, it's like a 60.
Look,
like
I'm amazed he didn't go like, hey, guys, I had COVID, and I was, like, sick, and, like, it caused me to forget everything about my taxes.
My brain was fogged.
But the thing is, he did it from 2017.
Like I said, he had
pre-COVID.
Sorry, 2015.
The limited edition.
He's patient triple zero.
First print run.
Strain.
All right. Anyway, so previously, Ufotable had claimed that the studio and Kondo had already paid back 1.24 million in back taxes to the taxation office. Anyway, so there you go. That I guess that was a long article with almost nothing.
I like to think that the illustrations they make for those legal cases or whatever, it's like whoever has a bias in the case, whoever's drawing it, they depict like the defendant as some decrepit, disgusting person, and the judge is like a top Chad and stuff.
So actually, in most cases, from what I understand, the legal defense, like the people involved in the court case, they actually hire the court sketch artists.
I'm surprised they didn't draw him bowing.
Right? I mean, maybe
I'm
there
surprised
are.
they didn't.
Maybe
I'm
there
surprised
are
they didn't draw
other
him with
images
his
of him bowing.
cheeks spread.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Kids are watching Power.
All right. Hopefully they're content. All right. Anyway, so the reason I know this is because I was looking at hiring a court sketch artist for that Funimation getting sued by the woman who said that they didn't cater to the blind.
I thought you were going to say you were going to hire a sketch artist for your own court hearing to get yourself out of jail from last week.
Well, if I was smart, I would have already produced those fake images to show how I got out of court by being a Chad in the courtroom. But I didn't have, in fact, what I was going to do originally, I thought, well, now is the perfect time. So I trimmed my beard, and I'm trying to get it to grow a little bit thicker here. So I shaved further down than would be, ideal. So that when it grows back, it's a bit thicker kind of thing. And I was thinking it would be funny if I shaved it off and just left the goatee, right? And then shaved my head and drew with like a ballpoint pen, like a tear, and like draw like prison tats all over me and get like a red or orange jumpsuit. And then I was going to start the podcast as like I was just back from prison, like you guys wouldn't even recognize me. Anyway, that was a thing that would have happened had I not worked 6 days last week to oblivion. The animation. Anyway, all right. So moving right along, because there's still a lot to cover today. Gundam anime returns with Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury. So a new anime is coming for the first time in 7 years, along with a movie in a 9-part compilation. So Mobile Suit Gundam: The Witch from Mercury will air sometime in 2022. And the new film is titled Mobile Suit Gundam Kukuru's Doan's Island and retells the 15th. Yeah, it's a character in the original Mobile Suit Gundam. Retells the 15th episode of the 1979 anime where the characters of White Base meet former soldier Kukuru's Doan. A 9-part special compilation from Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans is also on the way come 2022. And they're also making another Gundam statue. So the colossal RX-93FF new Gundam will be situated at the Mitsui Shopping Park in Lalaport in Fukuoka. So I've got a picture of that if you guys are curious. Apparently I didn't turn ad block back on.
I would say that they're milking the like Gundam Origins storyline type deal, like taking all these OG characters and making spin-offs. But honestly, that's probably what people want because it's like they're giving new life to the old, beloved part of the IP.
Imagine if after Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson did the extended cuts, and then he hired back all the actors that were originally in it, and they filmed like a 2-hour OVA of the Tom Bombadil story. Like that's the kind of shit that we're kind of talking about here. Like these are fan favorite characters from a one-off episode of a show, and like let's spend more time with the fan favorite character. Yeah, it's effectively what they're doing. So this is now the tallest Gundam of the statued ones, and it's got the rifle thing, cannon or whatever. So anyway, moving on.
I hope they bring back the same composer from Unicorn.
Yes.
Fly me to the moon.
So, do you guys remember Magical Maho Shoujo Magical Toroyas? Do you remember that? We talked about it?
Yeah.
So, a new key visual and new staff member have been revealed for Magical Girl Destroyers, known in Japan as Maho Shoujo Magical Destroyers, an upcoming anime project spearheaded by artist Jun Inagawa. The key visual below features the main character, whose name is Magical Girl Anarchy. Animation production for the project is provided by Bibury Animation Studios. So, like, I'm so on board with this shit. It's like the punk rock version of Magical Girls. This is going to be amazing.
I think that studio did Quintessential Quintuplet Season 2, and they had really high resolution, whatever the hell they were working with, production. I don't know. It looks really sharp.
I think this image was. I don't know.
So all I can think of from that description alone is panty and stocking, though.
Wow.
Ew.
She's got like the choker and like the skull and the Anarchy A. And
the
on her
stocking was garbage.
Yes. Anyway, I'm looking forward to watching this.
I also thought it was.
There's a forthcoming podcast clip at some point that will also now that the website exists and I can get some merch up there, then it will work.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, that was part of my entire reason for working on the website.
Yeah, what is the thing that the clip you said you were working on recently?
Hold on, my wife is calling me.
What's she calling?
Default ringtone.
Alright. So what have you guys been watching this last week?
Dude, I started the first thing I've watched outside Black Lagoon in forever. I started the original. What?
No,
what?
sorry. I'm gonna mute myself. Go ahead.
Okay. I watched the original. I'm starting to watch the original Blade of the Immortal anime before I watch the new one, and all I can say is, why is there cityscapes in the eye catch in the opening when it's a samurai anime? Why? I don't get it. It makes me feel confused and uncomfortable and weird. Why are there like modern skyscrapers and crap in the middle of the show randomly?
I don't. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen Blade of the Immortal yet.
I feel like it has to have some sort of relevance, like this is actually time traveling immortal samurai or whatever.
Maybe it's like
Samurai Jack.
So my wife called me to let me know there was a coyote in our front yard.
Did you get the shotgun and fire it up in the air?
Anyway, yeah, I was gonna take off my sandals and slap them together and make super loud noises so I could scare the shit out of it. I unfortunately didn't get to enjoy that reality.
I saw one on my way from being in the cave when I made those boxes, and I'm like, oh.
Okay.
End of story.
Good story. Cool story, bro. Anyway, so JoJo creator Hirohiko Araki's Cool Shock B.T. Gets sequel one-shot from Nishio Ishin and Posuka Demizu. So Nishio Ishin is the author of the Monogatari series, and Posuka Demizu is the creator of Promised Neverland.
Dude, this is like a super group.
I guess, but I don't think Hirohiko Araki is going to work on the new one. I think it's just being done by these other people. So basically, the original story was called Ma Shonen BT, Young Demon Boy BT, right? The new one's called Ma Ro Shinshi BT, or Old Demon Gentleman BT. So it takes place 60 years later, and that's all. There you go. Moving on.
Oh, G-San BT.
Yeah, okay. So you guys remember we talked about Maki, or Tamaki's thing? Yeah, so I showed this previously. I showed this part, and I didn't quite get the fact that her goddamn tights are Piccolo's weighted clothes.
What? Oh, damn.
The greater it creates. So
it's Rock Lee's weights on his legs.
Yeah, effectively. Now I'll just say, remember we talked about how like it's total cringe when you inject like politics or whatever into your story, regardless of whether or not you agree with it. That effectively is what's happening in this chapter, which I will not read because of laws and stuff. But basically, this is a Karen. The real weight of sex appeal. This is a Karen who has problems with people who have hot bodies, and then the kid realizes the flaw in the parents' logic and calls her out, and then she literally disappears. Poof! She vanished. Her role was finished, and she went with it. Literally, the kid calls her out for existing for exposition, and the character starts talking about like, I don't even remember your name. You're just like, they start becoming self-aware as characters in a comic. Then the character disappears because she's not needed anymore, and it's the weirdest thing. And I don't know how I feel about this getting animated.
Yeah, I'm both like disappointed by it, but extremely happy at the same time.
Is this kid Zeno from fucking Dragon Ball Super? You don't exist anymore. Poof.
So yeah, I'm not sure. It's quite weird, but it's funny and like super preachy. but it's like it's preaching about. I think there's a line in here. Lewdness is the future. Where is it?
It's can't wait for what probably season 4. I don't know.
Dude,
Lewd
is that
essential? Lewd is worthless. Lewd is the future. It is hope.
Dude, make that a shirt? Question mark.
Oh.
I can only imagine how much like crap the author's getting for having the fan service in his book. So I'm sure he's taking his revenge here.
Well, you do know that the same group that really loves Fire Force are a lot of the same group that really loves My Hero
I was
Academia.
going to smack it with my chanclas.
Your chanclas?
No.
I wish I was
gonna
there.
smack it with my
I'd go out there and walk around and scare off that coyote.
Yeah, well, they get big.
Buy some Acme gear. Set it up out there.
They're telling me, they're telling me we need to buy some Acme gear and set up traps outside.
Just look, man. All you got to do is go get Roadrunner and have him go in there. Meet.
Guys, I don't live in Arizona anymore. I don't have a Roadrunner outside.
You should have taken him with you, bitch.
I said you should have taken it with you, bitch.
Meet.
Seen a Roadrunner? Good luck.
Yeah, see, I had to catch it first, and all the scenarios of Wile E. Coyote would play out. Okay, so the first ever manga studios department forming at Kumamoto High School.
Please meep in the chat.
Yeah, can I get it?
Well, I'm glad this program came out after I was out of high school, so that's nice.
So, I'll be honest with you.
About a year.
I don't think this is a good idea.
What is it?
Now, it says here, young students who adore manga and have considered making a career out of it might now have an easier time establishing a foothold in the industry, as a high school in Kumamoto Prefecture is opening a manga studies department, said to be the first ever for a Japanese high school, and certain to have many wondering what took so long. Kumamoto's Prefectural Board of Education announced the news and said Kumamoto Prefectural Takamori High School will launch this department at the far-off date of spring 2023, and the decision is apparently being used in an attempt to breathe life back into the school after it suffered a drop in applicants in recent years. The Education Board explained there are university departments and high school courses that permit students to learn and create manga of the professional sort. But a high school department entirely devoted to the cherished medium was labeled a Japan First. Through a partnership agreement with manga publisher Coamix Co., the department will help students learn directly from industry experts and professional mangaka, though it doesn't seem there is any guarantee the students won't end up producing works that don't involve the now overused isekai concept.
Oh, no.
Lectures conducted by revered mangaka such as Tetsuo Hara, creator of Hokuto no Ken, or Fist of the North Star, and Tsukasa Hojo of City Hunter are being considered, and the Takamori municipal government believes this will increase the applicant count so significantly they are planning to build a municipal student dormitory. Coamix board member Shuichi Mochida was excited about the arrangement, saying, quote, "We'd like to lay out a framework under which students can make their professional debut while attending the school."
Well, that school's going to have a really hefty entry fee after that happens.
Well, I think I got a lot to say. Hold on. So the head of Kumamoto's educational board, Yoichi Koga, also had a positive outlook. Quote, "We'll proceed with the preparations so that it, the new department, can become a model for enhancing the appeal of prefectural high schools." Okay, so
can I just say, why are they making this instead of like a sex education class? Please get laid. Please continue our population.
Oh,
this
God.
is how you go on a date and ask a girl out.
Can you imagine
A dedicated class for that?
The most progressive high school in Japan is like, well, you know what? We're going to solve this. Orgy 101. Like, they're going to have classes where everybody just gets laid. That's the appeal.
Hey, you're all 13, right?
So I'll just say, when anime when anything was good, when it forms, the reason it's good is because the people who start there come from a very weird, diverse background, right? You have weird skills that you developed trying to survive in life, doing other things unrelated to making, for instance, Star Wars, the original movies, right? You get brought on to work on miniatures and what do you call that? Matte paintings and, things that there's an art form to it, but what you're bringing isn't so much the art form as it is the weird amalgamation of skills you developed before your life before that moment, right? So what I'm trying to say is, when
you bring all your life experience into the work.
Well, when you start trying to systematically create a course to churn out manga,
Creativeness,
for example, I think that you end up missing. Like, let me put it this way. This is a perfect example. The original first people to start doing a Let's Play who got famous, they aren't famous because they play video games. They're famous because they have a personality and they have life experiences that they tell stories and talk about things while they're gaming with their audience, right? So, like, for instance, when I was doing my original channel, when I first started YouTube and I was playing Minecraft on my server and just kind of creating videos for the other members of my server to show off what we were working on and stuff, my cousin, who's younger than I am, was getting to a point where he was going to need to start thinking about going to college and stuff. And he said, I'm just going to play games like you on YouTube or something. And I'm like, bro,
I'm not even making money, man.
First of all, I'm not successful at that, number one. But second of all, if you don't have a life and you're just going to play games, then you don't have the personality that gets people to stick around. Like, anybody can just start playing a game, but having a personality, having
you gotta have social
thoughts
skills
and ideas from outside your life, outside of gaming or whatever, that's what makes people actually want to follow you versus somebody else. You know what I mean?
It's
and I
the
feel
same
like
thing
that's
that goes
also
back to
happened with
right.
manga and anime and whatnot, is that the creation of the work it goes through this weird pattern where people just become copycats, right? Like, the creativity that created the original greats didn't come from copying other comics and manga because there weren't any, right? And then it becomes formulaic. People start only copying the stuff that they grew up with, and then they don't end up having that
originality.
spark. Like, something I've been thinking about lately is how some music has just power to it. Like, as cliched as it is, Eye of the Tiger, that song will get you moving twice as fast if you're working while you're listening to it, But another song that's roughly the same in terms of, like, subject matter and like how the beats are and how hardcore the music is, doesn't necessarily give you the same, like, rush towards producing better work, So anyway, I've just been thinking
simultaneously agree and disagree with that, just because I feel like when there's so many, I guess you could say, copycats out there, it almost diminishes what was special about the original. Because say you hear a copycat first, and then you hear the original, you're like, oh, well, that sounds like, oh, it's just, the typical, right? But that's what set the precedent, so it doesn't have, like, the same, I don't know, like,
sure. No, I get what you're saying. So, like, for instance, look at it this way. The original Star Wars, for example, is special because they did it with miniatures, and nothing like that had ever been done before, right? Like, you can make Star Wars today with computers, but it's not as special as the blood, sweat, and tears that went into the original trilogy, right? The unbelievable amount of planning and work that had to go into that so that the crap they're turning out today could even exist, right? But anyway, back to this. I just feel like this is like life training courses. They don't usually. I don't know. I'm having trouble articulating my point, but I would just say that I think that great creative people.
They're trying to mass produce creativity, which
but
doesn't...
it's what it is that great creative energy. It's not something you can teach.
Exactly.
You either have it or you don't. So the kids who go to this school and actually become successful in the industry, they had something before they got to school. You know what I mean? Like when we read about Kentaro Miura.
What you're trying to say is natural charisma can't be taught.
Well, it's not just that, but like when we read about Kentaro Miura when he started working for the Ippo guy, and he was like 17 or 18 or whatever, and he already had the
amazing
idea
skills
for Berserk kind of sketched out in a notebook, you know, and he was coming into his like very first job in the manga industry, and Berserk was already there, you know. Like that was his thing that he was fostering from a very young age. And I feel like that's what it is that like if you've got a story to tell, it exudes out of, like it pours out of you, you know, when it comes to actually producing work. But if you don't have a story to tell, you just flounder. And I feel like that's what a lot of these remakes are doing, right? Is that they just like they paint by number a movie these days because it'll get butts in the seats with the right, you know, factor of things, but it has no lasting impact in culture of like looking back and thinking about a movie. Like I can't think of any movie that came out in the last 5 years that you look back and think, damn, that was a brilliant piece of cinematography.
It's just like songwriting. Like if you have an experience, you can put emotion into your terms and words and the inflection you put on each syllable and your articulation better than if you go like, all right, well, this song was about something, and then it's like kind of it's a point to be made to the effect of the emotion that goes into something, the effort that goes into something, and then you also have the fact that the person when they're saying it was that my cue to stop? Was that my time limit? I'd like 30 seconds more on the clock, please.
Keep going.
You can last longer, guys, if he promises.
Okay. The thing is, I that made me completely lose my fucking train of thought. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is that it's not just this; it's songwriting and other things. Because without an experience, without something to like base your what you're writing on about, you're really just pulling shit out of the air. And that's why we have so many songs that are just like, oh yeah, she dumped me, and then it goes off the wall. And I don't want to start naming artists, but
I do. No,
it's just insane. And then you have people like some of my friends who like, I got a buddy of mine who's a rapper, and he's written about a lot of stuff that he personally went through, and you can tell the difference between someone who, they went through hell, and all this stuff happened in their lyrics, versus the person who's just going, Jay-Z said this, so I'm going to do this as well.
That's a great example. People like you can tell the poser right away. It's like you instinctively can tell. Right, like for instance, I think of it's Bob Dylan, Piano Man.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bob Dylan, right?
I think so. Let me double check. Me and names are not friends.
Isn't that
Billy Joel? Is that Billy Joel? I don't know. Anyway, you know the song Piano Man. The lyrics in that song are extremely personal to the various different characters that he's writing about. And it's like there's something in it that people
Electric Piano Man, you're right.
Unquantifiable essence, like a creative energy that people put into work. That
Billy Joel.
that-
What's wrong with
it
me?
is Billy Joel, right? Yeah.
Yes,
So
yes,
anyway,
yes, I'm
but you
so
get what I mean.
sorry.
Is like there's like this creative energy that goes into work
Mhm.
that it like somebody else could sing the song, somebody else could write almost the same lyrics, but it just doesn't come across. I don't know. Anyway, my point is, I feel like a lot of these kids are going to come out of the school with broken dreams rather than
They're going to
a
come out with
success
very
story.
high. They're going to come out with very high expectations. It's like a lot of people who go to school. They're like, "Man, I'm going to get a business major," but then it's just like I have no.
They're gonna teach you how to make a viral video, and it won't go viral.
I have no real like social skills or people skills, and then you get into the workplace and you're like, oh hey, yeah, you get pissed off, and the first person snubs their nose at you, and then you're out of a job.
I have a couple things to say on this.
Go for it.
One, they're teaching you technical skills, right? So they're not teaching you creative skills. So they're not churning out like creative people, right? They don't really give a shit if you're creative or not. They just want to make sure that you have the technical skills, and they don't care if you hit it big or anything.
It's all about them.
They get paid either way.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Obviously, if
failure
you do
does
make
not
it
hurt
big,
them.
it's good for them because
Sure.
they can say, "Look at this guy who graduated from our school, and now he made the next One Piece or whatever."
Yeah, but so you have situations in North America right now where schools are incentivized to create video game courses, and there are specific schools that are like, we're a video game school.
Full Sail, and what they got like a billion of them. Like
Yeah.
you see the commercials when you're watching Judge Judy,
Yeah, and
And
my
that's,
brother.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say my brother went to not one of those schools specifically, but a school that like it was a community college, and he went in the video game course, right? And he's like, "Oh, I want to make video games." And it turns out that basically unless you're like smoozing with the teachers and you're like, creating the network through the teachers and through, because the teachers have the gateway power to the industry, right? So unless you're kissing ass and you're the top student, you're not going to get those doors open for you, right?
Yeah.
So he found that there was basically no path forward in the industry through his school. Like the school didn't really give him anything bonus for being in the video game thing. Had he went and learned just in general, like 3D design and all
Literally
that kind
all
of
of
stuff.
those things are available as
For free.
free courses on YouTube.
Well, now they are, yeah. But
Yeah.
so had he done that, he would have been able to be
Make
more
a
broad.
portfolio. He'd have potentially been able to display his creativity to.
Well, in
like
his
provide to
school,
people.
they make a portfolio. Like that's part of the thing. They have to make a portfolio. So he would have had a portfolio either way. But my point is, he would be given the tools to become a video game developer, right? And then he would have gotten the job on his own, which he basically has to anyway, being not one of the guys that kissed ass and stuff.
Yeah.
And,
So these trade schools for trades like video game design and whatnot, they bring people into the school on the promise of getting to work on video games. But what they actually do, what they end up doing is that because, there's a lot of people who like to video game and they game so much that they don't do their homework, so to speak, for their other courses kind of thing. They go to video game school with the
Thinking
promise
they
of getting
play
to work
video
in the industry.
games.
And then there aren't enough jobs in the industry for these people because you don't need the amount of game students as there are games being made and work to be done that has any meaning.
Another thing about these, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, another thing about these like specialty things like gaming, going in there to be a sound engineer for like recording studios. Another thing they don't usually tell you is that they really don't ever cover the minor tricks of the trade, the little hidden nuances. Like I've seen a lot of people go to music school. I have to speak from that perspective because it's all I understand. And then they get out and they're like, yeah, I understand Pro Tools and these big brands, but then I got friends of mine who use like little basic bitch shit that they got sometimes for free that they use, that they're doing the same thing because they learned all the little basic stuff that allowed them to, you know, understand ins and outs of the equipment that these schools just aren't teaching. And then when they get their hands on Pro Tools, they can do things that most people don't imagine. And all I'm trying to say is like when you have like a big school or some college or something that's just like, hey, we're teaching you this. Well, a lot of times they segregate the whole thought process behind the creativity and the fact that when it comes to music, when it comes to art, when it comes to manga, video games, anything, there is a serious creativity behind it. And if you don't take that into account and keep an open mind rather than a paint by numbers kind of system, you're truly losing what makes you an individual and what's going to make your stuff creative and explode. I hope I said that well.
Yeah. So I went to one of these schools, as you know, where I went to college. I went to an art school. I learned animation and whatnot. And I'll just say that the teachers that you have in a school like this, they don't really have connections to the industry, because if they did, they'd be in the industry working, you know? My hair is going crazy.
Well, I find the teachers are usually failed attempts at whatever the career
those
is.
who can't do, teach. That's what they say, right? Now, occasionally, like there were some people in my curriculum, my teachers, that were veterans from the industry. Like they got out of the industry because they had been in it for so long. Like they were like older guys, like, you know, much older. And like I had a guy who worked on Beauty and the Beast kind of thing, right? And those people provided wisdom that you didn't get from other teachers because they had lived it, right? Whereas other teachers, like it was exactly like they got churned out of the previous cycle of kids in these schools, and they couldn't cut it, so they came to teach, kind of thing, right? So I don't think, especially at a community college, I don't think you're going to find anybody who's got connections to the industry, because I don't even think at the good schools you probably are going to find it. So at the end of the day, what it's going to come down to, if you're interested in getting into a creative field, is there's a lot of things that are really important. Creativity, and I mean raw creativity, the ability to start from nothing on a project and come up with all the ideas and have a clear vision of where you're going. Number one. Number two is the discipline to do things quickly, right? To be able to bite off the level that you actually can chew in the amount of time that is reasonable to
understanding your limits.
Because having a kick-ass portfolio of things that you spent 10 years working on isn't gonna, like, that'll impress somebody perhaps if it's actually good, and then you get into the job and you can't keep up, right? And number three is a business sense. That's extremely important. Being able to value yourself as an artist and a creative person, which I find extremely difficult for a lot of people, myself included, to actually be willing to charge somebody what feels like an absurd amount of money for the work that you do.
You there, man.
Because that's, in order for you to live, you must value yourself higher than you do, right? Now, topping off this point, I just say I wish, you know, the future level of manga artists and creators in Japan all the luck in the world. But just like any other one of these things, I think that what it's gonna do is it's gonna give an avenue for people to chase a dream that they shouldn't be, because it's not in the future for them. You know, that's not where their life is going to take them, and that's just the nature of you know, production. Like,
it doesn't mean not love it. It's just don't count on it for your like
this
living.
Is going to be your hobby. And you know what? There are plenty of. I will say this. Actually, I will say this. The one thing Japan has going for it that completely counters all the things I've been talking about is that they have so many serialized weekly magazines that pretty much any kid who goes into these courses
has a shot.
is going to have a place where they can get their stuff published. If it doesn't suck, maybe it's not the greatest thing in the world, but if it at least doesn't suck, somebody is going to come.
So I'm a spider. So what? Got an anime of like 20 something episodes.
Like you can
that
submit
threshold is vast.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you could literally submit your manga to the Weekly Shonen Penguin for all we know, and they'll pick you up. But I think my brother's one art teacher put it in a good way, I guess, or accurately, because he went to school for fine art or whatever, and his one teacher for the one course said, "I won't teach you anything because if I taught you guys how to paint, you'd all paint like me or whatever."
Oh, so your brother had the same teacher I had for sculpting class.
I remember your story.
A guy who never touched clay the entire time he was working there.
To put it like a very famous guitar teacher and performer from my hometown once said, when he taught guitar lessons, he said, "I'm not going to teach you a song. I'm going to show you how to play the guitar. That way, when you go to play it, you can play anything you want."
So I will say this: different people learn different ways, and I got to tell you, if I was going to learn the guitar and you were going to make me learn the bars or whatever it is, I've not done much guitaring, but if I was going to learn the guitar, I need to learn the song, because there ain't no fucking way I'm going to have the patience to learn all the, like the techniques up to that point. Like, I need to be going somewhere with it, or else it's just torture.
I think in the same way that YouTube tutorials, the best ones for me, like with programs that can get so in depth, are the ones where they just do it and they explain it as they go instead of like, okay, so this is the select tool, this is the dildo tool.
Yeah.
So for me, real quick,
go ahead.
You mean toy?
Well, I was just gonna say that, like, I've been working on, I've been getting decently good at Google Sheets and finding out the limits to them, but I couldn't just start, a course of a bunch of playlists and just sit there and watch people go over different things you could do on it.
This is the A button on the keyboard. This is the B button on the keyboard.
No. Like, I needed to have something for me personally as creative, I have to have something. I have to be working towards a project for me to get invested in.
Well,
so for example, real quick, with the Google Sheet, I was working on producing a spreadsheet for the podcast, and ways that, like, I'm finding new things to learn how to do. To solve problems that I see as, like, it would be cool if we knew how much, the average length of the episode, or whatever it's going to be. Like, I'm figuring all that stuff out because it's directed towards something I'm working on. When I was in art school, I had a couple projects where I went, like, way above and beyond, because I was able to take a story that I wanted to tell and apply the assignment to it. So I was like, all right, well, I have to do a turnaround of the character. How about that character that I've been playing around with in my head for like 20 years now? Let's do a turnaround of that character, right? That's where you really excel in a super ADD creative brain, is to be able to take your assignment and attribute it to the specific thing that you already wanted to do, right? Like, one time I had to do a perspective drawing of an interior of an office, right? And that was boring to me. So what I did is I took a character from Dino Cops, and I had a bomb going off in his office and launching him out the window, right? And that's what I did for my assignment, because that's how I made it tolerable to do, So anyway.
The thing that I was saying was that it was, of course, there are multiple, like, ways to go into learning guitar, but this was the way he introduced himself to, if you're serious about playing the guitar and you want to go somewhere, he's like, come in, and this is my philosophy. Because, like, I had a lot of the students, just like what you just said, they couldn't keep with it without like, okay, I want to learn X song. But the thing was that 9 times out of 10, those students would either drop it, or they would either, get into playing and then they would hit this hard wall because without a basis, a foundation to build your skills on, and without just a natural talent to just pull from, because you can learn how to play guitar and be a great guitarist by going by the book. Just look at a lot of great guitarists. You've got Stevie Ray Vaughan. He plays by the book but makes it his own. Then you have a Jimi Hendrix. He's like, what the fuck is the book? The thing
That's
is,
me
though,
too, according to you. What's the
I mean,
book?
pretty much, yeah. You pull some stuff that I haven't really given any thought to, like a freaking C, like what was that? A C sharp minor? I mean, like a B sharp minor or something I forget what it was, but I was like, wow, that's an odd thing to throw into a C major scaling. But the thing was that it's like, it's happened so often, and it's so common for people to come into playing an instrument with the mindset, I'm going to learn a piece of music, and then, they take several lessons and then they're done with it. But if you go into it with the mindset, taking that course like he was offering, usually the person was around to stick, and that's kind of how I learned the best. I didn't ever get to learn from him, but the thing was like his philosophy was what I took into my life, and that's why when I was learning everything about guitar, I just took in application, and then I just took in a skill, and then that skill, what its applications were, and then how I could take that and modify it to make it my own. And I guess that might be weird to a lot of people just getting started, but going at it from that way is how I was able to write original pieces without any sort of copyright threat. But yeah, I've kind of lost my train of thought where I was going.
That I was trying to make like an hour ago. So when you go to college to go for something very specialized, like video game development, and you have that thing on your diploma, your diploma, and you say on your resume, I went to school for video game designing, you're pigeonholing yourself into being a video game designer. So when you go to said other company and you say, well, I got taught how to do these 3D design stuff. I want to become a 3D design person because I wasn't finding any luck in the video game design or video game development world. I want to work for you guys. They're like, well, you took a course of video game stuff. I'd rather have the guy that has the 3D artist diploma.
That's actually why I specifically went into media arts and animation instead of video game, because I could do both with that on my resume. But I hated both when I got into the real world. So.
Yeah. So if they want to churn out manga artists, I think it is a lot better for the student. Now, for the school, fine. You want to make a gimmick thing, make bucks, churn out some shitty people. I don't care. But for the student, I think it makes more sense to go in for art and learn how to draw.
I think we could sum up the point by saying that what they should teach at this department is not how to draw. It should be how to get your stuff published, how to meet deadlines, right?
How to file your taxes.
Like the pattern thing they do where they
what is a 1040 form? Sorry.
Where they cut out the pattern to do the shading and stuff. So those kind of things. That's what they should be teaching at this. And then what they should focus on outside of that is fine art, anatomy, figure drawing, different artistic styles of painting or whatever. Anyway, unless you guys want to continue talking about this, we can move on, get on to some of the other.
This is one of the most anime topics we've covered, so I'm down. But you guys go on whenever y'all ready.
Well, we got some game topics that are mega ultra cringe, so let's talk about those. So first of all, Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt installs irremovable Chinese spyware.
I'm glad I don't play that game.
Yeah, so it's a free-to-play battle royale game set in the universe of Vampire the Masquerade, and it supposedly contains Chinese spyware masquerading as an anti-cheat service. The same thing that happened to Genshin Impact. Though the developers say they have already removed this so-called error. So various Steam reviews, as well as people on Twitter, were mentioning how the game also contained Chinese spyware with kernel access to the user's computer, which wasn't removed after uninstalling.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so you can play dress up with your vampire, which is good, but it also installs a Chinese spyware with kernel access to your computer that isn't removed even when you uninstall the game. More stuff about it. Developer has since responded in the usual self-entitled way to those mentioning the spyware and claiming they fixed the uninstall issue. Anyway, yeah, so there you go. That's just more of a PSA for everybody.
Oh wait, that
moving
happened
on.
with Genshin? Does that mean I have Chinaware on my
You
computer?
So, Life is Strange, True Colors, review bombed by China because of the Tibetan flag.
Oh boy.
Removed on from Steam in China. So yeah, look at all these angry reviews. These are the ones that they managed to get in before it was banned on the Steam store in China. So there you
Why
go.
is Steam even open in China at this point? It's
God
like
knows. Money.
Dude,
Yeah, I mean,
they're only gonna be
obviously.
allowed to play for 3 hours a day. I mean, for an
Well,
hour a day, 3 times a week for kids.
That's only
kids.
School age kids. Like once you're over 18, like that doesn't apply anymore.
I mean, don't take me wrong.
Steam doesn't
And
give
they
a shit
also
if you-
haven't implemented that yet. That's just a planning stage right now.
Also,
I've avoided reading all the. I mean, I've read them. I've read every one of these comments just in my own head while I was, while other people were talking, and I was kind of like, I should get to these. So real quick, Old Man says, I may be crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS, no, thank you. The Joker. Yeah, I like to think that the Joker has his legal name and he, all that stuff on the IRS forms. What is your occupation? Oh, supervillain. America has more issues than the entire world. Excuse to use emojis. All right. Joker hates the IRS. Joker's fear the most would be IRS. Why information? That is a great constructed sentence right there. It's from the new Batman Adventures and animated series. It's more kid friendly. We got a meep. We got a meep from Necovolts. Shift starts at 8:25 p.m. Also, Necovolts approves Screenline of your.
Oh, that's nice.
Why did it freeze on me? Okay. I didn't even notice the poster. It's like some fan service in your favorite anime.
How could you not notice that poster?
He's an old man. He's clearly blind.
So you're telling me you have to be old to be blind?
Yes.
Is it like those
VTuber is here. Are
those
you here twice?
frequencies? Like as soon as you get to a certain age, you can't hear the high frequencies anymore.
Yeah, the mosquito noise. And Necovolt says, Lance, that AIDS pic you sent me was like 160p. Also, Effing Anime Addict said, Bruce Lee is more influential after his death than unfortunately when he was alive. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I agree. The Pareto principle, 80% of the work is done by 20% of the people. I think it's actually 90% by 10% or something like that. This can also apply to the popularity and creative output of creators. Yes. No matter how good you are, your stuff will not be One Piece or Demon Slayer. Piano Man was by Billy Joel. Lance, okay. Yeah. Should have just gone to the comments way earlier. On the clock now till 9 a.m. We'll catch up later. Hey, thank you for watching. By the way, something I should have said earlier on, if you want to support this podcast, the very best way is to share it with your friends. Thank you. Also, like the video. Old Man says, I had an art teacher who hated it when it wasn't a classical style. He would have flipped a few years later when the kids were drawing in a manga style. Yep, same here. Green Line, do you collect Japan import games? Says Legendary Anime JP Fan 2.
I do not collect. Well, at least I don't think so. I don't have any import games. Why?
Hey, Legendary Anime JP Fan 2, do you own the games Battle Raper 1 and 2?
What the fuck?
AC. It's
Yes.
I want to hit on the whole. He freaks on the whole classical, animation or whatever art styles.
Mm-hmm.
The thing, real quick on the music that always kills me is people always say, like, I've had a lot of music snobs say that they don't like metal or rock or anything, but they love classical music and everything, and they're like, those have nothing to do with the beginning of music or whatever. And the funny thing is that classical music when it all boils down, effectively all music stems from those stylings. So all the metal riffs and everything that me and Footnum use, like, all are basically derived from classical riffs. So when people are like, I hate art styles, I'm just like, well,
Well, I found
the talent all starts from learning to draw lines and circles.
Yeah,
and
I found
just
it really
directions.
funny, actually, what Old Man said, because he's right. And this happened in my school, my art school. And I thought it was funny that all the students who were mimicking the anime manga style, they were heading in the direction the industry went. Whereas all the teachers were so adamantly against it, you know?
Yeah.
So, so the reason I think Legendary Anime JP fan 2 asked this is because you liked Code Geass, and there's, I think, a lot of Code Geass games, perhaps.
The PS2
Also,
game.
Old Man says, I am surrounded by anime DVDs. Three or four walls are shelves of DVDs. I'm sorry, 3 of 4 walls are shelves of DVDs. One poster is not noticeable. Defending his old man status. All right, so Fate Grand Order's Chinese servants are censored in China. God knows why. China's social control and a censor has again affected another innocent game, as Fate Grand Order's Chinese servants have been practically removed from the Chinese iteration of the game, instead being replaced with default class art, and bound to be disappointing for those residing in the communist country. Almost everything about several Chinese servants have been removed, from their art and voices to their names, biographies, and matrix data. Instead of their names, each character was instead assigned their class and a number for identification, an ironic turn of events. A total of a total of 13 servants were said to have been censored. So here's their new names. So this character became Assassin 42, Berserker 49, Assassin 170. Jeez, that's cringe. So yeah, these are the hot anime waifus who got turned into just the class.
Let's be straight up honest. This is communism at its finest. They can't even have anything referencing their own culture that they feel may or may not give you an idea that may or may not make you think twice.
I have no idea. The artwork for Senzeng and 2 versions of Yu Mei Ren and Yang Guifei were said to have been changed too, and the only Chinese servants said to still be properly available are Lan Ling Wang, Zugi. God damn, I can't read any Chinese. The humorous gotcha summoning animation for one of these censored servants. Wow.
It's playing at
Incredible.
1 frame a minute for me.
Fans of Fate Grand Order probably feel relieved to know these changes were only applied to the Chinese version of the game for now. All right, so
Until China rules the world.
PETA ludicrously wants their mascot in Smash Bros.
Why?
Wait, what?
A new friend has appeared, not a nugget. Not yet.
I mean, if that's a chick, he's gonna make like a half of one.
Not one nugget when it goes up,
Controversial animal rights group PETA is taking aim at Nintendo again, but this time it's to get their mascot into Super Smash Bros. But this time it's to get their mascot into Super Smash Bros. Of all things. The ongoing campaign.
Every time this thing goes up against Squirtle, is it just gonna give up because it can't hurt a turtle?
What? Oh, I gotcha. Like PETA's character can't even fight the animal.
Can't fight against Pikachu.
He stodges himself every time he goes up against Squirtle or Pikachu, and it's like, I can't touch this.
You know what his moves are? Preach at you through a megaphone.
It's just like every time his final smash will be an animal in a cage, or Squirtle in a cage, and like it's like all the donations come in and it just opens the door.
I would not.
But if it misses the animal, the Squirtle stays locked in the cage.
If a hacker group just hacked PETA and is trolling, these are things that PETA would say. Oh, this is so funny, right? So it says here, the ongoing campaign will likely achieve the group an unfavorable result. So some assume this might merely be the group's latest attempt at accruing attention, much like when they claimed Animal Crossing needed to be vegan. PETA sent out a tweet to begin their campaign to add Not a Nugget, their yellow chick mascot, as the DLC fighter to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Quote, "My uncle works at Nintendo and sent me these pictures of the Smash Ultimate beta used to test new DLC characters. The last Fighters Pass 2 character is PETA's Not a Nugget mascot, who's been featured in several viral spoofs of Nintendo of America games." So, yeah, they basically just photoshopped the character in. And,
I'm sure
yeah.
Nintendo wants to have PETA in their game, despite them, being targeted with their Pokemon games by PETA, and also because it's a totally relevant character to include in the game in the first place.
Yeah, yeah, we'll have your Not a Nugget character in Smash Bros. We'd love that. So long as Star Fox gets to eat him, motherfucker.
Dude, just watch the chicken gets beaten and it has blood.
What's gonna happen when Bowser grabs this thing? He bites it.
They say, "We'll let your mascot be in there. Pay us $50 million."
We'll let your mascot be in there, but his alt colors are fried.
It's like,
he has a nugget form that you unlock.
A Tyson chicken nugget or a Dino nugget every time when you scroll to the right.
That'd be hilarious.
And
you've got the Not a Nugget form, or you've got the one shaped like a brontosaurus, the one shaped like a Among Us character that sold for whatever millions of dollars on eBay.
The one that's shaped like the Starfighter or the freaking Darth Vader.
Oh, you got the Carl's Jr. Star Nuggets.
Would you like sauce with your Not a Nugget? Hey, it's almost like going to McDonald's. It's not a nugget.
What the fuck? Okay. Guess I can't get there. PETA even created a webpage to get their followers to sign a futile petition to achieve this goal, with the page naturally prompting the same delusional
yes, all 5 of their followers on Twitter.
Yeah, with the page naturally promoting the same delusional nonsense the group has become synonymous with.
Sorry.
Not a Nugget joins the battle? PETA's thrilling animal rights advocacy games show that smashing speciesism is a worthwhile fight. That's exactly why our gaming mascot, Not a Nugget, not Starfire.
This
it's
makes
not animal cruelty if it cuts itself, right?
I really didn't have. I've learned to see through the shit with a lot of these activist groups, but PETA really made me just shake my head when they got. If I remember correctly, they got upset. Let me say this very specifically. They get upset about people shaving sheep in some game.
Yeah,
and then it's like that's actually good for the sheep. You dumbass.
Or whatever it's
You're supposed to shear the sheep, otherwise they'll suffocate underneath.
That's the video that got taken down from my channel and blocked, even though it was private, right?
Oh wow!
What?
Remember that? How I have the one video that got yeeted from
Yeah.
YouTube
Was that?
hate?
Did you
That
cut
included
together
those cheap clips. You swore a hell of a lot, so I'm like, here we go.
I'm so sad I didn't see this.
Well, it's on the podcast that it's from. It's just that he cut it together so it sounded like I was disparaging a protected class. And it was cut together in such a way where it's like he cut together multiple different syllables to clearly make it like I was saying something I wasn't saying.
I'm so proud of
Because his screen would literally change every single time he'd speak. It would be like,
yeah, like I would change position because it was a hard cut at each time, and YouTube found the clip through the privated or unlisted video status. And yeeted it off of his channel. Did it give you a community guideline strike or just a warning?
No. It didn't even give me a warning. It just got rid of it. Blocked it.
It's amazing how much more protective they are over stuff you've privated for, only you to see and very specific people than the shit you actually put up for everyone. Because goddamn the damn red tape. Are you putting this up for this, and this? And I'm like, good lord, yes.
Son of a bitch, I forgot to monetize this video.
Good luck.
So the last podcast, remember I couldn't monetize it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember you saying something to that effect.
It eventually, after it was over, I was able to monetize it, but it was demonetized by like the normal way where it's limited ads. And then without me asking it to, it later became monetized again.
Wow.
Don't know what's going on at YouTube.
That's impressive.
I guess they're like, oh no, I guess AC's really not in this video. Yeah, we can monetize it. Yeah, I can't monetize it now. I can't monetize this one. Oh well, I'll have to get it at the end. Idiot. I need to have a checklist like written in Sharpie on the wall next to me that just says, did you remember to monetize, you stupid fuck?
Go get your son's whiteboard that y'all use for school.
Check.
So, PETA's thrilling animal rights advocacy game showed that smashing speciesism is a worthwhile fight. That's exactly why our gaming mascot, Not a Nugget, would make a perfect addition to the roster of characters featured in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In fact, he's already a familiar face to thousands of gamers who play PETA's informative, moving, and action-packed titles online every month. So when we do our first OCA podcast Let's Play, can we do some fucking PETA games?
I mean, we could, even if that gives them publicity, but yeah.
I mean, don't take me wrong, but if you guys really want to like go crazy with that idea, the fact that they have thousands of people playing this rather than hundreds of millions, feels
that they pretend is more.
Yeah, it feels like they have about 100 people each with 100 accounts. They just make sure to log in.
Yeah, right.
I think people are playing it, or ironically, because they're like, let's play this trash fire and put it on our Let's Play channel.
Anyway, for the exact same reason I just said. Anyway, so because Not a Nugget,
trying to give
like
you an out.
PETA,
Now you cucked yourself. Continue.
So because Not a Nugget, like PETA, never stops raising awareness of animal suffering in human hands, he'd be a perfect fit alongside Mario, Pikachu, Kirby, and other heroes in the Smash Bros. Ultimate lineup.
Yeah, alongside
they're making such
Kirby
great
who literally eats everything and is like devours people.
Mario that stomps on turtles to death. Kirby who eats everything, including beans.
Into a void that they just might die of just like sitting there forever.
Pikachu, who is one of the used animals in Pokemon.
Yeah. That's what. See, yeah, we stand toe to toe with Pikachu because Pikachu won't get in that Pokeball.
Beat Pikachu with our mascot to prove that it's okay for us to beat things.
So that's why,
guys, it's a nugget. It's meat. He could.
That's why we're calling on Masahiro Sakurai, the game's director, and Nintendo to put PETA's Not a Nugget mascot in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as one last downloadable fighter in the game.
It's going to be the final DLC, guys.
They still have 2 more characters to release. What are they talking about?
What? So did they actually put a limit on their DLC?
I heard that they had said like the pass that you buy to get it. Like if I remember correctly, God, what's his name? The last guy who was like super busted, that came out. Like he was like the third of the last 3. There's there's like 2 more after him. The way I just said that was completely wrong.
Well,
like there was 2 more after him.
Before you complete the thought, a season's pass is good for a season. I don't think the game is just going to end.
No. What they have an X amount of release characters that they have said that they were going to do, and from what I remember, there were still 2 more like slots open that they had said, oh yeah, we're doing 2 more characters after a Kazuya, because there's like a little list of characters and it's like it hits it.
Okay, that detail is unimportant to reading this article for the time being, so let's power through this.
Bad.
So how Not a Nugget approaches the challenge of smashing speciesism for those who exploit and harm animals for personal gain. Not a Nugget is the definition of a new foe. As a downloadable fighter in Super Smash Bros. God damn it. As a downloadable fighter in Super Smash, that period after Bros always fucking throws me off. As a downloadable fighter in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, he could use his wits, wings, and beak plus a trick or two tucked under his feathers to pummel opponents and really pack a punch. What's more, his peak physical skills would serve to send a positive message to millions of people around the world about the benefits of going vegan and being kind to animals. Here's his moveset. The
They're just
stun
writing him
gun.
as an OP character. He's a Mary Sue.
The stun gun. Reclaimed from a trigger-happy slaughterhouse worker, the stun gun lets Not a Nugget send bright blue bolts of electricity coursing through foes to stop them dead in their tracks. Tofu. Eat up. This OG building block, an ancient staple of healthy cuisine, will restore your damage meter by 100% and help get you back into fighting shape. That's a moveset. This is a moveset. Spinach.
Wow, I can just infinitely heal myself.
Need a quick pick-me-up? Spinach is rich in vitamins and iron, so eat it heartily. Grab a bite of these greens to restore a small amount of your damage meter. So the soy is a full 100%, but the spinach is a small amount. Now, the grinder, Not a Nugget, and other male chicks born on farms know there's nothing more terrifying than a grinder. That's why he dismantled one from the slaughterhouse, using the parts to build this item to send rivals flying. So one user was unimpressed and ranked Not a Nugget as such. I saw the moveset, and I think this character is a solid D tier. The game plan seems campy enough to win in quick play, but really lackluster competitively. Stun Gun is just a worse version of ZSS's. What's that? And Grinder sounds scary, but it won't keep characters like Wario out for long.
CSS is Zero Suit Samus.
So how exactly
being able to heal yourself is just going to get you fucked if he has no combo game, because like fucking Mario can pick your ass up and just go blink up, blink up, blink up, death. I've had it happen to me.
How PETA thought Nintendo would allow such a favor when they previously claimed that Mario murders Tanuki raccoons is no doubt beyond the minds of most normal people. Not a Nugget and PETA were, of course, disparaged in their replies to the tweet, perhaps giving PETA exactly what they wanted in a clear marketing stunt. My uncle also works at Nintendo, and he said that Wario, Yoshi, Kirby, and King Dedede's neutral species are all instant KOs on Not a Nugget, and I just found that neat. Okay. I could go for some nuggets right now.
I mean, I feel like this is a really well-placed campaign by, like Wendy's and McDonald's and Burger King. Not a nugget. Well, don't shop here.
I hope this is one of his alt costumes. Not a Nugget died in the XP farm. This is for Johnny. The Smash Bros.
Who's his final like boss gonna be in the like campaign or whatever it's called?
The farming. The
like Face the Fryer.
I feel like they missed out on the moveset. They have tofu that heals you 100%, and then they have spinach that heals you a little bit. But spinach, like you could make the clear jump
Popeye the
to
Sailor Man?
Popeye, right? So spinach should actually give you a power boost, not a heal. That's like the obvious play, no?
Yeah. Not a Nugget exists. Kirby. Ding 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 ding.
guys, like they could give him,
That's not a penis, YouTube. That's not a penis.
Oh my god.
Oh, anyway. All right, so there's a lot more here. God of War Ragnarok Ray Swats Angerboda. I don't know this character.
Oh,
the announcement trailer for God of War Ragnarok was released during the PlayStation Showcase and treated fans to a brief glimpse of some new characters, one of which might induce confusion, as Angerboda was, for some reason, depicted as having black skin. No doubt a move done to appease race-obsessed consumers who demand more minority characters. The trailer introduced new characters such as Tyr, an overweight Thor, and Angerboda, God damn it, and Jontron. Oh wait, no, a Jotun, and one of Loki's wives in the Norse myths, with the other being these two. Didn't the Black Elves or whatever? I don't know. Oh dear God! Oh, that's the sun, right? Isn't that like
Boy?
Kratos?
That's boy.
Boy, yeah, boy.
Oh my Jesus!
So Thor is fat just because otherwise they'd be like, well, Disney's taking us back to court because we looked a little bit.
So I saw it.
So while Santa Monica Studios does take
My
many
connection
liberties with
sucked.
your connection is fine, I hear you. While Santa Monica Studios does take
I was
many
going to
liberties.
say, well, I saw a video.
Yep.
Nope, that's a delay of 1 second at least. I saw a video that said, Fat Thor is accurate or whatever, and I was thinking, well, that's a nice distraction from the race swap thing.
He's
that
got
is
those
the
thunder thighs.
thing people are actually complaining about. But Thor is fat in, like, is it Infinity War, right?
Endgame.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's going to help their case.
He's
He
not
looks
that
just
fat.
like Matt
Also,
in,
Thor was a god before he was a superhero. Come on.
Yep.
Okay, and I would just like to say, after just listening to a minute of the podcast, whether my mic closed off, this fucking mic is coming through very well, and I have it just about on the lowest setting.
It is.
So if at any point I am too loud, please let me know, because I have far too much power.
You're
behind
too
this.
loud.
Although I will say, I noticed last podcast that Green Line and FDDNM were really low compared to everybody else.
Oh, sorry about that. Jeez.
Well, now
Well, that
Green
wasn't
Line,
your
you're
fault.
extra high game.
No, that wasn't your fault. It's just that, like, I guess the guys didn't know that you can edit the volume.
Okay.
We can add the volume now if anyone.
It sounds fine. Like,
off.
as far as I can tell, everybody sounds okay.
Listening back to mine, I am as high as
Loud
you.
AF.
Yeah, I'm as high as Brad, if not higher.
Okay.
So that's why I'm moving my mic way away from me right now.
All right. Everybody in the future is going to be you're all going to need to have the same mic. Okay, so
57 bitches.
Okay, so while Santa Monica Studios does take many liberties with mythology, they have race swapped. God, I can't pronounce her name. Anger Boda, changing her from a fair-skinned girl like all other Jotnar to a black girl. It's worth repeating that Anger Boda is a Jotun. I don't even know these words. And though no full Jotnar have been shown in person so far, we can see two half Jotnars, Atreus and Thor, and both are white as chalk. Okay. I mean, you've got a point here. Santa Monica hasn't addressed this blatant race swapping, though it's possible that she's a different Anger Boda entirely, as she and Loki are the parents of Fenrir, Hel, and Jormungand. Jormungandr, and those three already exist. It may be more likely that in current year there needed to be one minority in the main cast for the sake of diversity and inclusion, regardless of history, mythology, or common sense. So they said here they haven't addressed the blatant race swapping, but they did. God of War Ragnarok director defends race swapping Anger Boda. As more and more reactions to Anger Boda's race swapping in God of War Ragnarok, I wish we were talking about Record of Ragnarok, surface online, it was only a matter of time before one of the developers replied in a fashion now so typically seen from hateful.
You're all just racist.
The incident began after a tweet made by a woman excited about God of War's Anger Boda received a reply questioning the character's race. God of War, who is that? Guess who the fuck I'm cosplaying? I don't understand why a black person. Because black people exist. Get off my Twitter. Not in Norse mythology, ma'am. So,
I don't think white people exist there to either. So I'm just like, what? Like, why have we got to like turn what is an Asian person into a different, race?
Yeah, try doing this trick in reverse and see what the response is going to be. Like,
well, that's exactly the thing that was going on with the Amazon She-Ra, is they were doing the trick in reverse, so to speak. And
Firefox, God of War Ragnarok's race swapping of Anger Boda was
Okay. Tell me more.
Well, that's how you pronounce it.
What is it?
Angraboda.
Angraboda.
Angra.
I don't know. That name
Angraboda.
sounds black as fuck to me. So.
I mean, just like I can only imagine like the amount of backlash and hate that you would get from let's say like a god or a goddess from like say Africa, from the African.
Well, we covered not too many podcasts ago the whitewashed drawing of the what if Black Panther.
The Black Panther is now solid white.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah. So we don't even need to imagine. We have the evidence. So seeing a chance to show off his superiority, Matt Sophos, the narrative director for the game, derided any who would dare question his decision. Do they also have blue dwarves in Norse mythology? Was Loki the son of a Greek demigod? Please show me in the Edis where it says that all Jotun were lily white. Let me save you the time. You can't. I've read them. Then I trust that you'll make some of the mythical characters white in the eventual Egyptian series of God of War games. Wouldn't warrant any double standards, correct? You do know Jotun aren't real, right? They can be anyone or anything. Some are even giant serpents. Jormungandr, right? But I get it. You were only okay with Jormungandr because his scales were white, right? Wow, that's a straw man if I've ever heard one. Well, good luck to you. Hope you can find a game that better fits your sensibilities. Neither are Egyptian gods, right? Like, way to just sidestep the goddamn point.
Dude, they never said
Eastern
that everyone in Africa is black, so when they go to Egypt, they will have to be all white because it doesn't matter, right?
I can only imagine how upset you'd have been had we made Thor black. You should have done it. Why didn't you? That's so, I almost said homophobic. That's so racist of you to not make Thor
That's
black.
homophobic of them, yeah.
Now I've signal boosted you enough. Truly hope you find what you're searching for, but you're going to have to look elsewhere. So. Okay. Oh, is that real stuff?
Back on what we were talking about earlier, what we were watching. I've started rewatching Croco's Basketball because a friend of mine loves it so much.
You said rewatching? I thought you were going to say watching for the first time because it actually got dubbed on Netflix.
What's going on?
Well, now like I said, retarded me watched a lot of stuff Japanese only. But the thing is like he's so excited about it, so I was just like, all right. So I decided to start watching it again. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. The first 3 episodes were really good. I'm really liking the voice acting cast, and I could swear up and down this is Johnny Young Bosch as one of the characters, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't looked at the cast yet.
Yang Zoom, I think, usually does Netflix crap.
It sounded really good. Like
I was shocked when the season 1 got announced for a dub randomly. I'm like, okay.
So
and also, go ahead.
Sorry, Old Man says, remember the cooking show that tried to disgust kids by showing them how nuggets were made? The kids didn't care. They just wanted the tasty chicken nuggets. I think if I recall, the kids were disgusted but still wanted to eat them. And then Effing Anime Addict says, hey, Lance, I buy and have watched Decline of the Western civilization, and you are absolutely correct that hard rock and heavy metal sounds were influenced from blues originally. And Old Man says, black blues musicians were saying Elvis Presley stole their sound back. That was in the early days of rock and roll.
Well, I went one step further back. Everything derives from classical music and then going up. It's like anyone who's like says that rock music or metal music like has no is anyone who's like discriminatory against it, but they like classical. They're literally just slapping themselves in the face because the only difference between one and the other is literally just an effect added to the sound. Well, it's the effect added to the sound, because like if you add a metal like metal notes like heavy distortion. Well, I'm trying to say it right. If you add heavy distortion to a piano solo, like a fast allegro piano solo, it's gonna sound metal as hell.
Probably.
Continue though.
So Christopher Barker says, I wasn't too impressed with God of War 2018. Thought the story sucked. I am not really impressed with any of them. I have not played them. Fat Thor's arch nemesis is stairs. Heart disease will kill him long before Kratos. Honestly, race swapping is just an inconvenience to me. So MCU Fat Thor is literally a character in this game. Yep, apparently. Finally got the Berserk box from my volumes. Nice. Everything derives from marching band, actually. As far as conducted music. Good to see you, man. All right, so let's power through this because we've got much more important things to talk about.
All right.
And I should have read these beforehand, so I could have at least figured out how to pronounce that person's name. So the argument presented here is that the Anger Boda of Myths was never said to be white, and it was Sophos' interpretation anyway. So all critics should just stop arguing, or they're racist. Yeah, I feel as though that was the setup. Like they're like the dunk, right? They're like. So we're going to make her black so that when people call us out for it, we can tell them that they're racist for interpreting it that way because there wasn't ever stated a race in the lore or whatever. Anyway, after this, except that, so when I was first reading this, it sounded like this was an existing character in God of War previously, but now it sounds like perhaps it's not. Anyway, so after this spat, Sophos went on a long Twitter rant that can be summed up as, we've always messed with myths, and if race is where you draw the line, there's something wrong with you. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, don't care about this in reading it, so I'm not going to read it. And moving on. All right, anyway, sorry to waste your time with that. So, Knights of the Old Republic remake is dead on arrival as a woke sexist who hated the original was hired as the writer. So, again, this is not something that I am, what's the word? I don't have any right to talk about it because, God damn it. Hello, tiny child. Can I help you? No, I can't. Okay, can you please close the door and thank you, babe. Chloe, get away. Dear God. I will have one less kid in a minute. Just give me. I love you, baby. Can I give you a hug and a kiss? Thank you.
Well, I can start us off because I've, unlike Brad, I do mildly have a reason. I haven't actually played the original KOTOR because when I did on my PC, it wouldn't run. It would,
lovely.
You had to like patch it manually or something. And I think when I got it running, it, I don't know if it just derped out and still didn't work, but anyway, I was looking forward to the remake because I'd be able to play it, and everyone regards it as like, I don't know, the best Star Wars game.
So what I was trying to say is that I didn't play Knights of the Old Republic, but I hear it's the only game people talk about positive, from what I know. That one, and then the one with the guy who was that actor that was in that part of Dexter that we've talked about previously, The Force Unleashed, I think. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that from what I hear, George Lucas liked Knights of the Old Republic so much that from what I've heard, he considers it canon. That's what I was trying to say before the children.
George Lucas considered everything as canon. If it had the license, it was canon. That's how he handled his license. If he signed off on it and said, "Yeah, you can use my license," it was officially part of the canon.
Why do they consider the novels uncanon to the movie universe?
That was when Disney got it.
Yeah, when Disney bought out Star Wars, they said,
let's get rid of all this extended.
So, yeah, all the video
all right,
games.
Then I guess once again,
novels,
even on the
all...
statement I just gave, I am also not. I also should not be talking on this. Apparently.
Yeah, they were all called the extended universe, and when Disney came in, they said, "Screw the extended universe."
Right, that's what it is. The extended universe. Okay, so. Those excited about the news that a remake of the highly revered Knights of the Old Republic is coming have clearly forgotten that it is current day, as those looking into the announcement learned that a certain woke individual was selected as the writer, with this person not only having a long history of hating those darn racist Star Wars fans, but also having a strong disdain for Knights of the Old Republic. The rather minimal announcement trailer, which we're not going to click on, the informative Twitter user shared a whole slew of tweets issued by the game's writer, Sam Maggs, who is naturally the stereotypical social justice warrior who despises the fans of the product they're working on. So,
It makes
BioWare
you wonder why they're working on it, but whatever.
BioWare has hired Sam Maggs to rewrite Knights of the Old Republic. Maggs is an SJW activist that hates male Star Wars fans and
BioWare
constantly
isn't doing
mocks the
it.
fan base, telling them to die mad about it. She was asked about her favorite Star Wars game in 2019 and said not Knights of the Old Republic.
I don't think BioWare is working on this remake.
I don't know. It says here, I write games, books, and comics. Next, Knights of the Old Republic remake, Call of Duty Vanguard, Critical Role Origins.
I'm not gonna play any of those.
Yeah, these all sound. After all these years, I finally got to make a BioWare game. Isn't Knights of the Old Republic your favorite? No. If you want to hate Rey, at least be honest about it. You hate that she's a Mary Sue because she's a woman. It's cool. Just be real about it. The Last Jedi, men screw literally everything up every time. The Last Jedi, please listen to the powerful queen women for once in your ding-dang life. Snotty, angry baby boy. Rey hardly needed any training at all. Me, strong in the Force. Do you not remember that Anakin was auto-born strongest Jedi because of the arbitrary and intensely stupid high microorganism count? Yeah,
Did you
midichlorians.
forget all the hardship he went through?
He wasn't. He had born with great potential. He wasn't born a great.
Well,
Jedi.
I will also remind you that literally every Star Wars fan at the time, kids in my class, fucking hated the midichlorian thing that was added into Episode 1. Like, that was the stupidest thing ever, and they all hated it back then. Kids that were like 7, 8 years old were like ragging on how stupid that was back then. So your point isn't really valid. Hell yeah, The Last Jedi is still amazing. Fucking fight me. Okay.
The Last Jedi, that was like the worst one. Actually, no, sorry, the last one was definitely the worst one. But I mean, that one was really bad.
And none of the
There's a
Star Wars
turning
toys or clothes at the Disney store were separated by genders. Okay.
What?
Who gives a shit? Okay.
It's like they find anything that they can feel that they could complain about, and it's like, I've got nothing better to do but to bitch about
So
this.
they're just trolling, and that's the thing that is
I've
always
never
so
even
funny
seen Star Wars,
about.
and I still don't give a shit.
Well, I don't give a shit about Star Wars regardless because I'm not a fan. But this is what they're doing is the stock standard straw man bait, and it's like, but you're using a straw man, so you're not actually getting any hooks. At least anybody with brains. Christopher Barker says, "I didn't hate the midichlorians." Okay, well, you'd be the exception of
just
every rule.
because Episode 1 was like, I think that might have been how I chronologically watched it. So that's all I knew, right? So I assumed, yeah, that's the thing, right?
Well, it's because one of the major reasons that's a problem is because George Lucas, whether he knew it or not, already explained what the Force was, and then needlessly made it overly complicated.
Well, Christopher Barker here is missing the point. Oh, someone's favorite Star Wars game isn't Knights of the Old Republic. You're not a Star Wars fan if you don't like Knights of the Old Republic. This claim is beyond stupid. That is not the claim that they're making.
The claim is there's so many passionate gamers for this game that are also developers that's like literally any of them would be able to put in such passion for this game, but they chose the one person who's like, oh,
this statement here isn't Knights of the Old Republic your favorite? No, that is a deliberate fuck you. You're missing the point. This is a deliberate, that game sucks, and therefore hiring this person to rewrite the game is effectively giving a franchise to somebody who hates it. That's exactly what they're right in this statement if this is how they act. So, continuing, Disney considers Star Wars novels not canon because they don't want to pay the writers royalties. There you go. That's probably it. Christopher Barker says, "Hey, I believe you because all your pickups are always Star Wars related. Like I'm not saying that you're not. I just am not myself, so I don't care. Star Wars fans hate Star Wars, but really they're not fans of anything. Just stupid reactionaries on the internet."
I'm not sure what that's referring to.
So I definitely think that there's a huge contingent of both sides who are counter dependent on each other. Like they exist to be the opposite of their opponent, which is why I have always stated that I do not take on labels because it makes you reactionary. It makes you respond to any given thing as a member of the group rather than as an individual. So that's always why
you stop thinking in terms of fact and what's true, and go, okay, because I am this, I have to feel this way.
Right. So this is why when I look at the Faye Valentine thing, I look at it and say, well, look, it's shitty for her to deride the fans, right, and to straw man their arguments. Look, that is the number one thing because it's sophistic to pretend that the problem people have is this minuscule minor thing. But as I said, if I were taking on the label of the typical person reacting, so to speak, to these things, I would be up in arms and acting like everybody else. But when I look at it, I say, look, I don't agree with deriding the fans. I don't think that's a good idea or a good business strategy. But the firecracker aspect of the actress, I feel like could actually lend a good personality to the character, right? So I'm looking at it from that perspective because that's just how I feel about it, but...
Right. Real quick, who the fuck is eating? Like, who? Reese, is that you with the damn fork or spoon, like, in the background? Just
have no mercy on that.
It's gotta be Reese or Lance. Oh, it was Reese.
Not me, I promise.
So
he was crying in the shower.
Hey,
it's fine, but
I'm
after a while, I was
I'm
like,
proud.
okay,
I'm
that's
proud
really
of you,
fucking-
man. You were forking it so hard.
And
hey, you
that
know what?
ASMR.
At least, I'll tell you this. I'd rather hear the fork hitting it than like the, like eating sounds. Like, sure, the sequel sucked.
I'm eating my spaghetti very slowly.
Oh well.
One noodle.
I'll slurp it
So wait a
this
minute. Wait a
time.
minute. Are you Lady and the Tramp in the spaghetti or what?
Oh dear God.
Like, the sequel sucked dick at this point. I mean,
yeah. Look, I feel like the thing about Star Wars is that I'm not really a big fan of it, but I can at least acknowledge where the originals are legitimately a masterpiece. And I think that when they came back for episode 1, they did not recapture the magic. They have not been able to recapture the magic. The closest they have ever gotten is the Genndy Tartakovsky
Clone Wars?
Attack of the Clones.
Oh, no, it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Clone Wars. But that isn't actually recapturing the magic of the originals. It is something new that is also magical. To use that as a term that I can get away with, I guess. So I don't think that you can recapture the magic. I think that when the original movie came out, it was groundbreaking because nobody had ever seen anything like it. The closest thing was 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is nothing like it, right?
Right.
And so,
well, in Star Trek, but
Star Trek and fucking. Flash Gordon, which is actually kind of a direct ripoff of. But the point is that all the things that came together, the John Williams score, the various characters, the sound design between Chewbacca, the lasers, the lightsaber noises, Darth Vader's breathing pattern and talking, all these things that you did not see anywhere else. I don't think that like everything after that is going to be a cheap imitation of the original experience it gave you, because the original experience was something unlike anything else. It's kind of similar to Ava. Like when I sit back and watch Ava, it really I think since it came out, things have done aspects of it better, but it still sort of holds the mantle of being the original, so to speak.
Right.
You know, the original mecha that takes itself seriously as, you know, these are real people dealing in these situations rather than, you know, the superhero that pilots the mech and saves the day, right? Where it was treated in a more grounded in reality kind of psychological impact on society and the people who are put into these effectively wars, right? So anyway, oh god, there's chats.
I think with Star Wars, it's more the quote Star Wars fans are more interested in I guess you could say the lore and stuff, like the side things, because I think the video games capture like a lot of the magic of Star Wars, I guess you could say, because you forgot that there's not the new ones, the original Battlefront games were pretty fun. They were basically third-person Call of Duties for Star Wars, I guess.
Again, I am not that the word I'm looking for is qualified. God, I cannot believe that escaped me so much.
Qualified?
I am not qualified to have this conversation. Okay? I am just saying, from an outsider looking in, everything else has been noise when it comes to this Star Wars game, that Star Wars. I'm sure there's a lot of them. But Knights of the Old Republic specifically is the one that whenever I pick up the chatter of people talking about Star Wars games that they like, that is the one that I hear people talking about and gushing over what they love about it and all that. I couldn't tell you what it is because I never played it and I can't even picture it, you know. But I'm just saying that just from existing around people who are passionate about this franchise, that is the one that I have heard. I'm sure some of the other ones are great, but I don't remember their names because the only one that stood out to me from the chatter, like that sort of radio chatter that you just hear of people talking at conventions and stuff, it's Knights of the Old Republic. That's the ones that I hear about. Okay, so that's not to say the other ones aren't good. I'm just giving you my perspective as somebody who's not, again, qualified to even discuss this because all I'm coming at it from is the outside perspective. Now, Old Man said the comic writer.
Anyway,
there you go. The comic writer who said, "If you don't like my politics, don't buy my books," recently was complaining that comics aren't selling and shops are closing. The same thing can apply to games. Yeah, I heard about that actually. I saw that interview where they're like, "Did you ever think that comics would become this phenomenon that it is?" And they said, "Well, it's funny that you say that." Because everybody thinks about comics as doing really well, but the comics industry, we're having trouble selling books. It's like that's the one you're talking about, right? Anyway, so effing Animaniac said, so then Star Wars Ewok Adventures Caravan of Courage, the Battle of Endor movie, is it canon or filler? Yes, I know it's not a video game. I personally don't care for the current video games. That's just me. Like I played a game on like Windows ME or maybe even on DOS that was like an RPG where you played as Luke and you went and found Yoda and got a lightsaber. That game was fun as shit. It was so ridiculously stupid though. Inserting a political activist into your product can completely derail the project and destroy sales. Right. I think that
I think the hard way.
Well, that's a good point though, is framing it that way as a political activist. Putting somebody who has an opinion into your game isn't necessarily going to result in it turning to shit. But that activism, that's the thing that people cannot control about themselves. And I think it's why the world has gotten so fucking awful in the last couple of years is because we've pushed people's buttons to the point where we can't, it's never going to go back. It'll never go back. Like literally the only like peaceful alternative going forward is a divorce in the United States, especially. The rest of the world, you're kind of fucked. But in the United States, a divorce would be the most favorable outcome. And divorce should not be a favorable outcome. you know. But I think that's the least heartache-inducing version of the events going forward. Christopher Bark says, I love the prequels and the original trilogy. I find the sequels take a massive dump on episodes 1 through 6. Episodes 1 through 3 take a tiny dump on episodes 4, 5, and 6.
Tiny dump, but there's a lot of other things that you can enjoy about them, I find.
Yeah, again, so this is what I was saying before. It doesn't capture the magic of the originals. It has some redeeming qualities. It's not the Star Wars you want or liked from the originals, but it has some qualities that you can kind of get behind and enjoy.
It is different
but
qualities.
It's a different quality.
It's
Chris Burke says, and I don't like the Clone Wars animated series from 2008. Also, I don't either. What is this? Donate $2.
All right, bitches. All right, bitches.
Is that a banner or an overlay image that you just
overlay?
All right.
All right. You can change any of our names for $2. Our banks are open.
All right. So I totally lost where I was at now. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I also am not. I haven't sat down and watched the Clone Wars. I'm just again describing it from the perspective of an outsider here. And Clone Wars is something that people gravitated to. They latched onto. Right. They liked it. And I don't think, from what I did see, was capturing the original trilogy's essence, but it had something else going for it. I'd rather have a remastered. I think that's what everybody wants with a remade game. You don't want a remake. You just want it higher fidelity and all that, you know?
Unfortunately, KOTOR has aged so AIDSly that you kind of have to remake it. As I said, you can't even get it to run on the PC without
the point is that the script already exists. Why are you rewriting it? Oh, because they said remake.
Well, by remake, that could also mean that they have brand new 3D models, brand new recreate environments.
They should just remaster it instead of remake and rewrite.
That's what they're saying. Yeah. So Old Man says, I really like the original Star Wars. They were insanely popular growing up. I had a friend who had all the toys from the first couple of movies. They'd be worth a fortune now. Christopher Barker says, comics are more niche now than before. Manga kills it. Well, that's an interesting idea. I think you're right. You know.
Yeah, there's those videos of
because
bookstores that have giant.
Manga dominates the graphic novel sellers list.
Manga replaced what graphic novels used to have going for it. You know, because I think manga does it better. So comics got popular. People branched into manga because it was similar and something they could jump onto, except for those weirdos lately who are complaining they got a misprinted book because it's backwards.
Oh,
they don't fucking understand it. But
that's the neat thing about how there's such a huge thing for books that are still made backwards and printed backwards, and people embrace it, I guess.
My favorite, I just like I'm a fan of gatekeeping hobbies. You know, fuck off normies, right? So this isn't for you. And I love that manga has its own built-in gatekeeping function of being written backwards.
I got super cut.
The other thing is manga is more linear in their series. You know, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4. But comics, you can pretty much almost start with anything in a certain brand, like Spider-Man or something.
Episode,
it's not linear
it's a theme of the week.
Which makes it even more confusing.
You could say
who's not already versed into it to get into.
Right. So I think the thing that manga has going for it too is that they end. You know, One Piece aside, they end, meaning that there are more series out there that are consumable without it. Because you go to the store now, I mean, there's thousands of issues of Batman and the spin-off Robin, and then there's the Dick Grayson Robin. There's
all these.
I literally can't come up with any of them, but there's 5 more, right? Different.
There's a lot of Robins.
You know,
there's the one with the gay.
There's the white Black Panther.
Yeah. So anyway, the storylines that are canonized and decanonized and rebooted and stuff, like at a certain point, like it just gets so convoluted that you don't have any more attachment to that character. You know, because I feel like I was thinking about this the other day. What was I thinking about? I can't remember what the franchise was specifically, but I was thinking about how it was Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. I was thinking about this because one of the articles I chose not to cover was about a guy unsheathing a 6-foot-long sword, showing how to do it, and the comments in the guy's tweet thread was a picture of Sephiroth stabbing Cloud from Advent Children, and I thought, it's actually kind of interesting. I never actually played Final Fantasy VII when I was growing up. I did play it later, after I had seen Advent Children, and I loved Advent Children partially because I was in school for animation, or at least I was about to go into school for animation at the time. And but I remember thinking like, wow, it's kind of interesting that I don't actually have any attachment to any of these characters beyond the images that were created, like the character sheets that were put in Game Informer magazines and stuff growing up, like Nintendo Power, Nintendo Power because it was PlayStation game. But you know what I'm talking about. And I was just thinking about the fact that some brands have that. Like, you don't like the characters because of the series. You like the characters before or like outside of the series. You know what I mean? And I was kind of thinking
some of
about
them are letdowns when you finally get to the show or the game or whatever, and you're like, oh, that was it.
Yeah, I think possibly so. I mean, I was really let down by the freaking Devil May Cry anime. That thing sucked. But like Lupin has this quality where it's the character, not the specific series, that is what's interesting and
Speaking
enjoyable.
of anime that won't end, or series that won't end.
Or the TV.
But the things that and that's a good point actually. What I was talking about before, because they do reboot Lupin every couple of years with the different parts and the different jackets. So anyway, I don't know. I'm just kind of stream of consciousness.
I know your point, but it's like sometimes it's like you should let it die, and then sometimes it's like, well, I want to spend more time with this character.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, on a long enough timeline, eventually you make the really shitty version. And Lupin, unfortunately, has had a couple of shit stories.
I'd say like the 5
you're still
in the mid-2000s all sucked.
Which one, Reese? What'd you say?
The 5 specials. There's like 5 or 6 specials in the mid-2000s, and they all suck.
Are those the Funimation ones?
No. The Funimation ones were from the 90s.
Oh, really?
So which ones are you talking about? You're talking about...
They haven't been licensed. They haven't been licensed.
When I think of the ones that suck, it is absolutely Goodbye Partner. That was trash. God, that sucked so hard. Hillary Clinton was in it, though. And that was the Edward Snowden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goodbye
Anyway,
Partner.
so Christopher Barker says, now that manga has replaced what comics used to be, do you think in time manga will go to crap? Because when something becomes popular, it tends to suck. So here's the thing. The reason that I think, people always talk about like Japan hates wokeness and Japan isn't going to go woke. That's not true. That's never been true. But the thing, and I've articulated this before, the thing that Japan has going for it is the accessibility of getting your stuff published. In America, every media outlet is owned by 6 different companies. Every single one of them. Every magazine, they all funnel back to 6 main corporations. In Japan, they've got thousands of weekly magazines that can publish things. So you can find a way in no matter what you're doing. And some people don't even bother to go to the weekly magazines. They just publish their shit online. They do a webcomic. And then if it doesn't suck, like our show, it will get a following. And that following will carry it through to an anime adaptation, to a live action drama, to whatever it's going to be. And that's how it works in Japan. And that is a better model because I think the fandom should be gatekept in the sense that there are people who want to get in here to fuck it up royally. But the actual industry is largely non-gatekeeped, like the U.S. industry for entertainment. The U.S. industry for entertainment is heavily gatekeeped.
I think there's going to be so much variety that when there's, an influx of some woke manga or whatever, there's going to be enough non-woke manga to balance it out that it won't even really matter. And honestly, if go woke, go broke stays true, they won't get a whole lot of success, and people are still
they won't get any much sales. The licensors over here is like, it's not selling. We're not going to license it.
Two things.
Yeah.
So, number one, right now there's what I would consider a non-controversy going around, where the counter-dependent people are claiming that Mamoru Hosoda's bell is like the line in the sand being drawn for anime because of Hosoda's stupid claim that he made at the fucking Sundance type film festival about how anime doesn't treat women properly because blah blah blah, right? And then he's like, didn't he throw Hayao Miyazaki under the bus and Shinkai or whatever under the bus during that whole thing too? But yeah, he was jacking off his movie to the people who received the jack off of that type, and I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. First of all, Hosoda's work has been hit or miss at best, and it's not the trendsetter in the industry, right? So nothing has ever really followed him
for his own movies
for his own movies to include bestiality and whales.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I don't think manga will go to crap, because at the end of the day, in Japan, they still actually are trying to make money, right? So they produce things with appeal. They produce Demon Slayer, and when they make Demon Slayer, they have the merchandise already lined up. Once they go from the manga and they're adapting it to the anime, they've already got the merchandise lined up, the clothing lined up. They've got everything planned out so that when they release these franchises, they get fans and then they sell merch. Merch is where the lifeblood. You think that it matters that Demon Slayer Mugen Train broke all those records? It's not about the ticket sales they made. It's about the fucking hoodies, the figures, everything that they sell. That goes back to the people who hold, the keys to the kingdom when it comes to production, right? So I don't think it will matter. I don't think manga will go to crap. I think anime will go to crap because it's going in the direction of CGI to save money. And of course, the industry is very unfavorable to the artists that produce it in form of anime. Manga is something where it's independent, right? And that's why it's. What's up?
Oh, just fuck us and good on Reese, because we all prefer anime, or at least I do, over manga. So
what I'm saying is that again, because of the distribution chain in Japan, manga has the potential to go somewhere from nowhere, right?
Yeah,
in America, you want to write a comic book, you can't get published anywhere. Nobody's going to take a chance on your shitty piece of crap. They don't know it's going to be good. They need a focus group. You got to do something original. You have to work as a writer for an established brand like Batman or something. And then if you sell so much because your writing was so goddamn good, maybe they'll let you take a chance on publishing a work that you created from scratch, right? Unless you're fucking Todd McFarlane and you start your own goddamn comic studio to produce Spawn, you're not going anywhere. You can't do your own shit, right? So in Japan, it's different. And that's why it's successful there, is because the people out in Japan are producing their own shit. And if it doesn't get sales, then it doesn't stay in the weekly magazine. You got to go to a different magazine, and you better improve week to week, or you're not going anywhere, right? So anime is different in that they are going through all the struggles of the industry being unsustainable, moving over to CGI, which is going to suck for a long ass time, and then it's going to get really good. But the source material in the manga side is where the real stuff shines. The anime is just a adaptation, for the most part, of the manga that had the diamond in the rough that the anime takes into polishing stage, right?
Into rougher CG.
Yeah. One Piece is the Simpsons of anime.
I guess.
Not even close. I would say only by virtue of it being long. But the thing is that One Piece, see, the difference between The Simpsons and One Piece is that
The writing,
The Simpsons,
the quality of the writing didn't go down.
well,
One
the
Piece has
Simpsons
a
has a
story.
team of writers that cycles and changes, and they're literally just churning out content constantly, week to week. Whereas One Piece is Eiichiro Oda's, story.
Love child. I mean,
From the beginning. It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
I love comics, but if I were a teenager now, I'd be 100% manga. Comics suck. I'll tell you, I have a bunch of comics from when I was growing up. I collected Iron Man. I collected the Robin comics. I had some Superman. But I got to tell you, I was never interested enough to actually read them. I was a severely ADD child, so I was looking at the pictures, and because I was an artist, sort of seeing the different poses and anatomy and whatnot, and utilizing that for an artistic thing. But I could never bother to sit down and read them. Actually, I read Calvin and Hobbes, if you consider those comics, because they
best
are
manga.
Best manga ever. Oh my god, can you imagine if they adapted it into an actual anime because it never got a cartoon? It'd be so goddamn good. Barnes & Noble has a crap load of manga. Okay. Compared to comics, yeah. Also, I hate that recently DC Comics have leaned way into Batman these days. Do you know why? Because it's the only franchise that matters in DC.
Sells. It's the only franchise that's
the other stuff is fucking garbage. It sucks. People don't really care about Wonder Woman or Superman because their stories are stupid. Batman is flawed. Batman is interesting. Batman has a struggle because he doesn't have superpowers. B. Arthur, good night, but not goodbye. The Star Wars Holiday Special. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, man. Did you guys cover the Tales of Arise controversy? I don't know what's going on with that. The controversy?
I don't know about that.
I skipped a story because we have 2 weeks worth of articles to go over tonight because I wasn't here last week regarding the Tales studio basically saying to the fans yeah, we're open to doing because we can't produce a new Tales series every year or whatever. We're open to remaking the old series that you guys liked, like in a higher fidelity graphics and all that, which was just good PR. Also, Eden Zero is pretty good. I'll have to take your word for it. I'd like to see Fairy Tail and the other thing first.
I think the Tales of Arise, I think it's controversies over fan service, but I could be wrong about that. I'm not tracking it too closely.
I don't know. I can't, dude. It's amazing I'm even here right now with the amount of work I had to do last week. In fact, the trucks that we drive, fuck, man. We fixed one problem on one, and then 2 more things go wrong.
Oh, are you talking about the Sony censorship for Tales of Arise? I think we did cover that at one point.
I think we might have. Anyway, over 50% of DC is Batman comics or has Batman as one of the characters like Justice League. The Flash movie, by the way, looks and sounds like total crap. Okay, well, as I said before, if it ain't Batman, who cares? I haven't seen Eden Zero. I'll try it on my watch list. Hosoda was saying something about Miyazaki being insecure because he writes female main characters. Yeah, we covered it. It was so cringe. It was thinly veiled, so goddamn thinly that you could see Miyazaki in his words, right? It was so goddamn stupid. Frankly, seems a bit ridiculous to me. Merchandising. I think Tomino was the one that roasted Shinkai. Yes, Shinkai-kun, as he calls him. I do think the industry in Japan is absolutely great for its environment to be able to create and foster original stories. A couple of paths for original stuff I've seen in the US is either go fully crowdfunded or host one's own stuff, publish via webtoons, or be be a woke webcomic artist and get published via connections.
Apparently, Webtoons isn't a great environment, I guess, for some creators.
So this, Christopher Barker, this was me as like a first grader when I didn't read the comics. And I read a couple of them, but I never really got into the actual stories. Let me put it this way. I liked the idea of, remember, this is exactly what I was just talking about with the Advent Children. When I sat down and watched Advent Children, having not played the game, but I already felt a connection to all of those characters because of my peripheral awareness of them through gaming magazines and stuff growing up, and you know, just knowing that they existed. The idea of Iron Man was better than the stories written in the Iron Man comics that I had. The idea of Robin was cooler than the actual stories, because let's be real, he's getting beat up in all of them. And the idea was more interesting to me at that point. With manga, no, I read the manga that I own. I have read Berserk up to, yeah, I've read every one of Kentaro Miura's published works in the U.S. That isn't Berserk fully. So King of Wolves, Japan, a bunch of those other ones like that. I've read Petite Cosette because it's 2 volumes. I'm not a big reader. That's the thing. I don't usually have time for reading anyway. But anyway, continuing. So, but it's definitely not as laid out as in Japan, and it doesn't allow for audiences to get to the good stuff or for it to even be sustainable in many cases. What was this in reference to? A couple of, oh, right, the paths for, yes. Let's see. Since DC is mostly Batman, I no longer care about Batman. Okay. Correction, I think the Flash movie sucks already because it's just another Batman film. Okay.
I no
DC is
longer care about Batman as a Batman icon.
Yeah, I don't care, but that's a good point.
I don't care about Batman.
Maybe that's Batwoman's Batman.
It sure as shit doesn't look like it, but I'll take it.
DC is making Batman webtoons now. Hey, Jason South, glad to hear. I'm sure that you weren't one of those based individuals who bum rushed the Australian police that I saw online. I'm sure you are a good little peon.
Obedient dog.
Yes. I agree. Webtoons seems pretty bad, and personally, I really dislike the format compared to manga.
Yeah, you know how
Wait,
like you have this string of
yeah, look at my
illustrations.
Okay, so let's now that I've gotten through all of those tangents, and we're
please donate $2 to us and change our names.
I'm not going to read this person's tweets, all of them. This should hardly prove surprising, as the Star Wars franchise has been considered dead by many. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, I guess the point is. Yeah, I don't think we even have to continue this. I think the point's been made. Moving on, because there's still more. Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis punishes 1,600 toxic, hateful players. So basically, they took a stand against hateful behavior and toxicity and banned 1,600, which is, I think, almost a third of the actual online player base for hateful chats or whatever, even though people are able to mute players in the game. So it was pretty much just a PR move, which, again, if you get rid of, what is this, the all-time peak, 59,197 players, playing as the 24-hour peak, 3,000. It's like half. That's like half. They banned half of the currently active players. Unbelievable.
Which is already like I don't think people particularly were clamoring to this game over the other Phantasy Star Online 2 that's out.
Right. It's
so
a complete
They're just screwing themselves.
Oh, stupid. Anyway, let's talk about this. Let's get rid of the brand thing too, because it's going to be in the podcast clips. Okay, I got it. Okay. World of Warcraft censors sexy paintings following news of the lawsuit. kind of makes you seem more guilty, I guess. So the old painting, oh, it's so sexy.
You can see some legs.
Fruit's kind of sexy, I guess. So the developers behind World of Warcraft are once again using the impending lawsuit towards the company as an excuse to censor anything and everything sexy, as this time some old paintings in the game were changed. The developers seemingly being of the absurd notion that changing them will somehow stop their developers from sexually harassing people. I mean, that's how gun laws worked, so definitely gonna work.
It's
So
probably
the changes
going to be that they're going to get sued, and then the people are going to, or they'll say, hey, that thing we forced them to put in the game that was sexy and uncomfortable, it's not there. What are you talking about?
The changes were spotted in the 9.1.5 patch to World of Warcraft's private test realm, with paintings as old as the vanilla version of the game being altered. The top left image is the original, while their new depiction will be in the below or on the right. So I will just say, hideous. Fucking hideous. Also hideous, from the neck up, at least. I'm conflicted on these because some of these are goddamn terrible. Some of these illustrations are even homages to real life paintings. So did they get rid of this one?
No.
Only 2 paintings have been censored so far. Okay, so they're just talking about these 2.
What'd they do to Sylvanas? Well, I know what they did to Sylvanas.
It is believed this is only a small portion of Blizzard's ridiculous attempt to desexualize the game as a knee-jerk reaction to the lawsuit, though. Though Blizzard has previously censored the sex appeal of other females, such as Sylvanas, and in other games too, such as Hearthstone. So they added the.
Ironically, I think they made her boobs bigger in the censored picture.
They sure seem that way, but I think what it is that this image is cropped bigger because you can see more of her cape.
Yeah,
you know. So yeah, the image itself is literally just bigger, so it's giving that illusion.
I don't know, man. I don't understand why they do this. Like, I just.
I'll tell you why.
I don't get it.
I'll tell you why. When the game was made, they didn't have a single female working in the games industry. Now they're everywhere, and I went to school with a lot of them.
Like, I don't understand it. Women like to show themselves off, though.
They do.
So
But
I don't. Why do they have a problem with fan service?
Yeah. So it's the thing is that many women in the chat on this stream included are all for the sexy female characters. But apparently the women who work there in the HR department decide that that can't fly because they personally do not look like this high goddess elf character or whatever she is.
Dude, I like to think that in the scramble to censor these artworks with like real woman proportions and stuff, they're like, quickly, you over there, lady in the breastfeeding room or whatever they have, please, get naked for me. I need to see this female form. No, you better get your clothes off now. Like they just add to their abuse charges in trying to cover up.
Yeah, I see. I like this. The fan service isn't Jason Momoa. See, it goes both ways. I know I'm not going to look like Jason Momoa, and yet I don't call for him to be all covered up or fictional.
I don't feel oppressed.
This is the thing I don't understand. As a man, I don't look at people who are in shape and think that needs
Cover up.
Like, yeah.
I mean, I personally like it when women that are in good physical shape walk around with little clothing. Like, that makes me happy.
What I'm saying is
around the furry post, they cover up, you slut.
But what I'm saying is that when you, as a man, like, have you ever heard the statistic that says is something like Jason South says because the fan service isn't Jason Momoa or Jason South. So have you ever heard the statistic that said if given the opportunity to go on a date or watch the movie Predator, it's like 40% of men would rather watch the movie Predator. So I kind of look at it from the perspective of, historically, humans look at the idealized female form as
painful.
Phrase it? It's like I guess the goal, the destination, so to speak. And I don't understand why it's become this like taboo thing. I guess I don't know.
Isn't it ladies who usually say, "Oh my gosh, that's like goals right there" or something?
I don't know. Hashtag goals. Anyway, Reset Era despises Project Eve's main sexy heroine.
No shit.
Shame on Sankaku Complex for not having any GIFs.
Out of all these articles, like they picked the tamest, like bland picture as the top picture
Right?
of the character.
I mean, they don't even have a link to the trailer for me to see this lady's supposedly magnificent ass.
Oh well.
When I watched that trailer, I knew it would be an issue for people.
Yeah,
I
let
knew it.
Let me see if I can pull up a GIF or two.
It's like, so what? And you know what? My response to this, I mean, it's the same response they give to us. Game's not made for you. Sorry. Like, why can't they play by that rule? It's their rule. Well, they don't want to play by their own rules. I guess not.
Wow. Sorry.
He's got a point.
I'm just looking at the jiggle.
Oh.
I don't know if it's coming in at full. It looks.
Is that real? Is that if that's real? It's hilarious.
Oh, I'm definitely getting this game. No.
You should just get it on principle.
I mean, that's pretty much every buy I've made in the last year. It's the principle of the thing. Anyway. Surprising.
Why do you have these like lewd figures?
Do the
or lewd
one
anime?
below that.
Brad, honey, why do you have all these hentai? It's the principle.
There you go. That
It's
one
the
right
principle.
there. Look at the shine.
Is that a gift?
Look at the glimmer.
It's a GIF.
What? That's just the natural texture of the clothing.
Of a well-toned, well-formed ass.
Okay. I think the department that got WoW to change their thing, that department at YouTube is going to come after us. Moving on. So, former PlayStation CEO believes video game industry is untenable. Now, I know what you're thinking as I read this. I didn't know that was your real name and that you worked at PlayStation for 32 years because this is exactly what you said several podcasts ago. So it's no secret that the cost of game development is increasing, as the cost to create giant open worlds full of things to occupy players is not cheap. And a number of people fixate on the graphical fidelity of such grandiose worlds. PlayStation's former CEO, Sean Layden, yep, that's my name, discusses the big budgets that AAA PlayStation 4 games required and how that amount will continue to climb on the PlayStation 5. According to Sean Layden, development on high-profile games would routinely cost around $100 million. And having worked at PlayStation for 32 years, people may take his word for it when he said that game development, quote, seems to double in cost every platform generation. With large PlayStation 4 titles commanding budgets of $100 million, Layden believes that large PlayStation 5 games will cost $200 million. Well, luckily for him, that inflation we're experiencing, that's going to be the same value. And the cost will eventually grow beyond that. He warned that if such a pattern wasn't stopped, the game industry will crash. This is why Nintendo is winning, right? If we can't stop the cost curve from going up, all we can do is try to de-risk it. That puts you in a place where you're incentivized towards sequels. What happens there is you end up with 3 to 4 silos of games or game types that continue to exist, and a variety is squeezed out. Christopher Barker changed his avatar. Did you know, AC, that the newly revised PS5 has a smaller heat sink, meaning it heats up faster and the temp is increased by 3 degrees?
I thought they
yes, I
made
did
it
know
better.
this because I am PlayStation CEO Sean Layth. The PlayStation 5. We're talking about the PlayStation 5 Pro, which is an article I'm not covering.
No.
That it's rumored.
No. Just quickly, the PlayStation 5 had a small revision to it, where they, to cut costs, they decreased the heatsink. However, I forget what the YouTuber, but a big YouTuber did a test, and they basically said, like, in one scenario it runs a couple degrees hotter, but in another scenario it actually runs a couple degrees cooler. So overall, it's a bust. It's not a big deal, and you shouldn't worry about which one you get.
So, a good point has been made regarding Old Man here. Project Eve reminds me of Nier Automata. When Yoko Taro was asked why he made 2B so sexy, he straight up said because he liked beautiful women. So I would just like to point out, making sure there's no porn on this. Yep. Okay.
You're not going to pull a Reese?
I'd just like to point out all that shit I was talking about before about characters, the design being so goddamn good that it literally...
You have a connection with the character before you play it.
Before you play it. Yes, this game, never played it, fucking love the characters in it. Also, she's hot.
He likes blindfolded bitches.
She reminds me of, she's like female Raiden from Metal Gear.
You can see her eyes. That's sinful.
Anyway, I totally agree with this statement you've made, old man. Anyway, Predator is a good movie. Yes. One might say it's a great movie. One might say it's a masterpiece.
With a shirtless man through half of it.
Several.
Yeah, several, in fact.
Who died.
Thank you.
Blizzard, it's probably the manliest movie that doesn't include
gay sex.
I was gonna say there's a woman in it that they're like trying to rescue. I can't remember. Does she even survive? I don't remember how this movie ends. I guess it'll get to the chopper, right? Yeah, so she escapes, and Arnold stays behind to defeat the Predator.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, Blizzard, the company that covers up for sex pests and are trying to hide the skeletons in their closet, are now all for covering up women. Because we're dudes, I think women get jealous. Yeah, but here's the thing. They don't. That doesn't give them the right to censor, oppress the elf women and WoW.
We'll like the elves even more, and they're gonna look like garbage now. How about that? If they're jealous,
I've triggered more people with my pronunciation of GIF.
Keeping the GIF army strong, Jason. A man of honor.
E. Castro says it's just so funny to me that in the age of the internet and sexual liberation IRL, people become Puritans about fictional characters. Right. I said this before. The reason they don't want you to have hot anime women is because you're beating off to them instead of their OnlyFans.
Oh my.
Project Eve reminds me. Yeah, I already read that one. With Halo on PC, I am still proved right. You only need Nintendo and PC. Yep. Yoko is thick. We're talking about Yoko Littner from Gurlagen?
Yoko Kanno is thick, clearly.
Yoko Taro is the creator. That's 2B. 2B is the character. Yeah, 2B is definitely one of the most appealing character designs in the past decade. Absolutely. I meant the female. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you, just since I've got it right here, OCApodcast.com/OCA-165. As you can see, God damn it. Yoko is in fact thick. Anyway. 2B is thick, yes. 2B has a special ability where she blows up, destroying the enemies, leaving her with only 1 HP and no skirt. Well, that's my kind of attack. My sword hungers for peanut butter. 2B or not 2B. Okay. Wait, I deleted that. Oh, yes. See, the thing is that StreamYard doesn't care that you deleted it. I can still click on it. Occasionally, I try to be kind to people that I imagine probably deleted it, like effing Anime Addict earlier today when he said...
Yeah, let's just say it.
Let's just say it now, yes. I think it was the first thing he said. It was about Lance's comment about... I'm guessing that you deleted this. Lance is watch. You are correct that. I'm pretty sure that was an accidental. You hit enter too early, and it later became this. I tried not to embarrass you, but you know, Christopher Barker brought it out of me.
To make a point, under the bus.
Damn you, StreamYard. Okay. All right. So anyway, I think that's all I want to tell you about PlayStation. I was right. Anyway, moving on. Got to get through this. Okay. My Girlfriend is Show Bitch. Anime Blu-ray will be censored in the UK.
Well, glad
That's
I'm
to
not.
be you,
I
I've
don't
got
even
the
have the
uncensored
Sentai version,
version.
apparently.
God damn it! Why didn't I buy that when I ordered something right stuff today? I'm a fucking idiot. The upcoming Blu-ray release of Boku no... Oh god, My Girlfriend is Show Bitch. In the UK, courtesy of MVM Entertainment, is set to be censored after it was found that one of the scenes had an underage character in a, quote, sexual situation. Yet another example of companies deeming fictional characters on the same level as real people while doing nothing about real-world happenings, such as the country's Muslim pedophile gangs. Ouch. Harsh words there, Sankaku Complex. By the way, you know what Sankaku means?
Tell us.
So in Japanese gaming, for the PlayStation, where you know the Sony console that was made in Japan, X is Batsu, right? Which is no in Japanese, right? It's incorrect or you're negating it. Circle is Maru or correct, which is in Japanese games until recently.
Yes.
When you're playing a game, if you're trying to say yes in advance in a menu, you hit circle for yes and X for
Saru?
What?
Oh.
No, Maru.
The studio. Oh. Maru. Damn it.
Anyway, so Sankaku is triangle, and it means like the average, I think. Anyway, it's like a. That's why there's a triangle in Sankaku Complex.
Oh.
Anyway, I don't. It's really easy to get sidetracked on this show, huh? Anyway, the news was confirmed by the BBFC rating board, and the particular scene being censored is present in the third episode, where protagonist Haruka Shinozaki visits the home of his girlfriend Kosaka and interacts with her mother, leading to a series of past scenes where Kosaka is a toddler and her mother educates her on perverted things. A sample video of the scene in question. So effectively what it is that in this sequence, I guess the mom in this show is extremely perverted and interprets everything that happens in a really perverted way.
Pretty bad. Not terribly.
So there's a scene where the kid is laying on her back playing with a teddy bear, and the teddy bear looks like it's straddling her or something like that. That's what they cut out of the UK release.
I love when I came back, the first thing I heard was a fucking idiot. And I'm like, what?
Yep.
Talk about you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I felt like I was summoned.
They should totally like take the Blu-ray.
I am here.
On the Blu-ray cover in the UK, they should just censor out "bitch" to show
Well,
this
it's
is
censored.
censored
It's censored in the US one too.
No,
It is?
Isn't it show
Yeah.
bitch?
No.
SHO instead of SO?
It's I'll show you.
it is with an H. It never wasn't.
No. You are mistaken. I'm just trying to open it as an image so I can.
I was just waiting for a clip.
That is not an eye. It is a banana.
Oh,
Wait,
you
what?
got us. Got him.
Yeah, this is the version of the US.
Got him.
You know what's funny? You say D's nuts, but I'm eating a thing of cashews,
Dude,
and on
I
it
can
has
hear it.
Oh my
DS
fucking
and
God.
nuts written on it in big
You
black
guys.
Sharpie.
Is that a train I
Her
hear?
fucking feet are on top of their knees.
Wow.
What?
Wow. And she's got a giant banana in between her legs.
Did they like move the composition in post?
What
Also,
That
the
looks
shadow.
so weird.
Huh?
The drop shadow, that would look fine if it was on the floor, right?
It seems.
I think they brought all the girls closer together.
Like, notice the shadow on the legs, how it's like really close because the knees are on the ground, so the
Yeah.
shadow is right close. But on the feet, it's like the feet are up in the air. There's
Yeah.
like a
You need-
distance on that
You
shadow.
need to tweet Sentai and tell them to fire whoever was involved.
No, because when they re-release this with the corrected artwork, it's going to be censored. I need to buy it first.
Well, you're gonna buy it, then you call them out.
Wait till the sunset
I
sale.
need to have it physically in my hand and show them the mistake in a photo, right? All right, so MVM Entertainment provided the following summary of the series. So they say when Haruka asks his classmate Akiho to go out with him, he's hoping that she'll say yes. What he isn't expecting is for her to agree, then approach their relationship with an emotionally detached attitude as if she was writing a research paper with sex as the topic. It's
'Cause
all
that's what
about
she's doing.
maximizing compatibility. It's all about maximizing compatibility, Akiho says. But when preparation for a first date requires Haruka to divulge a comprehensive list of his sexual fetishes in advance for planning purposes, perhaps there's something to be said for getting to know each other the old-fashioned way. And if Akiho's clinical approach isn't awkward enough, things get really weird when it's time to meet the parents and Haruka learns where Akiho's odd demeanor comes from. It's the romantic comedy where TMI and A-type personalities collide. So I don't know
really
if you should even.
underwhelmed with the show.
I don't even know if you should include this part about meeting the parents because you cut that part out. Anyway, the series was simulcast on High Dive Uncut, and it is likely this turn of events will not lead to a censorship of the version available through streaming, as there is no legal requirement for companies to submit content for streaming releases or to use the same cuts as seen in home entertainment releases. So they're saying, I guess, that on High Dive you can still watch it on High Dive in the UK.
Are you okay? Oh.
I guess. I don't know. Moving on to ride stuff so we can get through this. So let's talk about cracking butts. Oh, hold on. I have to unhide the adult stuff for a second.
Yeah.
Giveth me a moment.
In the meantime, we have
reason
a Twitch viewer who commented. I managed to get all the Lupin episodes of Lupin the Third, Season 1 and 2 on DVD. Season 2 is actually out of print. Wait, what? I really
That's
want
what
to
I'm
get
trying to figure out right now.
I think
really
they're
want
all
to get
out
the
of print.
Gunslinger Girl on Blu-ray, but it's stupidly expensive. Was it released on Blu-ray? So I may just have to stick to the original DVD release.
Yeah, I don't think it was released on Blu-ray.
Well, thanks for popping by, Mirage Leonardo 84, and not being a bot or something. Clearly, you're talking about topics we care about.
Okay, so I've opened these. Censored
Where's all
edition. Where's all the what?
Where's all the boobs?
Yeah. All the boobs.
I thought you turned the boobs on.
I did, but unfortunately, it's for this.
Needs to be censored. They're
Well,
not fat.
I'm sad to
Look
report.
at the runtime difference on the back.
Okay, so let's establish this for the audience. We're looking at the Titan's Bride. The
It's
DVD
yelling.
edition is censored. Oh. No.
At least
I
it
will
says
remind you,
it.
it was serialized in BL Screamo.
Gee, I wonder how this
Look
is
at the
gonna
look
turn
at the
out.
runtime difference on the back between the censored and the uncensored.
On the back.
35 minutes.
Subtitles in English and Spanish. Great. Includes all 9
Look at
episodes on
that
one
tacky
disc.
DVD logo.
Series runtime 35 minutes.
Wow, it's as if it said that in the description.
Uncut.
Well, I don't know if you-
65 minutes. What?
Holy fuck!
Half an hour is
Is
just
there
pure
some
smashing.
hardcore penetration happening?
This is-
in every
Probably
episode?
is. That's
This
the
is
thing.
like a green issue where like just one section of the anime is just completely hentai.
Dude, go back
Like
to
the end of the
un-
episode is the sex scene, so they just cut it out.
Go back to
Okay.
the uncensored. And what is the rating on the back? 14A? Why?
It's the same on both of them.
I don't get it. Why? What is this?
Isn't
what are
that
we
a
looking-
Canadian rating system?
It is. It's TVMA on both of them though.
Yeah, so they rate it as mature, and we say you can watch it when you're 14 because Canada's more based.
Yeah, we are. Get wrecked.
Yeah,
Quasar
you can
Stigmata
watch-
is 14A.
You can watch this guy get
Getting
raped to
pounded.
death when you're 14. Yeah.
But yeah, like either this just isn't a hentai like we're assuming it is.
I really hate that I like the layout for the DVD version so much better than the Blu-ray.
You could buy
Like the
both.
text, they wrap the text around it. I'm not paying $30 for both. Well, I guess.
Especially when it's like.
I guess if I only want the non-butt smashing scenes, I can get it for 14.
What gets me is they didn't include the non-butt smashing version on the uncensored version. There's enough room on the goddamn disc.
You're right.
They didn't. Sorry, say what? Say that again.
Well, it has
He's
2.1
saying
audio.
you don't have both versions on the uncut version.
2.0.
Oh,
2.0 audio.
so because it okay.
Wait, does that say?
So
9
you're saying it's
episodes?
weird? It's weird that they even
Includes
made
9
a censored
episodes?
version. Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Hold up. The other one said includes 9 episodes on
Yeah.
one disc.
Yeah.
Both
How many is
short
on this
episodes.
one?
They're really short episodes.
All 9 episodes on one disc.
So yeah, they just chop out the ones
9
where he's getting
Oh,
his
that's
hole
interesting.
railed.
So on the DVD one, it says includes all 9 episodes on one disc. On the Blu-ray one, it just says includes 9 episodes on one disc, and it
So,
doesn't
wait a
have
minute,
it doesn't have a region coding on the
For
Blu-ray.
it to fucking go down from 65 minutes or 60 whatever minutes to 35 minutes, they literally had
There's
to
some
cut
math
out
here.
half of each episode, effectively.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, that's probably what you'd assume if this is
Okay.
as
Yeah,
hardcore
you'd always have
as
to-
his
35
hands.
divided by
Half the
9.
episode makes up, right?
3.8 minutes per episode. 65 divided by 9. 7.2 minutes per episode. Still,
Wow.
like, hope you can finish in time.
you know, guys. I mean, this is, you know what? Those people in, like, where is it, Israel and China, who can't like have anything explicit, man, they're gonna have a lot of imagination going on for like 35 minutes.
So just so we're clear, I'm totally gonna buy this when it's not $30.
Yeah. Also,
Because of
look at the price change between.
yeah.
It's double the price for double the length.
Oh, that's what he said.
Wait, the DVD's already in stock, but the Blu-ray doesn't come out until October 1st.
They're blue balling you intentionally. They want to tease you.
They want you to accidentally have bought the censored version and go, oh wait, they didn't smash. And then at the end, it's like, get the Blu-ray. Yeah.
That's totally got it.
All right.
You guys.
So anyway, why would you? The Blu-ray image is. Oh wait. Okay. Yes. So
he's wearing pants in the censored one.
Oh yeah.
You're not allowed
Anyway,
to wear pants in this one, man.
in this kingdom, yeah. You want me to read you the thing? Koichi Mizuki, 5'11", is about to graduate, but before he can, he is summoned to a world of giant titans by ancient magic. Magnum dungs. It's the land of Till Dance, where the Prince Caius, 8'2", appears in front of Koichi and says, "Destiny has brought you to me. You are my fated bride. Prepare your butt." Koichi agrees.
Wait. So this is a very LGBTQ friendly show.
Yes.
Apparently.
Koichi agrees to stay for a month in order to get back home. That's called coercion. However, the prince is in a bind. He can only marry someone from another world, or else till then will befall a terrible fate. Well, man,
he's also
prepare your
literally in
butthole
a bind.
because this alternate world you have no attachment to is going to befall a terrible fate. So, it's hey, listen, man, it's either my world or your butt. It's going to befall a terrible fate.
My life
Thanks,
in another world as a homosexual.
If
I don't
it
even
was
care
doesn't
about your
stay
world. Let me go
permanently, will
home.
the prophecy ever be fulfilled? Special
Well,
features,
well,
director's commentaries on every episode, English trailer, English theme song, and music video, and storyboard animatics. That's for the DVD version.
So AC, if you were to be summoned to another world and they said, "Look, to save our world and for you to go home, you gotta have gay sex," are you in or are you out?
I'll be
I'll
like,
tell you
look,
what my
man,
response
I've already escaped the penitentiary. That's gonna be a big no for me, dog.
When you said, "Will the prophecy ever be fulfilled?" all I could think of is the opening to Sonic Underground. Anyone remembers that opening? No?
Opening to Sonic Underground sounds like a euphemism.
There's a bit in the opening where it's like, "Will the prophet?" Like they're singing. I'm not gonna sing it, but they literally have that lyrics in the opening.
I remember. I just watched it.
I want a reaction from your wife for that series.
Yeah.
Please.
I don't know if I could ever get her to actually willingly sit down and watch it, but I also would like this reaction. See, the reaction would be, "Why do you have this Blu-ray?"
Because I thought of you, babe.
Anyway, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Mugen Train Standard Edition Blu-ray. Mother effer, I didn't order this either. When it came to, okay, I still have some time for that one.
Did you order the so you didn't order the limited edition?
No, I was just thinking about the limited edition, which is what I am going to get. But I'm just thinking about the fact that I placed an order today to get Cautious Hero, which is now out of stock again. So glad I got it.
Some of the things I've been waiting on.
Can't wait to get cucked on that again.
So
I linked you the thing thinking you'd get it right away.
Oh, did you link it? I got it from Reese. Reese linked it to me. I did get it.
You didn't even see my link.
Oh, you're talking about the link to the Demon Slayer?
Wow. Yeah.
I was working during that time. Yeah, look, I'm going to get this. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's just that I have to make sure that I have my funds available when the time comes. Yeah. So
what I was gonna say was like, how cucked am I since like I've been waiting for my order forever, just letting my money sit in the account. And here's the question: since like one of the items that I had in there came in stock, are they going to hold on that item, or are they going to wait till everything's in stock at once and then
they'll hold it?
It goes by case basis. Sometimes they'll do a partial shipment. Sometimes they'll just have to wait till the whole thing comes in.
Okay, I just was worried if one of them came in, so we're just going to go in and sell the one instead of
make another order and that order ships some of the items, and your other order that are being held hostage will ship with that another order.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I'd like to point out the double cucking happening here because no Nezuko on that.
No one gives a shit about Nezuko. Okay, this is all about flamey swords and watery swords and / manly stuff. Okay, not about little girls.
That's pretty gay.
To be fair, I think she was only in the movie for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
yeah,
I will say the artwork is
Greenland's
pretty
got
badass.
a point there. He really.
I didn't think the movie was fantastic.
I thought the movie was awesome.
I have yet to see it, but I bought it on art alone.
The movie picks up
art.
halfway through because it stops being about what's happening on the train. It starts being about what happens off the train, and then it gets really good, and then it ends.
the thing that killed me about it was like, I don't even know if Demon Slayer like knows exactly where the show's going at times, because I'm just like, are they trying to like build up their like get her like back to normal, or are they trying to like make him a Hashira, or I'm
gonna
confused.
Spoil it for you. The thing that this movie has going for it
I've already
is
seen it.
that well, the thing that this movie has going for it is that unlike the series, it doesn't give you a huge backstory of the demon that they've just killed because
Yeah,
they don't
shit.
kill the demon.
Oh, spoilers!
Spoilers.
What do you mean?
How
Anyway.
could you?
He's look, man. I'm sorry. I'll ruin it too.
Here's
He's
the thing.
wrong.
I'm pretty sure they
Something
do
does
actually give you
die.
the demon backstory.
And they introduced the demon at the end of the TV series, so
Yeah. All right. So A3 Addict Actors season spring and summer. I got cancer reading that.
Excuse me, Brad?
wait till you
got cancer.
wait till you get to fall and winter.
When are you going for chemo?
I'm too far gone. Robotech Part 3, The New Generation.
Hooray!
Oh, Robotech. I thought you
Yeah,
said
look at that
Robotech.
cool faded artwork. Epic.
Oh,
Like, I know
Epic.
what they were going
uniformly
for. We had
faded
this
around every edge.
conversation, but it just
I like to
like,
think they use
makes it look
files.
worse.
What's up? Was that Green Line?
Oh, just we've had the conversation before of like, I know what they were trying to go for, but you just made it look worse.
Yeah. There's already so little room to write the text on the spine. So you had to narrow it down even further with the stupid vignette.
Looks epic.
Moving on. One Piece Collection 28 Blu-ray DVD.
I told my brother
First
how
collection
he was
that doesn't have a flag in the background.
Yeah, I stopped
flag
collecting
in the
these.
They can't.
Once
have a
we
flag
hit
that's not
Wano,
Chinese
I'll start
flag.
collecting it again because that's when that animation actually starts being animation again instead of just slideshows.
I just want them to release a Blu-ray height thing on Blu-ray. That's all I ask.
Rip.
I'm not joking. Like the series, at this point in the series, they're literally just slideshows.
I mean,
with
it's One
some
Piece.
voice
so, I mean,
acting.
half of it's like.
Okay, so
Look,
this
man,
is that other
the
thing.
whole thing
I
about
didn't
One
order
Piece
that I
is to
should
drag
have.
it out as much as possible.
Why does it look like a goddamn monster of a steelbook, though?
It looks like they made a discount.
They
plastic
did another one of those failures where the image is on here twice. Wait, what's going on? That's right stuff causing that. How did I get that to move? Am I insane? I'm insane.
I think you're insane.
I think you're insane.
Looks like the picture they have on there once and then rotated again.
Either way, it looks like the kid-friendly variant that's thicker and harder to poke your eye out with. But it's
Looks
literally
like they
just going
tried-
to look like a regular steelbook when it comes out.
It looks like they tried to rotate it to make the right side straight and then forgot to delete a layer below. So the left side's all that they originally straightened is still
Somebody
underneath.
thought they were being smart and they failed really hard.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Goblin Slayer despite how many people like yelled at me and told me it was garbage before I watched it. And I'm like,
It was pretty garbage, but I also very much enjoyed it.
I think Elf Girl was
Yeah, see, in the
kinda
preview
best
pic, it
girl,
looks like a
but
normal
I got that
steelbook,
too,
as expected.
I need the
Steelbooks are
steelbook on
garbage.
principle. I don't need it for $50.
I really am beating myself up for getting the limited edition, but whatever.
I got the limited edition.
And the limited edition still looks great and all.
I haven't bought any of them.
The combo no one
on
asked
principle,
for.
do not buy double.
Is this the
horrible
freaking,
dual-
the Pikachu talks bullshit and
Double
the
feature
one where
nobody
they-
asked for.
Oh my god! Can,
I'll counter your point,
It
Brad.
would be better if it was. Sorry, just quickly. It would be better if it would make more sense if it was the first movie Evolutions, like the remake
Yeah.
version. But they did the original. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I like the counter to your point is that when they did the 1 to 3, 4 to 5, and whatever type collections of movies, like those are fine. And it's the only way you're gonna get them on Blu-ray.
I have
But
the 1 to
this is
3 on
just
Blu-ray
stupid.
on steal both.
Because it's like, oh, you got movie 1 and then movie not 1, and then you go to movie 2 and 3, which you can only get in the 1 to 3 pack. So you have 2 copies of movie 1 before movie 1, or you put that at the end, and then you'll have a random movie 1, and like, it's just it's a mess.
I don't know like how the Dollar General near me where I lived at the time did it, but they had a bootleg of the 4 like it was Pokemon Forever, the one with Jirachi, Rayquaza, and what was the other one?
The 4-pack?
Oh, Latios and Latios. It had
4-pack?
all 4. Huh?
Miramax quad feature or whatever.
I thought that was a bootleg because it had the weird double-sided disc.
That sounds like a bootleg. Is this DVD?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mine's on Blu-ray, and it's only on
mine was a double-sided disc, and I'll never forget it. My dad, he's like, I know you collect this stuff, and he's like, I picked it up.
I think that is legit, but that could just be me.
The
I hope
only
it's legit.
double-sided discs I've ever owned on anime is the Ava Rebuild, or sorry, not Rebuild, Ava and Evangelion and Death and Rebirth.
Because it's Miramax that I think.
Yes, Miramax
those.
only.
Viz,
did
I don't
those
think would have done
for some
that, but
reason.
I think that's
They
something
do
that
look bootleg
Miramax
as
has done.
balls because they're a quad pack or whatever.
It
They have
felt,
the blue border.
bootleg as shit, but I bought it anyway.
The one question I'd have about this is if it comes with the Pikachu short at the beginning of the first movie, because
Oh my
other
God,
It won't.
DVDs,
It's just gonna be a straight up reboot. Repeat
Same,
of
yes,
the,
the other
they've
Blu-rays
been getting rid of the
missed
short
out
feature
on
more
the
and more.
Pikachu's Vacation and all that kind of stuff.
yeah, all
That's kinda
I
all
wish
sad.
I still had that.
Okay, so here's the thing. The first movie and Pokemon the movie I Choose You were both directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. That's probably why they're doing a combination pack.
No, they're doing a combination because I Choose You is a retelling of the first whatever. So it's
No,
is it? I never
chronologically
watched
No,
it.
it's not.
similar.
It's not.
right?
It's not a retelling of anything.
Okay.
I've seen it,
All right,
and
so I'm
I
gonna
still
address
don't
some
know
of
to
these
tell you what
chats,
it is.
'cause
It's
I
a
thought
retelling
it
of the first episode.
Well, that's why Ho is blessing him with
A
with the
retelling
Italian
is,
feather.
if you want to say that, it is the most loose definition of retelling ever. But yeah,
Well, by
literally tell a whole
retelling, I
different
mean
story.
they took it a different direction or whatever.
There are
right?
Pokemon that
But
weren't
they used
even in the
same-
original 151 in that.
Had
in
the
that
same
movie.
start point.
Okay. So, real quick, let's go through these chats.
Okay.
Christopher Barker says, "Show bitch looks like a hentai."
I mean, it sure does.
I mean, yeah, I think that's the point of it looking like that. You guys read this comment. And here, okay. So Mirage Leonardo 84 asked, also, maybe I'm just dumb, but is there a reason as to why most Netflix original anime series are never released on DVD? I had to buy a bootleg Blu-ray for the Netflix Ultraman because that was the only way to buy a physical copy. So the reason why Netflix original anime doesn't get a physical release is so you have to watch it on Netflix.
And
That's
keep
the
that
obvious
subscription
answer.
going.
Now, most of the licenses, I think, what did we determine it was 6 years?
3 years is like
Is
the
it 3 years?
average period or whatever.
Yeah, the average wait period is going to be 3 years before the license expires and their exclusivity allows somebody to license it for physical release. So,
has Eva been on Netflix for 3 years?
no, but that's not a Netflix original.
I feel
Okay, fair
like
enough.
Seven Deadly Sins has passed that three year threshold like heavily for season 2.
I don't know.
Well,
We're
you could
talking about
argue it is a Netflix original because it's a Netflix original dub.
It opens up as a Netflix
True.
original. It's like a Netflix original series. And
Yeah,
whatever.
but that's Netflix pretending.
I mean, yeah, it's them being a liar, but I was just going off of what they claim.
Also, we got a confirmation here. Gunslinger Girl was released on Blu-ray. I just don't have the Blu-ray.
I looked it up on Amazon and god damn it is out of print. I don't have it, and I know you're like, man, this is lit or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I liked it. I'd like to see it again. Most of the anime I've rewatched from my childhood has not lived up, so hopefully it's good.
Oh, that's sad.
My most expensive Blu-ray I own is the original Fist of the North Star series. I paid $85 for it. So this is the SD Blu-ray.
Wait, what is that out of print as well?
It's on Amazon right now. $89.
$85.
Ships and sells from Amazon. I think it was 60 on Right Stuff originally.
Oh, I thought you meant
That's
like
the
my
most expensive thing he's ever bought is $85.
Okay,
yeah,
let's not
it's
shame
relatively
him.
speaking.
Those are rookie numbers.
It's
Hey,
It's
hey, and when it
relatively
comes to
speaking, I
collectible
thought-
stuff, if
Well,
you don't
he
feel
might-
comfortable spending a lot of money, don't.
There
The
might be-
retail,
God
the
damn.
retail price for the SDBD for the Fist of the North Star TV series is $89.95, according to Right Stuff. That's our
Okay, so
stuff.
they're just selling it at.
Old Man says I have Gunslinger Girl Il Teatrino, which is season 2, on Blu-ray. It has 15 eps and the OVA on 2 discs. No anime classics on the slipcase. The Digimon season DVDs are also going up in price. They're out of print. I was lucky to buy season 2 for $20 a while back.
That sucks because I need season 4 still.
Oh, you do? I might have an extra of season 4.
You sold me the extra of season 5, which the case came broken.
So I'll warn you, Mirage Leonardo, that
No insurance
the
on that
Digimon
one,
sets
huh?
from Flatiron Film Company have been bootlegged by the one-to-one bootleggers.
I hope this means
so.
that
good luck.
I think he meant that the Fist of the North Star was worth the most.
There are some heavy bootleggers on Amazon
$85.
selling stuff on Prime. Just watch out for them as well, please.
Maybe I'm wrong about what he meant.
There is a. That's right. I think I don't know. Picked up
I
Cyber
hope they
009
re-release
recently for 45 and Escaflowne for 30. Cool.
The Blu-ray.
Gunslinger Girl. I can't click on that. Hold on a second.
He just linked you for evidence.
I know.
It's legit.
I'm sure it is. I just want to.
It's fake news.
Whatever. I'll look at it later. I wish they put Trigun on Blu-ray. I think they're.
Me too.
They
Why
did.
not?
No.
They put the movie on Blu-ray, but not the show.
Really?
The animated series never, the full series never got a Blu-ray release. I check this all the time.
Was it just the movie?
The
Battle
movie,
of Rome?
the movie definitely does have.
Yeah, the movie
Blu-ray.
that came out like 10 years ago. It has a Blu-ray. Yes, the TV series
Just came out 10 years ago.
like the one that's in HD.
Yeah, but the animated series, like the episodes, the DVDs, never got re-released on Blu-ray, and I got a buddy of mine who was super pissed about that because that's his favorite. series.
I almost hardcore
they don't
doxed
have
you at
masters.
FDDNM.
Almost hardcore docs.
Yeah, I was gonna pull this tab over, and I didn't realize I was on Amazon.ca. And it's like delivered to such and such at blah blah blah.
Ah.
Frederick Douglass,
I didn't.
Daniels, Norman,
No,
Maxwell.
random 11 can find me and kill me.
All right, so
I already
Reese,
know
do
where you
wanna-
live.
Do you want to cover the?
So do I.
When did that happen?
Do you want to cover the ultimate box set?
Because I'm psychic.
Oh, so I was looking at.
Holy shit! It's Mini Reese.
Yeah. Go back to this thing.
Well, so first look at Reese's avatar.
All right.
In case you aren't familiar with the lore, it's from the Residence.
Yeah,
that's what it's from.
I thought it was a play on the dude from Future Diary. You know, the one with one eyeball who's blind.
I was giving you credit, Reese. I thought it was an original character.
So what it is
hold on.
it's
this image is from the ending credits theme for Beck Mongolian Chop Squad. I saw that series like 7 years ago or something. I thought the image looked awesome, and then it wasn't until like maybe 3 years later. Oh, the Resident, and somebody said, "Oh, the Residence." I was like, "What?" So yeah.
Yeah, I didn't
But
even
anyway.
notice that image.
So I stumbled across this just looking for reasons, and
monsters.
they're selling this ultimate box. The first edition of every single CD, every EP, all their video discs, all housed in a refrigerator,
And
it costs like $100,000.
you have to get it for that mask.
all right. Everybody crowdfund. Okay.
I thought that was hilarious.
People donate $1.
And it was like, this is the epitome of cancer-sized sets.
Yeah, it's an actual
Reese
fridge.
could have this in his house.
I'm just in time. Just in time.
So I pulled up the ending to
$1 a
Longhorn
day
and Chop
keeps the
Squad.
AIDS away.
Is it zoomed in really far, or is it
On
supposed
my
to look like
screen it
this?
Yeah.
So it's a
Like, my
drawn
mouse looks like
version
it has
of.
kids.
Probably shouldn't
Okay.
do that.
It shows it clear and like earlier on.
That was as early as it goes. So
Yeah, I thought Reese had drawn that himself. I was like, oh, that's an original character. It's cool.
yeah,
No.
that's
You know,
a Sonic
only
goatee.
cool people have original avatars like me. You know, self-drawn.
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
It was Reed's version 2.53.
I believe you got that design from art school.
No, I drew it myself.
Anyway,
No.
so yeah, that was funny. All right. Yeah,
that was
only
that was
$100,000.
funny. I thought that was it.
That monster
Okay.
didn't have feet on it because we do have random 11 in here. I just couldn't tell if anyone had their feet
So-
out in that picture.
So real quick comment, I think Trigun they don't have masters for it or whatever. Like, I think it was in the 90s, right? But I feel like they just lost the masters, so they couldn't give it a Blu-ray treatment. So it would have to be an upscale if they did one. And also, I cry at this comment because where's
Half
the other
a Blu-ray
Blu-rays?
release. It's
Where's the
half
other
a-
Blu-rays?
Yeah, they don't like that fucking Pokemon box set. Doesn't it stop like right before the fucking Indigo League?
Not
No,
even.
it's-
There's a significant chunk before the Indigo League.
Yeah, they like
Still,
it's like half the Indigo League that they.
It's like
released.
60. It's like 60 or 54
I
episodes.
think it's
Like
50.
I thought he
52.
got the
I'm
Earth badge and it
bored.
was over, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Either way,
So-
it was just one set and they stopped.
Yeah, there's
However,
a good chunk
technically-
still missing.
If you want to get technical, they have released
Technically.
Sun and Moon Ultra or whatever it's called, Ultra Sun and Moon on Blu-ray, and I bought that because I'm like, yes, even though I hate Pokemon, I'm like, yes, you need to release complete seasons on Blu-ray, and then
Digimon's better.
It's not better for Blu-ray releases, but it comes out.
I'm just saying Pokemon. I mean, Digimon's better than Pokemon.
Digimon is better as a show, but Pokemon like so the
Whatever.
next
I also
Ultra
have Centaurian.
the next Ultra whatever season came out on DVD only, and I'm like, kill me. What was the point of me buying that Blu-ray now?
So, continuing here. Real Heart of the Cards. Amazing Yu-Gi-Oh hand floats up to man in Japanese river. Can you guys guess what hand it was?
Oh, it had to be Exodia.
Say goodbye to Exodia!
In fact, it was Exodia.
You found Yugi's cards. Yugi found your cards, man.
Yep. That's pretty much it. Moving on.
I think some crazed fan was just trying to reenact that.
Yeah.
I want to know which edition they are. If they're like the valuable prints or the worthless reprints.
I mean, they ain't valuable anymore.
Yeah, they're the pawns.
No,
come
now
back.
they have a
Really
story.
wet.
They're extra
So,
value. They have
Kaiba's
patina
iconic-
on them.
Kaiba's iconic Yu-Gi-Oh briefcase.
I
goes
don't
up for
understand
sale.
how those Exodias were fucked up when Kaiba threw his blue eyes and like it went into what was that, like a backhoe or something? I was like, how the fuck did that blue eyes white dragon pierce metal?
They were actually never fucked up. They were just lost. Like they
just went
weren't
into the
ruined.
ocean? Okay.
What? Joey jumps in the water and rescues them.
Like
No, he
3 of
doesn't.
them.
Immediately after that, he jumps in the
Yeah.
water to go get them.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
He jumps in
Yeah.
the water, but he doesn't get them.
He only
gets
gets like
he gets like 2 or
copies.
3
He
of
gets
them,
2 or
and
3
then
of
that's
those
it.
items in question.
Anyway, so Kaiba's iconic Yu-Gi-Oh briefcase goes up for sale for the series' 25th anniversary.
Look
So
at
his
all those
iconic
pillow
briefcase, you know that red briefcase with the red padding
Yeah.
that wasn't this black thing? Yeah. So
They
it's
didn't
kind of
even
cool,
try
though.
that.
I guess you could fit
Oh,
every Yu-Gi-Oh card in the history of the
Well,
world.
now I
in there.
really want that.
Well, wait a minute. There's 2 different backings there.
Yeah.
You flip the thing up, I'm assuming.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've got the 3 blue
They
eyes.
come with the blue eyes.
God, how much do these things cost?
I really want that. That's a great card case.
You know,
Only $301 US. That's actually not that bad.
It's still pretty bad, but it's not that bad. Yeah, relatively.
Yeah, but see, like, so this thing you could, yeah, like you said, it's not a bad card case for.
No, it's a great card case. It's like sturdy as balls. Mine are made of cardboard.
Well, there you go. Demon Slayer popcorn bucket sells out to huge crowds at Universal Studios Japan. So this is a popcorn bucket. God damn it. Pardon me while I just let the fucking images load, because for some reason it thinks they're ads.
They need to make a popcorn bucket that's the Titan Bride, the main character after his session.
You mean a grave? Anyway, so yeah, this is the popcorn bucket. It comes with, what was the type of popcorn? Something like, so they limit it to 3 per customer, and they sold out on the day. So then it had to go to 1 per customer for the next day when they restocked.
It's gonna.
I don't
be
understand
like,
how much freaking popcorn you can actually fit in here, but
yeah, it's gonna be like those bulk stores where it looks like a giant bin from the floor up, but it's really shallow, so they can restock it.
yeah. So if you want them online, you can buy them. They're pretty fucking expensive. Anyway, moving on. Tokyo Demon Slayers.
It's that guy again.
Tokyo Demon Slayer store's edible bamboo tubes are surprisingly phallic looking. Fans find. I forgot I put this in here. Bamboo tube meat buns.
Guys, mute me.
Damn it.
Okay. Bamboo tube meat buns have some thinking of eating another kind of meat. Let me just scroll down.
Jesus! Oh my god.
What the fuck?
That's not even close.
Hey, you're in the same shirt this time. How about that?
I have my own uniform dick.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've been doing some thinking too. Penises mostly.
For its upcoming second TV season, the heroes of anime mega hit Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba are heading to Yoshiwara, which was the name of an actual red light district that used to exist in Japan's capital. The anime's producers have said that they're not intending to tone down that aspect of the setting, and it turns out that even some real-world Demon Slayer-themed food being served in that corner of Tokyo is startlingly suggestive. The Yoshiwara name isn't used by any part of Tokyo anymore, but the pleasure quarter was located just to the north of the present-day Asakusa neighborhood, and this summer, a Demon Slayer pop-up shop opened there. In addition to exclusive merch, the store also serves themed food inspired by several of the anime's characters, including Nezuko. Right. So you can get the green or the blue drink, the yellow drink, the brown drink, or the goddamn dong. Nezuko, the sister of protagonist Tanjiro, carries a tragic curse, having been turned into a demon. Though the transformation isn't complete, she has to constantly wear a bamboo tube muzzle, as shown in the illustration in the above tweet, so that she won't bite anyone if she's unable to resist her demonic urges. For its Nezuko food item, the shop decided to use the bamboo tube as the motif for a special meat bun, but instead of the round shape the buns are usually made in, the Nezuko bamboo tube meat bun is cylindrical. You can see a photo of it still in its package above the illustrated Nezuko, right? But it's a little hard to see, so let's take a close. What's up?
For a different curse that he has to deal with.
Yeah. But it's a little hard to see, so let's take a closer look at it. But be careful that it doesn't poke your eye out. So gross.
Honestly, I'm just in pain looking at it.
And the bad thing is, like, these things are going to, like, the whole point is not only are you just going to eat it, but like You're gonna be playing with it because you want to pretend you're Nezuko or whatever, and stick it in your mouth sideways, and you're taking these pictures and shit. Don't see them online.
The thing that I find funniest about it is that it's like, of all the food you could make, you made a meat bun.
That looks like a China person shoving something in their schlong for experimental purposes.
I don't think that's actually the product.
That's the Incredible Hulk sticking a popsicle in his.
I think that they just put that in there to take the photo, but I'm not
Do you
sure.
think that's the product, or is that just someone painting their screen?
That's clearly two chopsticks still put together that haven't been separated or
Well,
whatever.
those are chopsticks. I thought it was a pop.
Yeah.
That doesn't help.
As multiple customers and commenters have pointed out, the meat bun maybe looks like a bamboo tube, but it mostly certainly looks like a dick. Giving the designers the benefit of the doubt, it looks like they were trying to replicate the ring-shaped ridges that segment bamboo stalks. Unfortunately, since the meat bun's dough is, of course, much softer than a rigid piece of bamboo, the curvature comes out looking more fleshy than woody.
Jesus Christ!
Who wrote this article?
You know what? No, actually, that is the bamboo, or the bamboo. That is the chopstick.
They knew. They knew.
Oh, so it's a double-ended one.
Then there's what's going on at the tip. In the anime, the edges of the bamboo gag are squared off, since it's a piece of wood that's been sliced by a blade. But that sharp 90-degree angle isn't possible with dough, and since meat buns are steamed, their dimensions plump up as they cook, giving the tip slightly bulbous proportions.
They knew. They knew.
Fuck. I wish I had thought of that, old man. And as a final phallic suggestion, because the bamboo tube meat bun is served skewered on a pair of unsplit chopsticks, odds are most people are going to stick the tip in their mouth and eat it down to the base of the shaft. Oh.
I'd say any way you eat this is gonna be bad.
Yeah. If you tried to eat to mimic how Nezuko bites her gag and eat it horizontally, odds are the filling would spill out. Since by nature of being steamed, a steamed bun, the tube is going to be pretty floppy.
Oh.
Oh gosh. Online reactions have included, quote, pure-hearted people see a bamboo tube, but experienced individuals see something else. Are they serious? That's totally a wiener. I think this could have used some more R&D time, especially those ridges. Looks like you could take some really interesting selfies with this. And while the green color would ordinarily be considered bamboo-like, given the meat bun's shape, some commenters found the shade evocative of something else entirely. It's a goblin's private parts. Orc dong! Despite all the chuckling, the resemblance does seem to be unintentional, and the Nezuko bamboo tube meat bun is still on the menu at Asakusa Demon Slayer store. Is still on the menu at the Asakusa Demon Slayer store, offered as part of their 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. menu for 800 yen, US $7.35.
They knew.
It's on the menu, boys.
The store will only be open until September 26th, though, so you'll want to hurry if you're going to fill up your unexpectedly dirty Demon Slayer Foods bingo card after eating the eventually renamed Tanjiro's, misspelled Tanjiro, Bukake noodles, which we also covered.
They knew.
Oh, that was great.
How could they not have known? As soon as it came out, they looked at that and went like, yeah, we can work with this.
With all this PP talk, I'm going to go take a leak real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy your time.
Well, now that the anal dissector is gone.
Yes.
Oh, no. I just had to lead in with that.
Oh, wow. Okay, then. Going back to the Yu-Gi-Oh thing, you know, the Exodia cards that washed up. Someone's always bothered me about that scene. Like, what do you think would have happened in real life had someone just like thrown his cards into the ocean?
Throw that other bastard in the water. And
Yeah, I
jump
was
in.
about to say, like, yeah, throw him overboard.
I mean, I'm just kind of thinking to beat the guy up and then like force him to pay for new cards because you could just buy the Exodia cards.
In real life, yeah. I think it's kind of neat in the show how it's like, oh man, some of these cards are so scarce and rare that, you know, there's so many people that have one of a kind or three of a kind or whatever it is. And then there's that one guy that's like a rare hunter and he has 3 sets of Exodia in his deck, and it's like, what? But yeah, in real life, it's like, yeah, just buy the singles, bro.
Arcana.
Yeah.
But I always thought as a kid, I'm like, man, that would be great if there were cool things like, oh, I could buy some packs and be the only Blue Eyes owner or whatever, but that'd be stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing, no, it wasn't Arcana. What was his name? The guy with the freaking 3 sets of Exodia. Like he
Rare
played
Hunter.
one of my favorite cards, huh? Yeah, he was Rare Hunter. God, I thought he had a name, but I have actually the DBZ box set. But the thing is like he played one of my favorite cards and introduced me to Graceful Charity.
When we were kids, we got the Kaiba and Yugi structure decks. And I remember Kaiba's deck came with, you know, Blue Eyes and a couple other ones.
Agree, if I remember correctly.
And Yugi's came with
Dark Magician.
Dark Magician, obviously. And for whatever reason, my brother got a not a misprint, but a
like a mismix?
Yeah, a gaff. He got 3 copies of all 3 of the hollows for that deck in one deck.
Oh shit!
What the hell?
Yeah.
Nice.
So I can't remember what all 3 of the hollows were, but he got 3 Dark
White Dragon
Magicians.
was one of them, which is incredibly rare now.
No, not Kaiba's deck, just Yugi's deck. So he got 3 Dark Magicians.
Dark Magician's still incredibly rare.
3 whatever the other one was, and
depends if you get this first edition or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think if he's talking about structure deck Kaiba and Yugi. I mean, starter deck Kaiba. And
I think
Yugi
he means starter. Yeah.
Starter deck. Yeah.
Then it should be, unless you got the
I
reprint.
3. So
well, you got to specifically buy the first editions back then, so I don't remember if we did or not.
when I was younger, my brother got the Kaiba starter deck, but he currently still has the Blue Eyes, but it is in rough shape, and I believe it's it's not first edition. So, but I cataloged a lot of these cards recently, and I'm like, wow, I'm surprised it's not like worth much, you know, because like they must have made so many, at least of the non-first editions. But so he got the Kaiba starter deck, and I got 3 of the Pegasus ones. Apparently, I never got a Yugi one. You know, the one that was probably, you know, a lot better to get than the what's his name, Pegasus one. I know that just because I have 3 copies of a lot of these cards that are in starter deck Pegasus. Now the Dark Magician I traded for with a kid who couldn't read at the time. I'm like, here, Spike Bot. He looks really cool, and his effect is he destroys all the monsters or whatever. And he's like, okay, so I have his Dark Magician still to this day, but it's still not worth much because it's not first edition.
I remember getting the Joey deck box or whatever that came
10?
like, huh?
A 10?
No, it wasn't a 10. It was a box. It came with like Joey starter deck came with
like a
Red Eyes
deluxe.
Black Dragon, and it also came with a bunch of like card protector sleeves or whatever.
God, I didn't know.
So
I didn't
Given
know.
my delay, I had to figure out the swiftest way to punish children for never replacing the goddamn toilet paper roll.
Did you make them use
like-
their hands?
Hey,
That's
at
why
least there's Clorox bleach wipes in the bathroom for my freshly bleached asshole. Anyway,
You've never been so
where were we?
clean.
Damn it, you had a phrase you said right before you left that I wanted you to repeat.
Which was?
I don't know.
Speaking of penises, I have to go to the bathroom, something like that.
Oh yeah, all this talk about peepees makes me need to take a leak. Okay.
That's what I was going to do, and it was something
Okay.
before that.
So, do you guys know what a no ren is?
Nope.
It's also
So-
it's like an anime. I know that.
No ren are these.
Looks like a wall scroll.
Well, it like Japanese restaurants. They're the split curtains that you walk up to and walk
I
through.
see where this
you know?
is going.
Yeah. So there's a new type of no ren that's not split in the middle.
Oh, what? Well, what's the point of that one then?
It's got a very special point.
So it's not just frozen for me.
Yeah, I was like, oh shoot, I need
Forgive
to back out.
my technical
I'm frozen.
difficulties. Oh, here's the no ren, the normal style one, right? Motherfucker, don't do this to me. Are you
Reload?
for? God damn it!
Oh, that's
I'm glad to see that
10
wasn't
hour
a pair
stream.
of tits in the backdrop.
Did you download this 10-hour stream before they
I
deleted
sure
it?
did. I sure did. But here's the thing: you can put your head under the skirt.
What?
Okay.
That's this new otaku merch.
Wow.
You might. Was that a bad image at the bottom there?
I think I'm gonna have to bow out, guys.
We're
This is
censoring it.
5.5 hours. I think I've reached my limit.
Yes.
All right, man.
All right, Dan.
Most
I
people
can understand that.
can't go over
See you
4
guys
without having to
next
call a
time.
doctor. So
See you
you're
next
good.
time.
Yeah.
Take it easy,
Bye.
man.
Have a good one.
You're talking about this image?
Yeah, it was not a bad image. It was just a lot of skin.
Not enough. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Final thing: the Ginger Museum in Tochigi Prefecture.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Women run that one?
It's ginger.
Oh, really?
Ginger.
There it is. Yeah.
Ginger.
Ginger.
Where's the other piece? Isn't there another like?
That was it, I think.
You show more
I thought there was
replies. Yeah, there was. Did you click on show more replies?
Oh,
Up
that's
there.
wonderful.
Now that one was from
Well, I
the
guess we're gonna have to end the stream
That
before
one
the
was
6-hour mark now.
What are you talking about? The penis festivals are a public
All right,
event.
gonna have to speed run these. Gonna just have to speed run a couple of these. So
I'm just gonna be here.
I don't know if I
listening
could
for a
say
while
this
while I'm
one.
messaging.
Super God N-word of Akita helps kid get favorite soft drink with the power of customer service.
you know, I just don't have it in me now that I gotta blur the last.
Well, it's nice knowing you guys.
There we go.
Wow.
Teenager accidentally gets a USB cable stuck in urethra.
Actually,
That
He's
should be next
Chinese.
to the
Is he
Demon Slayer.
Chinese?
Actually, not Chinese.
Jesus.
Oh wow!
Surprisingly, not Chinese.
I
Like
chose
half
the
Chinese?
wrong time to look.
What's
back
this
at the
person's
phone.
excuse?
15-year-old
trendsetter
UK boys
right
attempts
there.
to measure his penis.
Oh
Oh
my
God.
god.
Apparently
Getting
involved
minor
inserting
blood.
a USB cable into his urethra spelled disaster for the hasty child as he had to undergo surgery to get the device removed.
how the fuck do you get that in there?
No one even cares what the length is if you measure on the inside.
He wants to know the length he can take. What the fuck?
You're going in
I
the
can't
wrong
take
way,
it.
kid. You gotta go in from the back door.
Oh dear God.
To get the device removed, serving as the latest in a long string of penis insertion accidents. It is said that the boy was triggered by sexual curiosity and thrust the long USB wire into his penis. But he soon discovered the device wouldn't come back out as it was lodged and tangled within his scrotum. Unable to yank the intruding element out of his body, and after he began urinating blood, the boy's
oh god, why do we
the
read
boy's
this?
parents helped him acquire professional help
Brad.
at a medical institute.
How long
which
does
also failed to remove the cord?
How
and
long does he-
redirected the victim to the University College Hospital in London. What's up?
How long does he leave it in there for, and then be like, "It's all right, I'll just leave it." I pee blood. Maybe I should go to the doctor.
Do you think it was hours or days?
How long is he like? Maybe it's okay. Maybe I'll just leave it.
Yeah, it's like
It doesn't hurt or anything.
Did he try? Look. Did he try to charge himself?
Germany's coming up, and I don't know if we're gonna make it through the metal detector.
I can hardly believe that stupid old dick.
So the humiliated teenager admitted to his painful penile misdeeds only when his mother wasn't present, and X-rays exposed the USB wire formed a Gordian knot within him. That's just carbon. Prompting surgeons to slice the boy open between his genitals and anus to pull the wire out.
Why are you describing this to me?
I'm horrified. It happened to
If
me.
they had just cut him down the seam and sewn him back up, nobody would be the wiser. But they're like, no, he needs to have a scar to remember this by the anus.
So did they treat this like pulling out an arrow, and just, instead of pulling it out, they took it out the other
Pull
side?
it through. Break off the tip.
I suppose the tangling is like when you put your headphones neatly into your pocket and bring it out, and it's a catastrophe.
Dude, there's no way in hell that made a Gordian knot. There's no way. For someone who understands at least to an extent what a Gordian knot is, you're exaggerating some shit here. All right, I'm sorry, Greg. You just go on.
Hold on, I'm just gonna look it up real quick.
I don't want to look this up. I don't want to know any more than I already know.
No.
No, we're in too deep. We already know too much as it is.
I'm scared. This level
We're like
of stupidity,
Harambe. We knew too much.
This level of stupidity surpasses all understanding. Why the hell? Like, this isn't sexual curiosity. This is called being completely stupid.
I think
Do you think it nodded?
I think it's just using the word Gordian knot was just to make it it got knotted. And
You can see it right here.
Do you think it got like that afterwards because he kept jamming it in there, or do you think he started with that and got that big chunk down there first and was like, oh, smooth sailing. Oh, I can't pull it out.
I don't care.
The thing that I'm amazed with is like, where's the rigidity in the cord to even be able to force it down?
Right.
We're asking too many questions. Let's just move on before I get.
It's really funny. It's like, well, unfortunately, they couldn't get it out, so they sent it to a university college that specialized in post-op transsexual surgery.
Let's not use the professional doctors. Let's take him to a school.
No, really? They sent it. Did you read that post-op
This community
thing?
college has experience.
No, I
in
was
things in
joking.
their
I was
dick.
Oh,
joking.
okay.
Like,
I'm sorry.
the spooled end was pulled from the poor kid first before the doctors then cut it from the rest of the wire and then took out the remaining portions. The victim recovered rather quickly and was discharged a day later, though he did have a follow-up fluoroscopic urethrogram 2 weeks after the incident and is said to require monitoring in the future.
Yeah,
While many
so
are
he doesn't do it again.
Yeah, he's a danger to himself and others. While many are uncertain why the boy would put himself through such an excruciating ordeal, so-called experts suggest that it comes from sexual curiosity, sexual practice after intoxication, and mental disorders such
After
as borderline,
intoxication, he's
schizoactive,
15.
and bipolar personality disorders.
I would
During
guess
the
that's
study,
the main issue.
which noted that the patient was an otherwise fit and healthy adolescent with no history of mental health disorders. He's just a freak!
I don't care how curious you are. That is like if a a lady was like,
What's this photo?
What?
Is that the cord? Oh God.
This would be if like a lady used a knife as a dildo or whatever. Like, what are you thinking?
Oh, there have been countless.
It'd be like a grown man going to the kitchen his first time seeing a sandwich and be like, man, I could fuck that.
A sandwich? Well, a sandwich won't hurt you. I would be fine if he did that.
What if he stuck out a dick?
There have been countless penis insertion accidents over the years, however, most of which involving males inserting any and everything up their urethra, from needles and magnetic beads. Look at these are links. These are all links to padlocks, thermometers, more cables, chopsticks, and even more magnetic beads.
We're really losing all the men in the world. All guys are now craving penetration. Brad, what are we going to do?
Here's the thing. We don't need these men.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
Nature is doing its job to these men. Unfortunately,
it's called fitting the herd. I understand, but this is wrong. Someone help.
Dan left just in time.
Oh yeah.
So a Chicago security guard shot a man 3 times for not wearing a mask. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, it is Chicago. Yes. And the story only becomes more Chicago as I continue.
Like, what the
mask
fuck?
up or draw, bitch.
A security guard for a liquor store was arrested after he quite rashly shot a customer 3 times because they were not wearing a mask to protect from the Chinese coronavirus.
Man, why wasn't
being
he
a 4-time convicted
quite
felon?
rationally? I disagree with that statement.
Why wouldn't that guy go to Lollapalooza?
Guys, you don't understand. The security guard.
I don't understand why they had to make a difference between the coronavirus and the Chinese coronavirus.
It's on Cockney Comics. You're missing the point here. The security guard in this situation who shot the man was a 4-time convicted felon who was not allowed to wield a weapon.
Is this the one where he shoots him and then runs right afterwards?
Yes. 42-year-old security guard Chester Holmes, a 4-time convicted felon and registered child sex offender, barred from possessing a weapon, was employed as a security guard for a liquor store in Chicago and argued with the victim about his lack of face covering as the 28-year-old entered the store without a mask.
Wow, he sure knows how to, what is it? Oh yeah, you need to do this. You're supposed to do this, but I won't follow all of these laws I broke.
Right? Good point. After the heated discussion came to an end, the victim left the store, but then turned around and went back in. This triggered Holmes into drawing his firearm and shooting the unsuspecting individual who collapsed outside the building. Footage from nearby cameras depicted Holmes following the victim outside and shooting him a second time. Holmes then paced around and proceeded to fire another life-threatening bullet into the victim's already devastated body before fleeing the scene. Defense attorney Jonathan Friedman was quoted as saying Holmes, quote, has a big heart and is a kind-hearted man. The victim sustained bullet wounds in their arm, leg, and stomach, with their procedure at a nearby hospital requiring partial removal of their intestines.
Jesus Christ.
Other officers who happened to hear the nearby gunfire witnessed Holmes sprinting away from the area, and Holmes eventually told authorities where they could find his gun and security vest, which he discarded. Holmes is said to have admitted to firing his gun at the victim as well. Holmes' defense attorney asserted the defendant shot the customer 3 times because he was putting others' lives at risk by not wearing a mask. This explanation did little to convince County Judge Mary Marubio, as ordered Holmes be held without bail. Friedman was still insistent that his defendant was not guilty. However, quote, this is obviously going to be a self-defense case, Friedman said after hearing the allegations. He called the circumstances, quote, basically a customer who's unruly, who wants to put others' lives at risk by not wearing a COVID mask. Holmes, Friedman argued, reacted in self-defense to a man who wasn't wearing a COVID mask.
So you're telling me
Remember,
that this
folks,
guy who pulled the gun on someone who wasn't wearing a COVID mask is
Was
justified.
endangered by the guy without a mask.
By the guy who was not confirmed to.
But they
carrying
said because of the
COVID.
vaccines, we can start like letting people back into the country now.
If that guy was so worried, why didn't he get the
getting on the
vaccine? I
planes.
guess.
Probably had it.
Well, I think if I were the lawyer, I wouldn't even argue not guilty. I would just push the blame on the media that has got people to actually believe that COVID is a death sentence. Well, you see, my client did do these things, but it was the media's fault. Temporary insanity on behalf of the media corrupting his mind, right?
It's probably a legit thing. Like,
yeah,
that's probably.
don't
his
take me
best
wrong.
bet for
Like
getting off
the
of it.
fucking sex offense were against whatever and all that other stuff. Man, that was just I don't know. I feel like this guy's literally got himself into a hole that a fucking backhoe couldn't get him out.
We're gonna have to power through.
All right, I'm sorry.
I'm going to skip these other articles so we can read. I'll read. Let me read the rest of this one real quick. Holmes Freeman argued, reacting in self-defense to a man who wasn't wearing a COVID mask. August, they said Holmes was convicted of sexually assaulting a 6-year-old girl and sexually abusing a 15-year-old girl in 2003. He has also served 2 prison terms for failing to follow sex offender registration requirements, according to Assistant State Attorney Daryl Auguste. That's not me, Holmes said, as Auguste detailed the specific acts he was accused of committing against the girls. Friedman said Holmes was, quote, fully cooperative with police, indicating he had an innocent mindset with nothing to hide. Prosecutor charged Holmes with attempted murder, aggravated battery by discharging a firearm, and unlawful use of a weapon by a felon. Now, guys, in order for me to blur that completely not something that should get us banned on YouTube thing, we need to finish this next article in 20 minutes. I'm going to skip the rest of these. We're going to come to this one. Go wait, pop up. Ohio mayor tells entire school board to resign or face child pornography charges after teachers gave children a writing prompt to, quote, write a sex scene you wouldn't show your mom.
Yeah, this was stupid.
How old are these kids?
Huh?
I don't know. Let's find out.
They were in
So
high
Hudson,
school.
Ohio Mayor Craig Schubert delivered the harsh ultimatum on Monday, threatened charges against the entire school board if they don't resign. Parents are outraged over book of writing prompts given to kids age 17. Prompts include raunchy sexual themes such as X-rated Disney scenario, write a sex scene you wouldn't show your mom, another prompt urges. Schubert claimed that the material amounted to child pornography. I don't know if I would call it child pornography, but it definitely amounts to, like, you're trying to induce kids into a sexual state so that you can.
Hey, look, you know that scene you wrote? Let's enact that.
Yeah. Oh, I see you're into this. I'm also.
It does seem like
Oh,
it's.
that story you wrote about screwing your teacher. I could be that teacher, young one. Right.
It seems like it's the perfect grooming setup.
Yes, grooming. That's the word I was looking for. Yes. So a mayor in Ohio has threatened the city's entire school board with criminal charges unless they resign over highly sexual writing prompts that teachers gave to underage students. The fact that it's plural, teachers, is very unsettling.
The entire.
Hudson Mayor Craig Schubert delivered the harsh ultimatum during a school board meeting on Monday, garnering loud applause from outraged parents who also spoke out on the topic given to children age 17. At issue are the highly inappropriate writing prompts distributed to students in the Liberal Arts 2 writing class at Hudson High School, including write a sex scene you wouldn't show your mom. I want to see you write the sex scene you would show your mom. Describe your favorite part of a man's body using only verbs. And write an X-rated Disney scenario.
Interesting.
So hold up. A man's? Does that mean even the guys have to write that? Their eyes?
So a lot of these weren't actually.
It's the least gay answer. I don't know, bro.
A lot of these weren't actually given to the students as assignments, but they were part of the book that they were given. Okay. So they were given a book, and these were in the back of the book.
Let's see what it says here. It has come to my attention that your educators are distributing essentially what is child pornography in the classroom, fumed Mayor Schubert during public comments. I've spoken to a judge this evening, and she's already confirmed that. So I'm going to give you a simple choice. Either choose to resign from this Board of Education or you will be charged, the mayor added. Well, there's a video.
Wait. So
They should be
them writing
charged
a
and
fictional
fired.
story.
I think they should be put against the wall.
Yeah, no shit there, but
line them up.
good lord.
So the mayor then rose from the microphone and stormed out of the meeting to loud cheers and applause from parents in the audience. It was unclear whether the inappropriate written material given to the school children truly violates child pornography laws, as the mayor claimed, but nevertheless, parents in the district were outraged. Ohio law does prohibit sending harmful or obscene material to or sharing it with a minor, though this state usually refers to sexting or sending obscene images. This statute usually refers to sexting or sending obscene images. The relevant statute exempts obscene material that is presented for bona fide educational purposes. That's what they call the pedophile loophole.
Is that where the bone comes into place?
Yes, leaving the legal questions around the controversy murky. The offensive prompts were given to students in the book 642 Things to Write About, which contains many innocuous writing prompts as well as some that are highly sexualized and inappropriate for minors.
Who wrote the book?
writing
Are
class
they going to arrest whoever that is?
God knows. The writing class that the book was assigned in is offered in association with Hiram College for college credit, but is taught at the high school, officials said. Parent Monica Havens told the school board meeting she found out about the inappropriate writing prompts from a friend, the Plain Dealer reported. Okay. I asked my daughter if she had been reading a book with inappropriate stuff in it, and she said yes.
Yes.
That daughter's like, oh, God, Mom, oh, thank goodness. She thought it was the writing prompt book, right? Like,
Hey, Osara's here.
how's it going, buddy? It's been a while.
Yep.
I know, I think you were here in the last podcast, but I wasn't. Oh. Good to see you, bud. So I can't even wrap my brain around as a teacher. I don't care if it's for college credit. These are minors, Haven said. When these topics are encouraged and read by adults, that is pedophilia. Encouraged and read? So are you saying that it's pedophilia in the sense that you get to get off to something written by a kid? Is that what they're saying?
Imagining the author?
I guess. This is grooming, and all of you need to be replaced, Havens told the school board, telling the members, you have dedicated yourselves to woke social justice.
Local justice.
Havens claimed that the book had been on the curriculum for 6 years, accusing the board of sleeping on the job. You have allowed the sexualization of our youth, and grooming material to be approved for classroom content, Havens said. Each and every one of you should be ashamed, she added. A police officer from the nearby city of Stowe also addressed the board, calling for cameras to be installed in every public school classroom. Police officers wear body cameras to monitor their behavior, and they have brief interactions with the public. You guys have our kids all day, and we don't know what's going on in the classrooms, Durker said. Honestly, I think it would be a good idea to put the cameras in the classrooms and have the parents be able to watch at any moment. You know what I mean?
You think it's a good idea? It's a bad idea. Because, one, teachers aren't always in the classroom. And so then the kids are going to be in the classroom alone. And they're going to think they're alone. Doing what kids do. Like, I'm not even saying they're going to do anything bad.
So what you're saying is
it's
the
just
kids are going to stir up trouble by flashing the cameras. No. Therefore creating child porn.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's possible. But, like, let's look at it this way, right? You got a classroom of, like, I don't know, grade 2s, right? They still sit on the carpet or whatever at like reading time. And now you got a camera that's in that classroom watching them sit on the carpet and roll around on the carpet or whatever. And like some 40-year-old dad is like watching all the girls do that.
What you're saying is that you're effectively handing the kids on a silver platter to the pedophiles who are watching the stream.
But you only give the access to that to verified parents or guardians.
I don't know. See,
That doesn't make it any better.
Well, the purpose of doing. Okay, so you don't need to. Okay, sure. Let's say you don't need to stream.
It's going to get in the wrong hands. We all know this.
But the purpose behind putting the cameras in would be that okay, I agree. The security over liberty argument is valid, right? In terms of not doing it, right? But
it's not even security over
the way
liberty
I'm
at
looking
point.
at this
Straight
is
up,
that
like, it's
we've
gonna be
got
used for the wrong reason.
we've got these woke critical race theory educators who are getting exposed by the fact that all the kids in every classroom, even the kindergartners, have cell phones with cameras, right? Who film their like political tirades.
If you had audio only, I would be more in favor of that. If it was audio only, I'd be like, okay, I could
Because then you
maybe
could
get
hear
tapped
what
in.
the teacher is discussing, like, okay,
Yeah,
kids,
so
let's radicalize you for Antifa rallies next week.
What I'm saying is that if you were to have that, it would make most of these people that are outright brainwashing kids change their tune out of fear of the fact that they will be reprimanded for the attempt to groom kids or
And it would just not let kids be kids. And when the teacher's gone, they have those conversations like, "Oh, did you watch American Pie on TV last night? Yeah, I hated that they took out that one scene with Shannon Elizabeth in it."
I mean, they could disable it during non-educational hours, I guess. I don't know.
Again, that's not going to happen. It's going to be misused. All I'm saying is like, as much as this could be a good thing, it will be a bad thing. Because anytime you introduce stuff like this,
you really just have to weigh the evils, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
I know it's slightly different, but there was that case of the school board giving everyone laptops, and there was a case of like they hacked, like teachers and staff and shit hacked into the laptops and were watching kids change and shit in their bedrooms.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah. No, this of course, and that's the thing about technology. So yeah, totally. There isn't an easy answer other than homeschool, which is not easy. Trust me, we do it. It's fucking terrible and difficult to get kids to actually work when you don't have the perceived authority of the building where they are put in, and everybody else is, you gaslight the kid into behaving because all the other kids are behaving, and it would be weird.
I was thinking the other day, what if there's like a group of people that are homeschooling? They should all just like have an orgy, not an actual orgy, but they should all like assemble. So they
like, sense of humor here doesn't work with when talking about children, right? Like,
like everyone just converges in like one place so they can socialize the children, but they can I don't know.
That's
teach
what
the
they
kids.
do that.
That is actually how most homeschool groups work. But let's get through the rest of the article here so we can say we did it before we have to cut off the screen. So you've allowed the sexualization of youth and grooming material to be approved in classrooms. Each and every one of you. Oh, okay, I had to read the police one, the body camera one. Okay. Administrators at Hudson High School have already issued an apology over the controversy, saying they were unaware of the inappropriate prompts and are working to collect the books. Hudson High School. The thing I find amazing about this is that the author of the book is not mentioned at all in this subject at all. Right, in this entire article. Like, nobody's actually trying to pitchfork them. And it's because it's college course stuff, right?
Right.
But it is like, why are you putting that in there? Anyway, they've already issued an apology to collect the books. Hudson High School principal Brian Welch said at Monday's meeting, "There are times that we need to take a step back, reflect, and get better. We did not exercise our due diligence when we reviewed this resource, and we overlooked several prompts that were not appropriate. We felt terrible. You can't unsee them," he said. Oh, no. Well, anyway, that's what's happening to your kids in places.
Hooray!
Now I got this one here too from Danny about a farm in the U.S. that hired only white South Africans is being sued by black locals. This is too big of a subject to breach right now, with the amount of time we have left before the stream will not be.
We can't
editable.
possibly speed run that time.
So we'll do that one later. I'm just going to preview some stuff we'll talk about. China labels boys love inferior culture and demands such content banned. Do we think we can get? Yeah, we can do this one quickly. So China has continued to tighten its grip over the entertainment industry as now specifically boys love, also known as yaoi in Japan, has been targeted. The government, also known as Shonen Ai, the government demanding game companies to remove such content and anything similar, such as effeminate men. Well, there goes every goddamn game from Japan. What's the manliest man in a Japanese game? Think on that for a second.
Kajima.
No, it's freaking the guy from the original Nier game. Nier.
Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's not a video game character.
That
didn't
is.
start as a video
He's
game.
in a video game.
Oh,
He's in a video game. Anyway, before we run out of time, the Chinese Communist Party's Central Public Relations Department has issued censorship demands to companies that operate online games, citing they severely prohibit content that promotes false values or illegal content. It was also demanded that those companies remove inferior culture, such as boys love and effeminate men, or else they will be harshly punished. How exactly and to what extent wasn't specified. So I find this funny because when I look at modern Chinese men, I don't really think of like manly men.
Masculine.
Like even kung fu masters, who I'm sure are quite, badass. I don't really think of them as super manly.
Because they don't age and, I don't know, they're always perpetually young and look like K-pop stars.
I guess it's largely because most Chinese men are tools of the system. So it was also demanded that companies remove inferior culture content such as boys love and effeminate men, or else they will be harshly punished. How exactly and to what extent wasn't specified. This censorship goes hand in hand with the previous calls to eliminate effeminate male idols from TV programs and culture in an attempt by the government to more greatly enforce communist values. I didn't realize communism was so based. Is this a man? What's going on here? Anyway, so I don't know. Just kind of thinking about that. Like, I can't really think of. I don't really like when you think of like manly men. You think of like Dolph Lundgren, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone in their prime. As like super rugged, manly men. But I can't think of any Chinese guys. I'm sure they exist. Don't get me wrong. I just can't think of any off the top of my head right now.
Are you thinking Jackie Chan isn't manly enough?
Oh, he isn't because he likes
Jackie Chan, who cross dresses more often than yeah. Come on.
Are you gonna speed run the comments before we hit 6 hours?
Oh, we probably should. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so this was from. Oh, dear God. Okay, here. Girls on Twitch. We got this one. Oh, fuck, I missed some of these.
Yep.
Lupin the
I'm
Third
truly
Part
ashamed
3 is
that-
getting a Blu-ray. Yeah, this Discotech release.
Reese has that, right?
Yep, I had last podcast.
I guess
totally
the Pokemon
missed
Blu-ray
out.
literally didn't sell anymore. That's not why. Viz sucks at making Blu-rays, so you shouldn't even want it. Side note: finally, the Incredible Hulk series is getting a Blu-ray treatment. I guess that's cool. I guess. Freaking Lou Ferrigno. There's a manly man. Pog. Okay. Wow, they screwed that up. LOL. Girls on Twitch. We already read that. I used to have a Yugi figure, Celtic Knight, and Rude Kaiser figure. One day, I accidentally dropped the Yugi figure, and his head broke off. Okay. Yes, Ginger. It was Ginger. That That thing just was very suggestive at the end. And the thing is, it might be 4 hours is the cutoff, so I don't know if we're going to be able to do this, but we'll try. I just don't understand how everything you just said is even physically possible. I'm guessing the wiener stuff. Yeah. Oh Lord, this is so painful to hear.
Dude, I totally missed out.
So they had to cut it like Alexander.
Dude, I totally missed out on playing this.
Can it me?
My biggest question isn't about the wire, but rather how the hell you got that square end of the USB in. It's so rectangular and wide.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how the fuck do you get
He might not have
anything?
gotten that end.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know. He probably
Maybe that was
just,
external in the X-ray.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
it was
possible
on-
that it's possible. Okay, camera to me real quick. It's possible that he took the wire. It's possible that he took the wire and folded it and stuck the loop in, and then got it. You know.
Wow.
I think that because that would give you the rigidity that you probably need to force it in, right? Because
I'm glad
that must have hurt.
or maybe it was already a damaged one that was missing the end. You know, I don't know.
Maybe
God,
he
my hair's
clipped it
blonde.
just to make it go in more painfully. Never mind.
Nature called. Did you read my? I've got them right here. Sounds like 1,000 Ways to Die. Why do these kinds of people always get let into jobs that they absolutely shouldn't be in? It never fails. Are we talking about the pedos? Yeah, we are. It's because they go to those jobs on purpose. So we got to finish this. Bonafide education, LOL. I understand that it would change their tune, but when the kids are being spied on at all times, that's a pretty shitty environment to be in. Yeah, but when it's in school rather than all the time, fuck, we gotta go. See ya. Fuck, I missed it. Well, I guess we're just gonna keep going and just leave that in. Whoops. Anyway, we're just gonna there for the record. There was nothing there. YouTube, you didn't see anything.
What's the
Right,
thing
literally
that we
Big
were
Brother
supposed
type
to
shit.
get rid of? The ginger fest?
The ginger.
Dude,
and let's not pretend that once you introduce it to schools, we're not going to apply that to every other possible scenario in existence. Yeah, no, I agree. I see, because I wasn't thinking about it from the perspective of saving the kids from the pedos. I was actually just thinking about it from the crazy, twisted indoctrination going on. They caught a teacher recently admitting he was radicalizing students and that he only had a few years to do so. Yeah. He was a communist and had an Antifa flag proudly displayed.
He had
in
a
his
Mao
class.
poster.
Near replicant. Yeah, that was the one near. That's the one with Kaide, right? The character that for whatever reason they decided was Fudanari, like canonically, but didn't have any relevance to the story, from what I understand. Anyway, all right. Well, now that we're definitely forced to keep our own ginger Fuda. Why don't we just continue cranking out the articles?
Carry on,
Wayward Son.
Do you guys want to read about Super God N-word? I kind of don't I kind of don't have any desire to read it anymore.
What, did I spoil it?
No, I just now that we're where we're at in the podcast, I just kind of I don't even really want to know what it says. And I feel like if we didn't get canceled for the other stuff, that I will accidentally read something there. So let's read this. Let's read more about pedo teachers. Japanese elementary teacher gives awful excuse for leaving his smartphone in the girls' changing room. Can you guys want to guess if you?
Fucking Lord.
If
you needed to charge it.
That's a good excuse. This is a bad excuse.
He has good
checking the
reception in that
temperature
room.
in there? Frick.
Yeah, he needed a low humidity area. Leave his phone in.
All right. So in regards to his excuse, okay, no problem. If that's why he did it, no big deal. So Japan is no stranger to unfortunate crimes of perversion. But typically, when the perpetrator is caught, they're honest about what they did and why. For example, the man who peed in a coworker's drink bottle because he liked her confessed that he peed in her bottle because he liked her. That's another article I haven't read.
That and all of those
Apparently not
criminals
very
that
much.
say there's no doubt about it or whatever. There's no mistake.
Yeah,
It was me.
There's no mistake. It was me. So, or the guy who only stole panties and never a single bra because he doesn't have any interest in bras. So I'll be real right now. When I included this article in there, I literally skimmed it and read doesn't have any interest in bras and thought that was the excuse.
Oh.
It was like, well, you see, I wanted to see tits, not bras. So now I'm actually really interested in finding out what the excuse is. But sometimes they don't want to admit what they've done, such as what happened with a recent case at an elementary school in Gunma Prefecture. Hirotoshi Ono, a 28-year-old male teacher who worked at the school, was arrested for leaving his smartphone in the girls' changing room and recording with it. It was apparently hidden inside the cover of a dictionary, and police investigated after being contacted by the school principal. While Hirotoshi has admitted to leaving the smartphone inside the girls' changing room, he also said this regarding why he did it. I put it there in case there were any problems in the changing room.
Whatever that means.
That certainly sounds like a desperate excuse for someone clinging to the last thread of plausible deniability, and Japanese netizens tended to agree. Quote, did he actually think that excuse makes any sense? Oh, okay, no problem. That's why he did it? Yeah, no big deal. That's not even okay if it was the truth. It feels like there's been more of these kinds of crimes involving teachers lately. Can we get a shout out for the awesome principal, though? That is true. Despite these unfortunate crimes, it's important to remember the good people doing their best to help out, like the woman who helped finally take down the laundromat panty thief after he'd stolen over 700 pairs. Just a link to another article. Well,
yeah, before we find out that the principal only found the phone because he was setting his phone up next to it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. What? Somebody's already using the charging port I put in here. Oh no!
Like that story we covered a few weeks ago or a few months ago now of the guy
prancing around in the school.
Yeah, in the middle of the night.
And and that other guy was in the bathroom when he went to take a leak and he beat him up or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's some more articles here that I have in the
Funhouse.
In the Funhouse. Okay, here we go. Oh, we haven't done the watch club yet.
No.
Oh,
I thought we were gonna skip it, but now we got time.
Yeah, now that I was so preoccupied with getting under 6 hours, and then I failed dramatically. So maybe we should jump into the watch club. By the way, next podcast watch club is going to be Arion.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a movie.
Oh, easy one.
Yeah, that's
theoretically.
I think it's not a movie. I think is it a movie or like a 3-episode OVA?
It's a movie.
Okay, so
3-episode movie.
In Greek mythology, Arion is a divinely bred, fabulously fast, black-maned horse. That's got to be what it is.
But you're going to have a hard time watching it, not multitasking, because it's sub only.
Why did we select it? Brad's going to die from that.
Okay. It is... All right. Just prepping you guys for this. Boom. Am I even screen sharing right now?
Nope.
Fail. Okay. So we're watching this for the next Watch Club. But tonight we're talking about Black Lagoon. I almost said JoJo, and I'm like, no, that's not it. Not Blackjack. Yeah, Black Lagoon. So, if I may go first, I will just say, this series has the most refreshing dub of any series I've watched in a very long time. The writing was magnificent. The insults were spectacular. And Chinglish was my spirit animal. So what do you guys
was
think?
like when she's like doing her I'm just thinking something up your asshole.
My favorite was like the guy who's always like preoccupied with how cool he looks, And he's like,
Oh, yeah.
next time you should probably wear a bulletproof vest. Yeah.
Oh,
There will
weeaboo.
be a next time for me. It's like, don't say that. You're going to make it through this. It's like, you maybe be better in a bordello. Like, yeah. So I'm glad we rewatched this. I'll just say that. It was exactly what I needed after Helsing.
The dub, what is it? Unfortunately, I don't think they can really. It's not just the political correctness aspect of it, but it's also they just can't do it for every dub because you don't see DBZ with all like the script
Dude,
with all the cursing.
If Quentin Tarantino wrote the DBZ script, that would be so lit.
Oh yeah, but all I'm saying is Black
They would be
Lagoon is a
looking at
special.
feet for half the episode.
Black Lagoon is a special case because of the nature of the show, because it's so I don't want to call it mature because it's pretty immature, but but like it's a much more mature show that they can get away with all of that crap. Whereas DBZ, unfortunately, you can't.
Did anyone watch the sub of it?
No, why?
No.
Is that why you're asking? Because it's like a no-brainer.
So I only watched the dub for the rewatch, but so I'm going off of vague memory here.
I watched the sub in the sense that every time I loaded an episode into VLC, it defaulted to the Japanese track.
Yeah. So
I watched it for about a good hot second for every episode.
In the I remember, and I wish someone could correct me if I was wrong here, but I seem to recall that the Japanese dub had Revy speaking English a bunch of times.
So Dan, I was talking to Dan about the fact that you can't make this dub again, and I said it was just really refreshing to hear somebody say retard. Right?
Yeah.
And Dan said, I think the only slur they don't use in that dub is the N-word, and I think they use the N-word in the sub. Right? That's what he said, referring to the Nazis. I don't know. I was just wondering if anybody actually did watch it sub.
Yeah.
But,
I don't think they said the other F word.
I'm pretty sure they do in Ghost Stories.
Really?
I think Chris Patton says it despite being gay.
But I'm pretty sure they said it in Black Lagoon.
They might have.
I don't think.
I don't remember it specifically.
It's so easy for me to think of that word in Revy's voice.
Totally, so I was gonna say I can totally hear Revy say it. I gotta say I've really got a thing for the lead female that is just every line is her yelling. I don't know what that is.
That's what I'm talking about. The spunky female that's like
I wouldn't even
Master Mesquite and all that.
But this is the thing. I wouldn't even call these characters waifu material. I just like hearing them. Right? Like there's something about it that is just really funny to me.
Awesome.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm talking like Asuka. We were talking about Asuka Langley from Ava. When Tiffany Grant voices her, for some reason, she's basically just yelling at you the whole time. And I something about that tickles me. Like I just think it's funny. And I really like it with Revy because just every line she gives is just like brutal, right? And I don't know. I really liked it.
We could definitely use a dose of Revy in this day and age.
Oh yes.
What I was saying was, although I love the dub, and obviously I watched the dub again because I don't want to bother reading the sub, but there is, from what I remember, Revy's speaking English, and there is this lost in translation thing that's happening because if I remember correctly, at the end with the specifically with the which it might have happened in other places, but with the Yakuza people.
Yeah, because Rock is speaking Japanese to them.
Yeah,
he's
guy
translating.
He's translating from Russian to Japanese, and then
the guy with the sword. From what I remember, when I'm pretty sure he can't speak English at all, and so there's a whole bit of Revy talking to him in English, saying like, "I don't understand a thing you're saying,"
And so, if I remember correctly, that all the scenes of them talking together, they're not actually talking to each other. But in the dub, they are. They just talk to each other like they can both understand each other. But in the sub, they're talking past each other, not knowing that what each other is saying, and it's just kind of like happening because they can't understand each other.
I'm checking it right now.
By the way,
and from what I remember,
Brad,
that happened,
when you said,
and you lose that in the dub. Sorry, go
Brad, you said it's funny how there's Chinglish, dogs. No, I'm just kidding. There's what is it? You said Revy calls Chinglish whatever, and despite being Chinese, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then when we get into the whole thing, it's like she's Chinese American, so she hasn't been to China and all that stuff. And I'm like, oh, well, that actually makes sense now, because I was thinking, did Ocean Group screw up and they didn't know she was Chinese when they dubbed her and just said, Chinglish?
When they first tell you that she's Chinese American, they tell you that after she calls herself like a Chinese bitch or whatever earlier on. So I hadn't gotten to the part where I remembered that she actually is Chinese American. Okay, I just got to,
well, yeah, because they said that, what is it?
I got to the episode
because she's Chinese American. She's actually like English as her native tongue. So then when you watch the dub direction whatever special feature, they talk about how it's nice that we're able to do this dub because we can have these characters speak in their native tongues and stuff. I'm like, that's actually kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I got to a part where they're talking right here. She is speaking English.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember her speaking English. I just didn't get the context because I wasn't reading.
It's pretty fucking awful. Oh god, it's so terrible. That is so not the Revy I know. Oh, now she's speaking Japanese.
Yeah, they kind of go in and out of it. But I think it's kind of meant to be like...
For the audience?
Yeah, for the audience. Like, here, you understand, like, she's speaking English for parts where the other character isn't supposed to understand her. And then she goes back to speaking Japanese when everyone
there's
around her
an
is supposed to
instance like
understand her.
that in the Reverse Blood Trail between Garcia and the American soldiers as well.
I could see that too, yeah. So that's one thing that I kind of liked in the Japanese dub that isn't translated in at all, even attempted to in the English dub. But I still think the English dub is really good, so I'd suggest it over the
It's
sub.
something you can just gloss over and just who fucking cares, carry on.
I rewatched Hardcore Henry yesterday with Dan, and there's a bit in that when they're in the strip club, and the girl with the katana and the other girl are like chewing them out in Russian or whatever, and the subtitles are coming in so fast that they start overlapping until you can't even read them anymore because they're talking so fast. That's another way to handle the sort of scenario we're describing.
What was it?
In Hardcore Henry?
Oh, right, yeah.
In the bit where the when they're in the strip club and he like reboots his heart or whatever.
I'm glad you enjoyed that movie as much as I hoped you did.
Yeah, I watched your Blu-ray finally last night when you sent me. Anyway, so what do you guys think about season 1 versus season 2?
Season 2 started with that notorious couple episodes there, and
notorious
the twin vampire kids.
It's kind of jarring, but other than that, I don't distinguish the two seasons at all.
I feel like they both have identical what is it? Something.
Watchability.
They have identical check marks, I guess, for things that they do. As in nip count 1. No.
Do we have a nip count? I was thinking about that while I was watching that.
There's a nip count in episode 7.
I believe my accurate
There's a couple
count
episodes.
I believe my count is 1 in season 1, 1 in season 2, 2 in Roberto's Blood Trail. So a total
Sounds
of 4.
about right. Yeah.
Any of these Revies? Because I remember none of them.
No.
Yes.
There was one Revy in the show.
One Rev.
Oh
in
yeah.
Blood Trail.
That's in the OVA. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it's a side boob one. It's not like a.
Well, the reason I was asking the difference between the season 1 and 2 is because Revy's wearing way more clothes in season 2.
Is she? I didn't even notice.
Well, yeah, because she's in
she's
Christmas
in
Land.
winter.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but that's not the entire season 2. That's just in the last arc.
I thought it was when I watched it. I was like, damn.
I really like the way that.
Although I still like her new outfit.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. She looks great.
Oh no, dude, no, I'm not shaming you. I approve of. I understand what you're saying. I'm just like.
I'll just say that story wise, the show really has got a lot going for it. You know, Rock getting sort of. You want to tell us how much you hated it?
I could read my tweets, but I don't have the life force.
You didn't like it, FDD?
Well, I wanted to.
He's
like
uncultured.
I was prepared to like it and everything, and there's definitely things to like about it, but I felt like it was the whole show was what is it? It was trying to pull itself in so many different directions that it just had such an inconsistency on what it wanted to do and what it wanted to achieve. My biggest thing was that I really liked characters like Dutch and like the main people and all that stuff, but it pigeonholes characters so often that you forget they exist, and the next thing you know, you're like, oh crap, Rock exists, right, but he's a sitting duck anytime combat comes about. And then when combat comes about, it's like, do you want it to be the fun, just trash talking the whole time, shooty, bang, bang, which is kind of the thing I liked? Or are you going to make it, oh, this is a serious combat now? And it was always a serious combat in the earlier episodes when they were fighting faceless villains. That's like, oh, we're generically facing the Nazis or something, instead of, oh, there's this crazy individual that we're fighting like a Chinglish and Chainsaw Lady or whatever. Like,
They're effectively.
That's AC's best girl in the series, Sawyer.
I don't know. I liked her design.
So I didn't really like the OVA.
I thought that was one of the worst parts, I guess you could say.
I think the whole thing with Rock, where he's like, I'm gonna make a plan, and like I'm gonna light Yagami this shit, and like, and he thinks he's like so top shit, and really at the end of the day, his plan was just like get them off the island, and it's like, okay, this is weird. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't like the OVA.
The OVA, I thought, was built on a premise that was so unbelievably stupid, because it's like, they killed my lord. Oh, I must avenge the lord. But she's also like, oh, that life was boring. I hate it. I'm ready to move on. It's like, are you? Because you're kind of starting a war with the U.S. or whatever. So I thought it had such a flimsy premise that I'm like, wow, you're really dragging this out. And as my brother put it, he's like, I don't know, he said, oh, there's that part in Roberto's Blood Trail that, like, traumatized me. Not actually, but I think he's talking about Revy's flashback, and I'm like, so basically all this has accumulated is that you get a character that's been soiled and really drawn out crappy story. That
Revy's
in my
flashbacks traumatized.
Yeah, when she got wrapped.
I would have thought the thing was when Roberto
I'm assuming that's what it is, because I don't know what. When she what?
When she rams the guy in front of the kid.
The cojones. Oh
yeah, I remember that.
That's a false flag, and B, you're not given any reason to care about Roberta. She shows up that like 2 or 3 episodes.
Again, as you start describing something, I remember. I'm like, oh no, wait, that was Hardcore Henry too. Like
what?
The bit when he. So I saw Hardcore Henry in between watching the show. So bits from Hardcore Henry are getting mixed into my memory, because as you're talking about, you said Roberta or whoever ramming the thing. I'm thinking of the bit in Hardcore Henry when he snaps the guy's testicle and then shoves the police baton down his throat or whatever.
No, basically the scene he's talking about with Roberta is when like that guy's like got her tied up. And she's trying.
And she's like, "I'm horny and I want to slam," and the kid's like off to the side,
the guy
secretly
he peeks
listening.
in. It's not. your context needs context. Like he's like peeking in, like she doesn't
I
exactly
don't
know
think he
that
sees. He's just hearing all this because he's ready to come in and sit, like with the crowbar and hit the guy. But then Roberta's like, "I'm a slut," and he's just sitting there like, "Oh no, I don't want to see her smash."
But wasn't that just her way of
dealing with the situation and trying to disarm him?
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm saying, how's that like trauma, especially when it's a character you don't care about.
It was a misinterpretation, I'm guessing.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that like all I can think of that would be quote traumatizing is the Revy thing, because like it's like wow, that character I really liked. It's like now they've been like defiled or whatever. When I thought they were, I don't know, they had a bad childhood.
Well, it was already implied. Like they showed little glimpses of it in the main series of her like standing over dead bodies.
In the OVA, when she talked to Rock, he basically reminded her of when she was raped in prison, and she killed her father. And it showed that in the flashback in the OVA.
Yeah, I know, but they also talked about her background in the main series, and they show like.
I was clarifying for the audience.
So is Roberta's blood trail based on manga stuff, or is it?
Yes,
Okay.
it's just a straight up continuation.
The other
it seemed to me the way that it starts out is that it kind of felt like, oh well, everybody loved the Roberta bit from the first season. Let's just do a little bit more of that.
Well, it might have been that in the manga,
which is
as
kind
he's
of
writing
funny,
the manga.
because in the manga, the original Roberta arc is in volume 1. They changed the order of some of the arcs around. Like the arc
I
with
think it was probably for the best that they moved
the arc with Greenback Jane and like where all the killers converge on Raipur. That happens after they go to Tokyo for the final arc.
Really?
Like
I like the way that
they start that Greenback Jane arc when Revy's in the ripoff church with Edda, and at the end of the Fujiyama Gangs of Paradise arc is they're back in the ripoff church. That's supposed to be the same scene. They flip flop the order around.
Oh wow.
So the flip flop. What? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the flip flop factor I also kind of didn't like was this whole. Like I was saying, the combat scenes, it's like they're either full of tension, like, oh no, this character, they're at risk, they're gonna die, or it's this over-the-top shooting at each other, take that, bitch, and all this crap, the, quote, fun fights, but they have so much, like, downer depression that's, like, probably from the author being depressed, is like, oh, the depressing side of it. It's like, oh my god, I just want to have fun. I thought that's what this show was going to be.
So the first season is really, like you're describing, it's the fun, like Roberta shows up and is the goddamn Terminator, right? Where they're like, even Dutch is like, what the fuck? Like, she's like, when she like reaches over to the car while they're driving, and he's like, what is this bitch, right? But season 2, I gotta say, I really liked how, because you're sort of talking about how there's the situational danger of the action, but season 2 is really interesting because when it goes into the stuff about the crime family, it sort of sets up the drama where you are supposed to root for both sides. And then you like they keep giving you more and more reasons to like the crime family characters.
It's an interesting idea.
I thought it was really cool to see that the writer, the mangaka, was able to handle both methods of creating tension. Right.
I thought the whole arc was kind of a waste though, because at the end it's like, they both just KMS. Well, they not MS, but it's like, well, that was pointless, and that was a really drawn out, annoying arc.
Yeah, well, I will say that I agree there that the arc is drawn out, and I think the climax of the arc is what happens in the bowling, right? And then they drag it a
What
little
is it
bit.
called again?
The Hirano Praza.
Praza.
Yeah. So the Sports Plaza, Hirano Sports Plaza.
Yeah.
So what happens there, I think, is where the climax of that arc goes, and then they try to continue it, which I guess story-wise, there's more. Like, it doesn't just end there, obviously, but the stuff on the pier felt kind of forced because it's all about Revy wanting to go head to head, you know. But it's kind of like the Goku thing where it's like, well, I want to fight this guy, even though he's going to destroy the world, kind of, you know, where you could handle it, or you could, you know, like.
Well, they literally said, "Just lead us out of here. We're not going to hurt you," and then they
but
both
die. It's her selfishness that ends the story sourly, because the girl kills herself because of the guy dying, right? And it's like, well, geez, this kind of sucks, you know. And
that
it's
was
supposed
a
to be
huge
depressing.
downer for the end of the main TV series. I'm like, well, that's a great note to end on.
So one thing I didn't get about that plot line was, which maybe it's explored further in the manga. I don't know how much further the manga goes. But when he asks, like, destroy the family, and then she's like, okay, I'll listen to you or whatever, and then she shoots the people that she's talking to with the minigun. She's like, oh, give me your guns, and then they're like, okay, and then haha, bitch, I'm gonna use your own gun and shoot you. And then she gives the gun to Rock and says, here you go, and Rock's like, no, I'm not about guns. And then she takes the gun and she throws it in the river. It makes a point of zooming in on that gun and showing fingerprints on the gun.
Right.
And that never comes up again. And so I don't know if that's ever explored in further...
Nope, not as far as I've seen. Or read.
Pictures.
Well then.
So, I forget, does Rock touch the gun, though?
Yeah. She gives him the gun.
He
and
gives
then
it to him, and he hands it back to her, and then she throws it through the window.
From season 2. Okay, so it is the final episode. I'm gonna pull it up real quick and just take.
I need to bring up the combat AI.
I remember I actually took a bunch of screenshots of the different guns because I was really impressed with. I wouldn't say I was impressed. It was obvious they were going to do it, but the Russians used Russian guns, right? Like the Tokarevs and the Makarovs and.
The other thing that I was kind of like, that doesn't make any sense, was I know you might have talked about it already, but I wasn't there for the first season. When they go in the submarine, and they're like, oh yeah, the submarine is like sinking, and they gotta close the hatch, okay? And then they're all there, and they all shoot themselves, and they're like, there's only so much oxygen, and they're like, oh, they must have ran out of oxygen. And then they go in this submarine that's supposedly all the people died because there's no oxygen left in the submarine, and then they take their masks off. And they're just breathing in the fucking submarine. Where's the oxygen coming from?
They went in. They broke the seal and let. Oh, because is it underwater?
It's underwater.
Yeah, it's underwater.
Right?
That should be full of carbon dioxide.
Where does oxygen come from?
I mean, yeah, the water could have turned into oxygen over the.
That's not. No, that's not how that works.
That's not
There's
possible.
no way that water got into the thing through osmosis. And oxygenated the air inside. What happened? You need a way to get rid of the carbon that's in the air.
Hey, it's hydrogen to oxygen. Okay.
Who cares?
It could come on.
But yeah, so that was another one where I was
hold on,
doesn't make
hold on.
any sense.
Hold on. They didn't die from oxygen loss. Remember the one captain killed the one Nazi, and then everybody else killed each other. So there was whatever
You're
left
telling me
over.
That every single one of them shot themselves before they ran out of air?
Yeah, every single person killed. Revy mentioned they reenacted the OK Corral. Remember?
I'm watching the part where she threw the
I just
gun
don't
in.
understand how the oxygen's in there. Let me just make that argument right now.
Because
It's been
nobody
down there long
died
enough.
of oxygen loss. So
Yeah,
there
but what
was
I'm
still a lot of
saying is
oxygen
that
left
it's
over.
Oh, that's what you're saying? It was trapped in there for many years?
Yeah.
I have a question.
I'm watching the last episode, and she threw the gun in there, but it never did a close up. Is it
Yeah, it's
close up?
after-
Yeah,
it's after the
it's
cops-
after the cops storm in and they leave and
yeah.
So
What's your
what
question?
What do you guys think of the bar fight in the OVA with the other maid?
I don't get the other maid at all. I hate the fact the other maid exists. Like, they went out of their way to set
I
up
hate her
Roberta.
design with the collar.
Yeah, I
In
don't
my
like the design
memory,
either.
Before I rewatched that episode today, in my memory, that was Roberta. And I was
Ew.
like, whoa, wait a minute. When I rewatched, I was like, holy shit.
I'll be right back.
Because when I watched Roberta's Blood Trail for the first time, I didn't rewatch the series. And it had been years since I watched it. So I thought that was Roberta.
And technically, it's basically a reenactment of the Roberta scene. But...
Right.
except more fun because she had that one heel knife thing, and that was hilarious.
But see, that's the whole stupid thing.
That
They
was
made
like the only. Okay, well, apart from the knife, well, what do you think of that whole?
No, they make a whole point of saying Roberta's like some badass because she was like, she had this whole backstory of making her badass, setting up her as this huge badass in Terminator, and that's why she can walk into a room full of all these guys, get shot up, and not get damaged at all, and kill all of them, And then they are like, oh, but that wasn't special because now if like a 10-year-old can do it too. And it's like, wait, what? Like you can't just pull out special like that kind of special out of nowhere without. They never set her up.
I kind of saw it as she went to the same maid school.
Well, anything else?
But yeah,
Any other
you're
comments about that thing? There's something crucial you guys are missing.
The Capiera or what?
The whole. There's like 5 guys at least shooting at her at once, and she moves at a snail's pace. But oh, look how badass she is! She's able to take on all the Assassin's Creed NPCs because they face her one-on-one instead of attacking all at once like actual humans. And that's what I hated about the whole show. Every time there was
Well, they did that with Roberta too. That's the whole thing, right?
They're all.
But see, that's
guilty
why
of
it made sense with Roberta because they were like they explained it. And then with her, they're like, oh, but it's also like she's just like Roberta. I'm like, how can she be just like Roberta?
That scene was so bad, though, the choreography, because she literally just does a jump flip, and then she's going at a snail's pace, like I'm saying, and then she does one, she jumps off the wall.
That snail's pace is for the audience. That's a stylistic choice of cinematography, not a stylistic choice.
It's like
of
how
how
we
she's
can
actually
see the
fighting.
Dragon Ball Z character.
There's even this one scene when they're running away with Boy to find frickin' Roberta or whatever. It's like, oh, go away, or whatever. And there's this one, like, Revy shoots this guy in an alleyway, and this other guy with the gun is just sitting there, and then she turns around and shoots him. I'm like, what is with these NPC? I mean, I get it that they have to be badass, so they have to get a high kill count.
Look, in the manga, that whole speech bubble happened in a split second, right? That's got to be what it is. That picture of the guy holding the gun, it's like...
maybe, but I couldn't get over that the whole show, that anytime there's this big badass high kill count scene, everyone would turn into an NPC and give them such a high kill count. It's like, dude, there's like, what is it? The Roberta and Roberta's Blood Trail with the sniper thing. Yeah, she just one-arms it, which, by the way, they couldn't really determine whether or not this was Turbo Fantasy, where everything's over the top, this guy can like lift a boat with his bare arm, or if it's grounded in reality. So you default to it's grounded in reality, but then, later on, it's like, oh yeah, I just one-handed this way oversized sniper with like 1 caliber.
I think they set up pretty early on with Roberta specifically that it is fantasy. Like they literally called her a Terminator in the show, right? And she's like acting like a Terminator, running them down.
I know. That's fine and all. You do the one-armed sniper, which, okay, sure. You use the power of badass to do all that one-arm. Which, by the way, I think she did the left hand initially, and then she did a right-handed one arm later, and I'm like, I don't know. Are you just forgetting
Remember
which hand?
in the scene when she in her initial arc when she's driving down the road and she literally pulls Dutch out of the car with her left hand?
So You got to
I probably
understand
have.
that when you drive on the left side of the road, you can't fire out the window unless you're using your left hand.
I know. I'm just saying, like, she didn't. I found it weird that from scene to scene she had a different, like, singular handedness. It's like, doesn't she have a dominant hand, or are they just forgetting as they're animating it? But
She might be
what I'm
ambidextrous.
what I'm getting to is that there's this point where the soldiers are like crossing the bridge or whatever on the roof or whatever, and I'm like, there's literally like all those guys right there. How did they not shoot her in the time she took to frickin' try and fire back? And then she slowly just shoots them one at a time. They're like, she's reloading, and I'm like, so why haven't you shot her and killed her? Which would have been better because she's like so decrepit at the end. I'm like, well, this is better than the ending of them both killing themselves in season 2, but you don't feel really that great about it. You know, it's like, wow, she's all decrepit and stuff. She would have probably been better if she was dead, like out of her suffering because she went out like insane and all that. But yeah, like there were all those scenes, especially like, what is it? Revy also had a lot of scenes where it's like, oh yeah, there's like 50 guys around her, but yep, power of badass. She didn't get shot once. She didn't take any hits. It's all good.
Yeah,
And-
I think that's the show though. Like,
So,
gotta just go
well,
with that.
like I was saying, if they had the attitude where it's just bitching at each other, yelling and shooting the whole time, that would have probably not been a problem and easy to take. But they always give them this mortality, like they act as if like, oh, they could die at any second. It's a real toss up.
Kind of out the window with what they're capable of.
Like
So
you
I
have
want
to
to
be
show you
so
guys
over
something
the
real
top.
quick. I'm looking at this frame by frame. It's CG. It looks really good in motion. Look what's going on with the back of this part of the bike. I don't know why it's doing this. Look at, see that jump?
No.
This image has been cut and moved over.
Oh.
Then it pops back on. Then it pops off again in a weird way. Then it pops back on. Then it pops off again in a weird way. You see that?
What the hell?
It
When
might
you watch
be
it at normal speed, I can't
Interlace?
see it. It actually looks really good.
What I was gonna say is it might be like sometimes they'll do the 3D art and then they'll draw on top of it to make it look.
Well,
not
they
as
drew Revy on
3D.
top of it for that particular shot, but it's just weird. Like, it's like that thing is just moving. I thought it was like, when I was looking at it frame by frame, I thought when I watch it back, it's going to be like, because it's like the rattling of the engine or whatever. And it's going to give you that visually with the noise of the engine. But I don't even see it. It looks so smooth in the like when you watch it in regular speed.
But
You got to address old man's comment.
Yeah, let's
Night Guys saw Black Blue years ago. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Basically, all I'm conveying is like, apart from the dub, I'm not sure why it's still regarded as like this massive classic, like the end all be all masterpiece, big Chungus.
I'm not saying that it is, but it's just like a nostalgic.
That's basically what everyone regards it as when they talk about it.
I'm personally saying that in a world full to modern day anime, in a world full of what I would consider are mostly 6.5s, Black Lagoon's still about an 8.9 for me. I know it's my relative, looking at it, but like Black Lagoon has never not been fun to rewatch. And I find a lot of stuff like, man, what
it has a lot of like downtime where there's not fun stuff happening though, which is why I'm like,
see, that's you're looking at it the wrong way. You're looking at the fact that people like it and thinking it's going to be great all the way through, right? Family Guy season 1 has some great bits, but it also has some drivel, right? So when you sit down and watch Black Lagoon, it produces a ride for you where you have a good time. Does it mean that every second of the ride is a masterpiece? No, but the overall feeling you get by the time you finish, the arc you're watching, You had a great time watching it. There were bits that made you laugh. There were bits that you
that's
you
so
heard somebody
fucking cool.
say, yeah, exactly. Somebody say or do something really badass. You're like, God damn, that was awesome, right? And so I think that at the end of the day, that's what it gives you. And it's not, it doesn't have to be perfect to still be something that people enjoy the ride enough to love it and want to see it again.
Well, the parts in between just aren't like engaging me as those like small scenes. But when the small scenes do come up, it's what I'm describing to you is that like it's a montage of I'm a badass because like they assigned me the badass class and I'm just not buying it. So like it kind of flops for me. So what I thought was the height, the peak of Black Lagoon was episode like what 16 or 17. When it was Nun Bitch and Revy going back and forth the whole time, and it was great. That and it was like some guy comes along and it's like the typical Yakuza, like, what's with you bitches? And it's like, hey asshole, get over it. Like this whole thing, and then they start shooting each other, and I'm like, this is great. And then it like stops within like 2 or 3 episodes, and I'm like, where's Nun Bitch?
She's none there.
That's what I mean. Like it pigeonholes the characters you like. I like that, and then it pigeonholes back to like Revy and Rock or something, and then Rock's out of the picture because he's a pacifist when the action comes, and I'm like, oh.
I also thought Rock should have got some
more than just the pacifism.
I hate to say
pointing
it,
out,
just because Rock's like the most badass.
That was a lie, by the way.
Just pointing out, Edda is the nun from all of the OCA podcast lore involving Augie.
Oh, okay.
That born in Alabama part is a lie.
Well, she literally contradicts it like a second later.
Also, probably a lie.
What I was saying is like the is it just me or is like Rock's most badass moment, at least the one I remember the most, is when he is talking to
that guy
Dutch
with the glass
and them about they're playing chicken with that boat when they're being attacked by that. Yeah, it was like episode 2, and I'm like, that set up Rock really hard for me as being like a badass, and then he kind of just drops it.
I think
he doesn't keep it up constantly.
I think Rock needed a badass moment where he finally picks up a gun and just starts going wild on someone. I think that was.
Yeah, when he finally picks up the bowling pin, he only hits the guy once. He's practically raped the girl.
I was expecting it to happen in Roberta's Blood Trail, and then I was like, oh, like he's gonna fucking do it now, and then it turned out to be like this whole like, I have the Charlie from Sunny in Philadelphia map everything out together. Oh, I'm so smart. I was like, no, you were supposed to grab a gun and shoot people.
Going back to the mini-maid for a second, did you realize who voices her?
It sounded like that ADV, what's her name? Hillary Hagg? Or
Shan Kent.
Who's that?
She voices Misa in Death Note.
Well,
yeah, definitely.
So Light and Misa are back together.
We've got the wonderful ladies of Black Lagoon. Also,
you see that girl for like what?
I said this to the other guys. I always forget how big Speed Racer's dick is.
That's his knee.
Oh. That's why the live action failed.
Did you find the picture of the gun?
I saw it. Yeah, with I didn't notice the fingerprints the first time I watched it, but I did see it. Yeah, you're right. I didn't screenshot it.
Regarding that last arc when Rock is talking to Bella like it in the hallway when she tells her to wipe him out, I didn't realize how freaking broad Bella like his shoulders are.
Shoulders are, yeah.
He is abroad. I mean,
he is Russian.
She's all Russian.
All right, so I had a disagreement with Reese last week that I kind of didn't want
to
air.
Flaccid, erect.
Nice.
Anyway.
So you can add bone or speed eraser and the stuff now.
It's actually on point here with my argument. The twins. You said that the one that flashed them is a guy. I said it was a girl. How do you know it's a guy?
Because they swapped the roles.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that
Here's the
context
thing.
too, and being totally caught off guard by it.
Okay, hold on. So, Reese is under the assumption that the short-haired guy who puts on the wig is the only one playing that game.
They're
could
both
do
short.
that.
They both have short hair. They both shared the wig. They
Yeah.
both could do both voices. There's entirely possible they were both girls.
Yeah, it could be either way. Who knows?
Both.
All I'm saying.
And when he walks out of that thing, he
all
says
I'm saying is
she's
Rock,
a monster.
Rock ain't making this face if it's a girl.
I don't. As soon as he walks out of there, he says she is a monster.
Mm-hmm.
If that was a guy, I think he
true.
would have
Well, that's
not
the
said
dub.
she.
That's the
Could he
dub
figure out? Oh, are they gonna redub it with proper pronouns?
I don't think
I'm
they were
saying
really
that in
worried about it
Japanese,
back
the
then.
phraseology that he used may not have actually had a gendered terminology behind it.
That was like the most disturbing episode of anime that I've seen in a while.
That whole arc was like a write-off.
I like the show. I like the arc.
I liked the show, but it was a disturbing little arc.
Well, that whole arc was just feel bad.
I mean, if it didn't disturb you, then it didn't do its job. So it sounds like to me it worked pretty damn well
Yeah,
at fucking
it's
with your
supposed to
head. Because
Well,
like
it
what that was
was
supposed
feel
to do
bad
was
because
realize
both
just how terrible.
Do you got any
how
pictures
terrible
of
the life for
Hank
these children have been. It's not to make you feel like a weirdo yourself. If that's the case, then I we won't go into my old comments of never mind. But the thing is,
What was that
like,
question, Maurice?
you've got to look at it from the fact of it literally is making you realize, oh hey, these kids suffered.
Well, the thing is, they die at the end of the arc, so it's like, well,
yeah,
at least it would have built their character if it was like they went through hardships and this is what they are now, and then like you assumed they were going to be a regular customer at that point or something, and it would be like, okay, I'm fine with that, but then they're just dead. It's like, well, that was just depressing that you learned, these people are abused, and then they became mass murderers, and now they're dead, and I'm like, okay.
All because the
I just feel
stinking
bad.
dictator outlawed abortion.
Yeah. In
Said having only a slight delay on this point.
yeah, what where Vlad the Impaler lives? I forget the Romania. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Romania.
Czechoslovakia, I don't know.
They kind of also dropped the whole vampire thing with them too, right? They're like, oh, they're vampires.
I felt like the first time I watched it, like years ago, that was like a really apparent thing that they were obviously doing, the vampire angle. And then when I rewatched it this time around, I didn't quite feel like I was getting that vibe. Like,
Yeah, it's like mentioned once, and then the teeth are shown
I almost forgot about that until you brought it up just now.
It's like episode 13 was called Vampire Twins Coming or something.
Yeah, I guess.
Apparently, I also have this in my repertoire of images to pull from.
What the?
Black Hitler.
Hitler? So I think
episode 6 of Community, if anybody needs to know.
Oh, really?
When is the podcast clip gonna come out?
None of them. We have such a big backlog. You just said
Yeah.
earlier today you had a new one you were working on.
He sent me one. It was good to go. All he has to do is hit publish. I don't know why he doesn't.
I do not have time to finish the little bit because I host the goddamn show. I thought I was going to have tomorrow off and I was going to get to work on the Ava one, but unfortunately I'll be working the next 5 days, and then we're going to.
It's good. Just hit publish.
I can't hit publish the way it is. It's got Asuka's tits in it. Jesus Christ.
Oh.
The one you sent me?
Yes.
I didn't see that.
I saw that in the version he sent us.
Yeah. It's the same version. Anyway, Trust me, the new version is better and will be worth the wait. Unfortunately, it won't be as viral because we're falling out of the timing on
Hot
it, yeah,
zone.
which is unfortunate, but whatever. By the way, regarding my timing, so things have been really difficult at work. Next month should be a little easier, and then the month after that is probably going to be like, oh god, I'm going to have so much time on my hands that I'm not making money that it's going to start to be scary the other way. As you know, actually, we've been here for almost a year. It's almost been a full year since the move. So, in fact, it might, because my daughter's birthday is on the 27th, and
how old?
We moved. Well, she's going to be 4, but she was 2 when we moved, and she became 3 when she got cucked on her birthday because of our fucking move, and now it's like, you know, now we're here at least. For a while, we were going to be out on the street again, but luckily things have changed in that regard. However, I have a opportunity that has been presented to me that is sort of a soft opportunity right now. It hasn't quite solidified to a point where I can make this jump that will literally double my income going forward. Nice. So that's going to be great. And it's 17 minutes away instead of 35 minutes away. So I'll be much closer.
And you won't have the conflict of interest with your landlord and or not your landlord.
We can
with
say,
your boss
yeah.
and kick that asshole out of there.
The only problem is that the way things are, I have much more long-term job security with my current job than if I pick up this other one. I might get a good year out of it, and then they decide, because what it is effectively it's an editing job because the client that my friend works for wants to double their output coming up this next year, but they're already tapped out with their editor. So he wants to bring me on to pick up, you know, some of the slack, and that's great so long as they continue to produce that amount of content.
Are they looking for a third editor, perhaps? No.
Well, if they ever dip below that amount, and I start to be a drag on the expenses, you know, of paying me without actually a return, like if I don't provide a value beyond that, then I'll be cut loose, you know. And depending on the climate, in terms of, you know, like the nice thing is that this editing gig will be another one of those don't need to get the jab kind of jobs. But if I get cut loose from there and I burn the bridge with my current employer, which I'm not going to intentionally burn the bridge, but I may not be able to get back in if I had to, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's a little update for me on where things are going. Hopefully things bloom in the near future for me regarding that income, because just like brutal to be where I'm at, where I'm working, God knows, forever. In fact, I think there's something going on with California taxes regarding overtime, where you just don't make any goddamn money because it all goes to taxes. So I don't know. I'm hoping that once I pay my taxes this next year, that I will have a huge tax return that will make this worth it. Because I have worked, you know, practically 16-hour days every day this last week, basically. So, and it's manual labor too. So it's like I'm in remarkably good shape lately, although I'm sore as fuck every day. So anyway, enough of that. Enough of whining. I also have work in the morning, so let's figure out how I can exit strategy this scenario here. I do want to address the comments here from Osara, which I haven't gotten to, referring to the inferior culture. Maybe culture has to advance to a certain point to through hardships before people are allowed peace to evolve into effeminacy or polite society. What you are describing, my friend, is the hard times make strong men make
easy times make
weak men. weak men make hard times. Yeah, that's effectively what you're describing here. But I'm not sure. So effeminate culture equals high culture. Yeah, I don't know what China's all about. But like I said, I've never really seen a Chinese guy that was like, damn, that's a manly man. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a man among men.
Yeah.
No,
like,
I know. Stephen Chow. Stephen Chow. There you go.
Stephen Chow.
John Cho?
No.
Definitely not John.
Kung Fu Hustle.
Yeah, I still wouldn't.
I'll call it that.
I haven't thought of that in a long time.
I think, like when I think about like there are definitely Asians that I can think of that I would say like that's a manly guy, like a strong, like freaking Sakaguchi from Japan. Like, that guy, that's a tough motherfucker, right? But or like what's his name, Tony Jaa. I would well, I don't know if I would consider him manly. Yeah, I guess
Jet Li Chinese.
It's just talk. Jet Li. Really, again, I wouldn't consider him like manly, you know, like I wouldn't consider him womanly. Don't get me wrong.
He's a man of technique, not of brawn.
Well, exactly. Like when you think of manly,
you're using manly as in the sense of American, like with the way we look at manly.
I'm saying. Yes,
not as in you know,
full chest hair. Like that's the other thing.
And that's the
like
thing
me.
is that it's the lack of facial hair and chest hair and sort of, you know, the things that you
so basically it's social context that's really not making any clarity regardless of what they're like. We don't like manly, we don't like unmanly men.
What I'm saying is that the article was about China banning effeminate men, right?
Yeah.
And there's certainly effeminate men in, like, you know, the pop and whatever that they're trying to curb. But the thing is that line, like, where does it stop being effeminate men and start being manly men? Because I just don't quite see it. You know, like it's super subtle. The differentiation is what I'm.
It's
arguing.
where you fit into
true.
society and who you know, probably over there. Honestly,
Think of a K-pop star with a full ass beard. You can't.
No, look again. Again, I'm sure that as soon as I end the stream and go to bed, I'll wake up and be like, oh yeah, that Asian guy and that Chinese guy, that guy is really manly. Yeah, I'll probably hit that. I'm just saying right now, I can't.
You probably hit it.
Come
Yeah,
up
I know.
with any. You know what I mean? Like, you know who's fucking manly as shit? Although he's also Japanese. The guy who played Shang Tsung in the '95 Mortal Kombat.
Oh god.
That guy's manly as fuck. Scary as shit. Also, wait a minute. I would consider. There we go. Robin Cho, the guy who played Liu Kang in the '95 one. There's a Chinese guy that I would consider manly. There we go. We did it.
Yay.
I'm gonna make sure that he's actually
manually. You're gonna verify his manliness.
I'm gonna verify.
Hand him a
I
man
verified
card?
his manliness. Now I'm verifying his Chinese.
Certified manly ticket needs to be on the thumbnail.
Certified.
I sent Brad the PSD. Like
we were talking about earlier not being qualified to like talk about Star Wars, where this is a media reviewing platform. But man, we're telling this guy whether or not he's manly. Look at these muscles.
Okay, I'm just saying. I am just fucking saying.
Oh, manly.
If this ain't the manliest Chinese guy you've ever seen.
Oh god.
Turn screen share back on.
He's a manly man. He's a man's man, but not that man's man.
There you go. It's the mullet. It's the mullet. All right, that's the truth. It's the mullet. All right.
Oh, I do remember you saying like that's a man, and
yeah, in the first impressions clip I sent you.
That's he's like a train wheels.
Yeah, so he is the fourth child of a Shanghai tailor and homemaker. There you go. He's Chinese. All right, we did it. Manly as fuck.
Man foo.
Anyway, all right, that's it. That's the show tonight, guys. Sorry to end it. I feel like because we found a manly Chinese guy, we can end it. Would anybody like to say anything before we cut it off?
Man,
I feel like we should put the
Next
ginger
podcast
in
will probably
the
be on Friday, but we're not going to be talking about our.
Yes.
It's going to be me
Yes,
and
thank you.
FDDNM and the boys covering up any
I was gonna
follow-up
say,
articles that we didn't cover.
Boys playing with their
Right.
toys.
I was planning, so I had more to talk about tonight because we had 2 weeks worth of articles, but I cut a bunch of stuff out and moved it to next podcast.
Wait, is the stream over or?
No, not yet. I'm telling you guys.
Okay.
I'm thinking I'm gonna let you guys, if you are interested in joining them, a Friday stream at whatever time works for you guys. We'll do another one like you guys did last week. Which, by the way, things have improved so much from the old days of you guys doing a show without me. Last week's stream was pretty freaking great. I really enjoyed it. So anyway, yeah. So Friday will probably be the next stream. I will not be there because I will be working my butt off, but I will compile articles for you guys as best I can.
Hope you don't lose your butt too bad.
And hopefully I have
butt to spare.
Hopefully I can. Well, so next week is the end of the month for the routes. So I'm actually going to have like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday off. I don't know. Does this month end on a Wednesday or Thursday? Let's see. So I'm going to have a couple days off. Yeah, Thursday. So I will probably be spending that detoxing from caffeine because I'm hitting severe diminishing returns. But once that is done, I will perhaps get that Ava video out. Anyway, you guys cool? You want to say anything else before I end it?
I'm done.
All right, ending it.
Good night.
Thank you guys for watching.
Night.
Make sure to like the video. And
Like and subscribe.
use coupon code OCA Podcast to get $2 off per item on Stealth Weeb until October.